All right, and six more of the same. Actually, five and a half more of the same. But hey, who's counting, right?
Yeah.
Um, we got Reese and we got McMurray. Warmutt will be joining us. He's got to eat some dinner or do something with the
About an
wife
hour and a half, I think.
or some shit like that. Yeah, in about an hour and a half. So yeah, we're doing good. We're having fun. McMurray's got some Ewoks he's working on.
We've got that's 10, 18 Ewoks here.
18 Ewoks. All right.
I forgot about these little goobers with the wings, so we'll have to come back for them. But
Okay. All
I
right.
got plenty more Ewoks. So
And then Reese is working on 54 millimeter airborne.
Airborne.
All right.
oh man, actually, I need to jump back over there because this is the start of a new session, so I need to base another case worth of figures.
Yeah.
Although actually, I did 2 earlier, so we'll just put a pause on that,
Okay.
and I'll finish these Ewoks up, and then we'll jump back over there. But I'm gonna get something to drink real quick.
All right. Takes time.
No, there is no time. There is no time, gentlemen. There is no time. That's probably late.
So I got I got six guys done. I got 6 guys.
Boys, I have eaten a bowl of oatmeal today. That is all I'm running on, and caffeine. Oatmeal and caffeine.
I've got peanut butter crackers, a bacon and steak, grilled cheese, and chocolate shake from Sonic. And yeah.
Okay, that sounds pretty good, though. I
It-
should probably figure out some food, to be honest with you.
It wasn't bad. It was better when I made it when I worked in the Sonic kitchen. It's cool that they're now selling them. But
That is cool. Look at you go.
I'm not the one that invented it. Some cook was like, hey, some other cook told me about this and it's really good. So
There
Wow.
you go.
So I can tell you something that's not very good. Rockstar Strawberry Peach. This tastes like piss.
I've never had an energy drink.
I'm not an energy drink guy myself. I'll be honest. I'm not a fan.
Well, I have a problem, and it's
Hey,
caffeine.
I will run on coffee all day long.
dude, you do you, man. That's
Coffee's good. I take that back. I really like coffee. The issue is I drink so much coffee that I damn near shit my pants.
Gotcha.
So you know what I mean? Like everybody's been there. Like everybody's drinking a coffee. They're like, "Oh, we're bubbling."
So my freshman year, we would have like an all night D&D session, and I drink like 12 cups of coffee.
Yeah.
And then my senior year, the group decided we were all going to get together and do it one last time.
Yeah, it's awesome. Again, you
And
feel
so,
like
and so I drank 12 cups of coffee, and I'm ready to go. I want to go all night, right? It's 2 a.m. and we're looking at each other and going, man, we're getting old. I think it's time to go to bed. And I'm still, high as a kite.
Yeah. Again, so that was. I think I told Chris that on the Sunday morning at March to Victory. Robin's like, "Hey, there's all the coffee you guys could want over there," and I was like, "Challenge fucking accepted."
Yeah. I grew up in a family of old cowboys. You say there's coffee, it's going to be gone.
Yeah, exactly. Just okay. Here we go. Let's do this.
And if it's not Folgers Black Silk or Folgers Classic, it ain't coffee.
Oh, I drink gas station coffee too often. I'm good, man. Anything.
Oh.
I used to hammer down the instant too, but I was cutting through it too quick.
Oh, that stuff's so acidic, it'll just eat you up, though.
It will, but it's so good. All right, Chris, remind me at some point in time I need to find something to eat today too.
Yeah, you do. I'm lucky enough. I got Donna looking out for me. We're having manwich here probably in about an hour and a half from now.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Yeah.
I've got a can of manwich and a couple pounds of ground venison in the freezer. I might
There you go.
figure something out tonight.
There you
I got a
go.
bunch of ground beef and peppers and stuff that I was anticipating making, but that's going to take me an hour and a half or so, and I'm not going to do that in the middle of this bad boy. Woo!
So you said something about deer meat being disgusting earlier. It's
Who?
all in how you prepare it.
Who did?
Somebody did.
I think Jeff did because Jeff is an idiot and Jeff likes
Okay.
possum because he's from West Virginia.
Gotcha.
No, because venison is fantastic.
Well, the problem that we ran into is sending it to a processing plant or whatever. So, you start doing it yourself in the garage or in the barn, and it comes out tasting a lot better.
Yeah, it's fresh. It's cheap. Like I'm just a cheap piece of shit. So I've always processed my own venison, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
Like to the point where a couple buddies of mine even have, pulled together and there's grinder or sausage stuff or what have you. But honestly, I just really like, you back straps. You can do. Honestly, I've never had a problem with just roasts, man.
So I'll take a roast and I'll slice it really thin and kind of grill it.
Yep.
Not like over a fire because I'm not that fancy, but like just like on a George Foreman or something, or in a
Yep.
skillet, and then pull it and do it with a little barbecue sauce, a little bit of cheese, and I'll make quesadillas out of it. So good.
There you
There
go.
you go.
I'm about to
Get
say,
on
man,
it. Get on it.
what I've hit a lot of is you can corn a venison like corning a beef roast.
Oh,
Yeah, dude, it's fucking awesome.
you gotta either send me that recipe or something, man.
Dude, I shit you not. I go to Schnucks and I buy the great big canister of corning spices
right.
and I just do that. It's quite literally just every time I have to get on the internet and look up like the Southern Living or whatever corning beef to figure out how long I got to leave it.
I got to do that next fall. I'm
it's
so
awesome.
in.
It's awesome because it takes 100. There is no gaminess. It just tastes like corned beef.
And you throw a little sauerkraut and some cabbage and some potatoes in there. Oh, that'd be so good.
And it doesn't. It costs next to nothing. Because again, if you buy like if you wait till like St. Patty's Day, and you buy a single-use packet, it looks like a gravy packet, then yeah, you're gonna pay a little bit, but you can get the canister of corning spices otherwise, and it's awesome. But anyways, Jeff's gonna puke because we're talking about venison, and he's a delicate little flower. Hi, Jeff.
What you got there?
You
Don't
bring Taco Bell into it. No.
Pre-chewed food.
Charles says he found his weed whacker during the break, clearing the yard somewhat while listening. Hey, you do you, brother.
Charles.
Get it done. Get after it.
Charles is officially the most productive of any of us. Although I have to assume Jeff whacked it during the break too. Zing got him. I'm just kidding. Jeff obviously got food during the break.
I'm going to go back and see if I've got half a Brahms milkshake in the freezer still.
You're a smart man.
Dude, I would knife somebody for Brahms right now.
I've got one like 12 miles down the road. It's awesome.
Oh, fuck you. I got to drive shit. Okay, now I got to
If frozen shipping wasn't so bad, man, I would mail you some Brahms ice cream.
What the hell are the Brahms?
It's a dairy store / ice cream joint / burger joint.
Basically, they will not build a store where they can't send their products fresh to, but it's fast food.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It's an Oklahoma thing. I'm lucky enough to live close enough to Oklahoma. So
They've got them in Texas, so.
Right, it's within a certain mile.
As I understand, parts of Texas are close to Oklahoma.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, wait. Hey. So, Reese, how far are you from Chaffee?
So Fort Smith is about an hour and a half south of us.
Right.
So yeah, about that far.
Okay, so I've been down to the Junior Warfare Training Center many times.
Okay.
Back in the, when it was called that.
So my great uncle was at Chaffee training to go to Japan when the bomb dropped.
Okay.
And then I've got a buddy that spends quite a bit of time at Chaffee.
So you can validate this for me.
There's a urinal there named after Jeff.
So a lot of, in a training area, a lot of the roads out there were like straight line grids.
Yep.
And I remember coming down a road, and now there were two separate occasions. Coming down a road in a Humvee. Now, the roads, granted, they're not big. Two Humvees could pass each other.
Right.
But tires would be on the edge. A lot of swamps, a lot of water.
Okay.
And like I said, 2 different occasions. The first one, we're coming down the road, and probably 500-600 yards in front of us, I see this, looks like a log across the road.
Okay.
Biggest fucking snake I ever saw.
Yep.
And then the very following day, I see what looks like a rock at about the same distance on a different trail or road. Looks like a big rock had fallen in the middle or in that one half of the road, and it was a big fucking snapping turtle.
Yep.
Yeah, dude.
Arkansas's got some crazy stuff between the bears and the mountain lions and the elk and the snapping turtles and the
Hogs.
snakes, man. Oh, yeah. Don't even get me started on the hogs.
Okay, so the closest Brahms to me is in Springfield, Missouri.
Oh, okay.
That's actually not a bad Brahms.
Well, there's like 7 of them there.
Gotcha.
There's 7 of them in Springfield.
Yeah.
I've probably been to every single one of them in Springfield.
Jesus.
So
All right. Nguyen Charles, I'm a genius. I have the next installment set up on a separate browser window. So if I pass out during this stream and miss the link for the next one, outstanding, dude.
Dude, who did that? That's
Nguyen, dude.
you are a smart guy.
Chris, it's got to be the name. That's all I can say. It's got to be the name.
I was about to say that it was a departure from normal, but okay, that works too.
Yeah, that. Chris Long here. Wow, what a time to come into the room when McMurray is talking about whacking off.
Pretty much, yeah.
When is he not? to be
Yeah, I'm
honest?
gonna say, come on. Yeah, Chris Long, you've been around long enough to know that's gonna happen. At
I can
least
still- yeah,
7 or 8 times.
Nguyen, I can still have the next one on. It will feel like falling asleep as a kid in front of the TV with my granddad and then waking up and missing a big chunk of the movie. You know what the great thing is, though? You're not going to miss a damn thing.
You're gonna
yeah,
wake
there's no
up with
plot to
cold
follow.
sweat.
There's zero plot. There's zero plot.
This is like, you know, you have your toddler listening to Baby Einstein or whatever, except for you wake up and you're just so much. You just, what is wrong with my brain? Like I can't. You just can't even process stuff. You know.
Who we got here? We got the cat.
Wow.
No, Charlie,
Yeah.
you do not get a bite of this. I know you want it. You can't have it. No.
See, now what would have been great, Reese, is if your other dog's name was Victor.
Yeah, no.
Oh, all I was thinking of was
Our dog
Charlie
gave
bit my
free
finger.
game.
Remember that video?
What's that?
All I could think of that is that old video, Charlie bit my finger.
No, well, there is that.
It hurts, Charlie.
Yeah. Exactly. He knows what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So, what color deck should I paint these?
What are they?
The pre-dreadnoughts.
The Japanese or the Russians?
Which one is this one? This is the Asahi, Japanese.
I would do like a brown or a lighter brown. And then on the Russians, that's the 2nd Pacific Squadron. Those things have been through a ringer of turds. So they'd be pretty disgusting, to be honest with you.
So khaki for the Japanese.
That probably wouldn't look too bad. The other thing you got to keep in mind is they're all coal-fired, man. So, like, if they're disgusting, they're disgusting. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Trying to figure out where to put milkshake.
Wait, Jeff, you have a milkshake too?
Uh-uh.
Or was that Reese?
That's Reese.
Oh,
I
okay.
got Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew!
More like a mountain don't.
Do I sound enough like Jeff that I could have passed for that? Because that was weird.
No, you were kind of muttering, and I couldn't really tell. And I know Jeff just got food, so I didn't know. There's nothing wrong with sounding like Jeff. You get like +10 to your knowledge of the Civil War.
Yeah, you do.
My only knowledge about it really is family history, and some of the cavalry stuff, and then Trans Mississippi.
Yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. You live close to Pea Ridge down there?
Yeah, I do. My wife actually has clients at Pea Ridge, and one of my best friends lives up at Pea Ridge. And then
Right.
Prairie Grove is south of us. And
There you
then Wilson's Creek wasn't too far from where I grew up.
Did you grow up in Missouri?
No, I grew up in Harrison, Arkansas,
Okay.
which is just south of the border.
Yep. There you go.
I don't know if you're familiar with Harrison or not, but it can be an interesting place. I won't go into it on the live stream.
Not a whole lot, but I mean, I'm familiar with where it's at. I
Okay.
used to,
Yeah. On our next 30-minute break, I'll fill you in.
there you go. I'm about to say, I think I've passed through Harrison a couple times. I used to have a cousin that went to University. Which one is it in Fayetteville?
University of Arkansas.
There you go. And I used to pass through Springfield. I think you go through Harrison, don't you? Getting from
Yeah, you jump on 62 and you take it down to Harrison, then you get on 412 and cross.
Okay, there you go. I was about to say, I feel like I've stopped and pooped at Harrison before.
So, do you remember the little town called Alpena with the chainsaw shop
Yes,
just outside of Harrison?
I remember the chainsaw shop.
Right. So halfway between the exit on 412 and the chainsaw shop, there's a building, there's a house up on top of the hill with a barn and some outbuildings and stuff. That is my grandparents' place.
Oh, okay.
So
I don't remember it by
no. You don't have to remember like
chainsaw
the
shop.
exact terrain, but that's the type of area
There
I
you
grew
go.
up in. So
Yeah, that's awesome.
oh, very much so.
It sounded like Jeff described where he went to secret wrestling camp.
No, I had a wonderful deer hunt just a little bit south of there that got interrupted by a couple of bull elk fighting in front of the tree stand. So
Jesus Christ, yeah, that'll happen.
it wasn't elk season, so I was a little bit ticked off.
That'll happen.
Elk season, duck season. Oh, never
My
mind.
the last car crash I was involved in was with a deer the night before deer season started, and I was like, man, shit.
So
That's
when I lived in Harrison, there was a turkey that would walk off the mountain into town the first day of turkey season.
oxen free
Yeah, basically.
turkey called safe at home base, man.
Yeah, he usually found the school because he knew that I don't know if he knew you couldn't have guns at school or not, but
I've never been shot at over here. It's a turkey. I don't think it was that smart. I think you just
yeah,
either
probably
way.
the school was close enough to the mountain, but
yeah.
All I know is turkeys are wild turkeys are pretty damn smart.
yes.
No, they're not.
Wild
Yeah,
turkeys,
no.
absolutely. They're some of the smartest animals in the world. Domestic turkeys are dumb
Are
as
dumber
rocks.
than rocks. And actually, I shouldn't say that because that's being mean to rocks.
I'm about to say wild turkeys are like fucking deer. You start a chainsaw and they'll just, oh, what's going on over here?
Well, they'll gobble, but getting them to interact with you is a different story. So
That's because they don't know what the hell you're saying. They're too dumb.
I'll tell you how dumb domestic turkeys are. We got our first truckload of turkeys this flock, and we were unloading them, and a big old Tom jumped up on top of one of the fences, gobbled, and jumped down, hit his head on the feeder, flipped up over on top of himself, broke his neck, and basically died.
There you go.
The first turkey off the truck on our farm committed suicide.
Sounds like a good Thursday night, man.
Yeah,
Just got a little too bucky, man. That's all.
it was one of those situations where I'm just like, I'm really glad I'm getting paid for this.
It's fair. The pay doesn't depend on how many of these morons actually live.
Yeah, I'm not the one that's paid gets dependent on that. So
That's good. Yeah, no shit.
I'm just the guy that has to make sure they're all fertile.
There you
So-
go.
You have a turkey suicide counselor?
No, we call that the incinerator. It's for after the fact. So I put a bucket load of those in today.
Wow.
Excuse me. Delicious.
It smells like barbecue. It smells amazing. And if I didn't know what went into that incinerator with the turkeys, I would totally slice one up after about 2 hours and eat it.
Yeah, there's a whole plethora of other nastiness that's going down on that.
Yeah,
You want no part of it.
mostly rotten and broken eggs too,
Ugh.
because they're deemed a biological hazard.
Delicious.
Well, I think by definition, turkeys are a biological hazard.
Should say about Reggie. All his kinfolk.
All right, there you go, Charles. He says he's out of shape, but he cleared a path to the swing set for the grandkids.
There you go. That's what matters, man. That's all that matters.
Gotta take care of them grandkids. Oh, crap on a crutch. This isn't good.
What?
My eyes are already to the point where it's hard for me to see.
Quit looking at the screen, buddy.
I'm not looking at the screen.
Well, they told you when you were younger, if you didn't stop, you'd go blind.
They told me that about reading with a flashlight too.
I have been challenging both of those going blind assertions for years now. Happy to report we're still good at both. All right.
Yeah, but are you blind?
Yeah, I can paint. I can shoot.
That's all you really need to do in life.
Right? Okay, so I gotta let those dry for a second.
Are you needing something, Charlie? You need water? You need outside?
I'm trying to think of what kind of food I even have around here now.
No, Charlie's saying, no, I want that fucking milkshake, you asshole.
Yeah. Oh, up and over. Okay. Hi.
Okay, dang it.
Okay, you got Zoe in on it too. What are you after?
Milkshake.
Your milkshake brings all the dogs to the yard. Damn right. It's the yard.
I'll
be back,
guys. I want to go make sure he gets whatever he needs.
All right.
My little phone featured day is one of the first Fistful of Lead games I ever put on. It was Moderns. It says November 13th, 2018. That was one of the first ones I put on for a group at game night.
There you go.
Yeah, dude, that's cool. Those figures are based. Thank you.
I could go for a milkshake, peanut butter caramel.
Oh, gross. Who said
that
that?
one? Peanut butter and caramel.
I'm about to say I'm starving. I'd go for that right now. I'd go
The
for
shake
about
of
anything right now.
champions.
No, I'm rocking a cookies and cream malt.
Wow, I just cooked up some those. You know, if you go to McDonald's and get the cheap McChicken sandwich,
That's what I had earlier.
Oh,
I bought a bag of frozen patties, and I just got 4 of them. I'm cooling in the
Oh, man.
kitchen.
a
My
year ago
little-
today.
My little tummy treater. There's a picture of Jeffy.
Yeah, a year ago today, apparently you sent this to me. Look at
Is
that
the
dashing young lad.
little meals that you can buy where they have like 6 Parmesan things in them and you just nuke them in the microwave. I love those things. That was 1981 in Germany.
Looking good.
Look at
I
that
haven't been in
dashing-
the army a full year yet.
Wow.
In
You
your
got your
hair.
ascot on and everything, man. Look at all that
Is
hair.
that guy
dude.
related to you?
Look at all that hair.
Hold on. Keep that up. Keep that right there.
Why?
Boom.
Dang.
Look at that dashing young man.
You forgot to wash your upper lip.
Real American heroes.
Hey, that took me fucking 3 years to grow that damn thing.
Yeah, buddy. He's even got.
It looks
teeth under
like it's
there.
only about 6 weeks after Christmas.
Look at that brass shine, man.
Yeah, man. Jeff's the man. He's already on his 3rd marriage.
Right?
Fortunately, at that time, I had not even had my first one yet.
That's good, buddy. That's
Wasn't
good.
much longer after that, though.
Anyway, says he managed to get a video done while
And
waiting.
she was your typical German woman, blonde, blue eyes, and the biggest knockers you ever saw. But she didn't want to come back to the United States.
Idiot.
So she asked for a divorce. Her mom and dad kept me and got rid of her.
That sounds like a good trade.
And I lived with them for the next, 6 years, 6.5 years, and they took in my second wife.
There you
Wow.
go.
Baby, my German mother helped raise my daughter from my second wife.
Dog, talk about the ultimate switch, man.
German
They
dad
upgraded
bought me a
that crazy.
Mercedes.
Well, shit, Mercedes over there is like a Chevy, so.
Dime a dozen, baby. Dime a dozen.
Niguez says, I would love to have Hex to Hex over here and see how he would go about things with my game. Not saying I would do what he says, but would like to know.
With your Devout Creek game, I know he's got. I saw the last video of his I watched. They have a situation, I want to say, in the north against the coast, and he needed to do some stat listing in the south. But I think he was trying to figure out what he was going to do with his situation in the north. Now, his train of thought is a lot stronger than mine is.
He's a good watch.
That means you'd be kicking the crap out of me, man.
So Hexy, I've got some Desert Storm guys in the stash. I don't know if I'll ever get to them, but I do have them.
What the hell was that noise?
It's a Harley. Down
Oh,
the
okay.
Tummy's crumbling.
I miss my Harley, man. I miss my hog.
Wild Hogs!
Great movie.
Okay, I gotta do that. Let's see. Maybe we'll try.
Man, I ordered about $40-some worth of Taco Bell. I'm good for a few hours.
Good Lord.
Wow.
How much Taco Bell?
Well, it's DoorDash, so really.
Oh,
So
sorry.
about $17.
Taco Bell?
Yeah, I ordered about
Taco Bell.
$17.
Yeah, it's double the price at DoorDash.
Oh,
It's like
geez.
$40 at Taco Bell. Would you buy half the company?
And it was a rather large girl that delivered it when she got out of her car. I thought the wind was going to knock her ass down.
Oh, Jesus.
Are y'all dealing with that wind today that we got yesterday?
Probably.
Yep. 50 to 60.
Yeah, that's what we had yesterday.
No, we got a nice South Coast breeze, nice and warm and sunny. We got no issues.
Oh, look at us. We're cool.
Andrew, I got 3 Dorito tacos still in the bag. And what looks like 2 regular ones.
Did you get what you ordered?
Oh, yeah. They've been pretty good about it lately.
Somebody got a train going, or is that me?
We have a
I think
train in the
I think
background.
Jeff, given that he just ate a bunch of Doritos Locos tacos, I think we're hearing Jeff's gut.
And I
rumbling.
apologize for any obtrusive noises that you may hear in the near future.
Oh, I don't mind the sound of trains. It reminds me back home. So
No, it's Jeff pooping himself that we're going to hear.
if I can get this squad of airborne done tonight, that'd be awesome. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but we shall see.
Well, I am currently masking.
Wait a minute now. You painting airborne for World War II or for Vietnam?
Airborne for World War II.
Alright.
My airborne for Vietnam already done.
Yeah, and take RPGs to the face real easily.
Were they 173rd Airborne or?
I have like 1 or 2 173rd. They're just a
Sorry.
conglomeration of various guys, so I can use them for various things. The ones that Chris played were Green Berets from like 64, early 64.
Right.
So some of them still had Duck Hunter camo on.
Yeah, and they, like I said, they take RPGs to the face real nice.
All right, I need to find some. I'm going to try and find some food real quick here. While this brown takes forever to dry. I don't know what it is about that concoction.
Oh my God! How could you miss that?
Miss what?
It's a layup. There wasn't even nobody on him.
Oh, you're watching NCAA?
Yeah, Florida Atlantic was up 40-33 at the half, and San Diego State closed it within 2. But now Florida Atlantic starting to deal with them again.
Who's even left?
Well, those 2, and then UConn plays University of Miami. UConn is tough.
I guess SEC is completely out of it then.
Yeah.
UConn's a good team.
Yeah.
They drove us into the ground.
I tell you what, it's the women's tournament though that I'm enjoying. Although I got to admit, there's no number ones in this one, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, Arkansas took Kansas down,
Yep.
so I was happy about that. I'm always loving to see Kansas bite the dust.
Texas beat him in the Big 12 tournament.
I'm glad. Although I'm not a Horns fan by any means.
No, you can't be. You're from Arkansas.
Amen to that. Southwest Conference and all that stuff.
Yeah. Hey, you at least you know the history.
Yeah, I know my history. My grandfather's got his name in the sidewalk in Fayetteville.
Why, did you buy a brick or some shit? Or
No, he graduated, and they're so proud of you. If you graduate college in the state of Arkansas, they carve your name in the ground.
I thought they called those gravestones in other places.
nice.
Yeah, my other grandfather's got his name in the ground too, but that's because he's underneath the stone.
My grandfather went to UT.
Gotcha.
He was a Longhorn.
All right.
Well,
I'm gonna point
Paul got an engineering degree and moved to Dallas to work for Ling Timco Vaught and went to work with a bunch of Horns and Aggies.
Here we go. You ready for this? Don't freak out.
What you got going?
Wait a minute. I'm just going to show my new. So that's 5 bookshelves of games
Nice.
over there and there. And then in the closet, there's 2 bookshelves. And then the whole top shelves are all filled with games. But my setup, I turned my room into a horseshoe. So I got my painting table here. And then I split my monster table in 2 and got this over here with Tunisia 2 on it. And then behind me, I can just spin around in my chair, and I've got Coruscant Pocket 2 set up here.
Nice.
How is Tunisia 2?
I'm not going to make a comment just yet. Oh, Tunisia 2 is good.
Okay.
And then, of course, greatest officer to ever walk the face of the earth.
Napoleon?
Well, he's
Me.
on my computer, my screensaver is Napoleon.
Okay.
I've got Jeb Stewart hanging on my wall.
I got him and TJ.
I got some abstract paintings I did hanging on my wall.
I've got a javelina.
Nice.
I got Uncle Bobby and Cousin TJ. Those came out of a bank in Virginia that my mom used to work at.
Did Uncle Remus put you to bed too?
Oh, we're not allowed to do that no more. Song of the South, can't do it.
Oh man. I guess everything's getting banned nowadays.
Can you imagine in about 50 years what like DVDs of that movie are going to be worth?
Oh, they're going to be insane.
Oh, they're already.
I was talking about the original Brer Rabbit stories, but yeah, that works too.
They took all that shit away.
Please don't throw me in the briar patch. Anything but the briar patch. I was born in the briar patch.
Andrew in there cooking. Excuse me. Butter. So now I guess I put black around the edge of my base.
That's not too bad, is it?
I don't see anything. Yeah, I do. Well, what's wrong with it? It's a white stripe.
That's pretty good
I'm
freehand.
sure you're gonna have a color.
No,
below
it's
it.
not freehand. No, it was masked.
You're gonna have a color below it, aren't you?
No, it's black.
Okay.
But I can touch it. I can touch it up easy enough.
As long as it's black, you're good.
Yeah.
Watch the rest of this basketball game. 4 minutes left. Almost 5 minutes. Close game now.
I got to do the same thing on my. I have to do the same thing on my Typhoon class. Where is my black?
Oh, that was all ball. Oh my God. They called a foul on that.
Let's see if this is. No, wait.
A buddy of mine's going
There
to
we
stop at some point and deliver some stuff, but I'll just mute myself and step out.
What you doing?
I've got a friend that's going to come over and drop off some stuff that I bought from him.
Okay.
Model stuff.
Meth.
Trauma medical, but yeah.
Trauma medical.
Yeah.
Are you an EMT?
No, but I do have some training, and I do enjoy having that stuff on hand if necessary.
Right.
So.
Because he gets fucking brained by turkeys.
Yeah, that too. No,
Heard of being henpecked before, but you're taking it to a whole new level.
yeah, I got kicked in the nuts 3 times yesterday
By a turkey?
by a turkey.
You wear a cup?
I'm about to start doing it.
He does now.
I mean, it
So-
took more than 3 times to get you to come to that conclusion?
Oh, it was 3 times from the same hen.
Well,
Well,
she got your number.
Yeah.
yeah. Apparently, that number is 2.
Well, what happened was my my kick guard had come off the chair, and I didn't realize it. And
Wait. So, okay, the first time that makes sense.
well, I'm holding her, and she goes boom, boom, boom.
Oh, rapid fire. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
Okay, that's excusable.
She was on automatic, not semi.
yeah. It was a 3-round burst, evidently, and all 3 rounds hit home.
Like
There you go.
A2s, buddy.
She
I
knows how
remember
to
the first time
fire.
I fired one of those, and I pulled that trigger, and that thing went pop, 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 and it wouldn't do no more. I was like, "What the fuck? Is it broke?"
Now, did you train with the A1s or the A2s originally?
A1s when I went in,
Okay.
and then A2s, and then along the line, once I got my sniper certification,
Right.
I also had access to, which my preferred was an M4.
Okay.
And if I was carrying a shooter, I carried an MP5 over my back.
I got you. Now, what kind of sniper systems did you have access
21.
to? Did you like them?
M14 with a scope. 21.
Right. Did you like them?
Yeah. Oh, very accurate. Wear your shoulder out if you shot too many times, but
And they seem to be heavy.
yeah. Well, yeah. It's I don't know. When you set it down, it was good balance.
Right.
I remember the first time I got to shoot a was it M19, the Barrett stuff.
Yeah.
You had to do qualification with it, and I was scared to death. I'm glad I only had to fire 5 rounds out of that son of a bitch.
Now, you said M21. Now, were you still using the Redfield 3x9 Auto Rangers on those, or had y'all upgraded scopes by then?
No, they well, I was, but you're talking in the Jesus.
I'm talking the 60s and 70s, and you're talking 80s and 90s.
No, and it always amazes me too because I don't know what they called the system during the Vietnam era, what it registered as nomenclature wise.
The XM21 at that point.
Yeah, okay. So no, we were far greater than that. I'll tell you, we didn't even have. I was getting ready to process out of the Army at Fort Drum when we finally got laser binoculars and stealth motorcycles.
Hexy, I gotta show you something. I didn't realize that you messed around with the M21. I'll be right back.
Let's see.
You ready, Hexy?
See what you got.
See if it'll focus.
Oh, there you go.
Hold on. Let me bring you up.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the lightest of things to carry.
No, I figured you'd get a kick out of that. I did a set of snipers for Desert Storm for a guy, and he didn't want that one, so I kept it.
I don't even know what the sniper system is today
And I'll make you jealous, Chris.
by the Army.
Uh-huh.
I got news for you. M21 system, that thing was accurate as hell once you got it zipped in. So
Now, did you prefer the M1A1, not the M1A1, the M16A1 or the M16A2 sights?
um,
Because I've heard a lot of debate about that.
I mean, either was fine, but if it is going to, this is going to be probably the strangest reason for preferring the A2 was the rounded front grip,
Okay.
and of course you could get shorter barrels on that stuff if you wanted to.
Right. I'm just talking about the rear sight.
But I don't remember mine being any different from my A1.
Really?
Yeah, where I had the round sight in the back
Mhm.
and the post sight in the front. I
Right.
remember, and my 0 was the same from my A1 to my A2.
Gotcha. I for some reason I thought the A2 had a lot more adjustment to it.
Oh, you mean as far as how much spin and yeah? I mean,
Yeah,
I don't remember because my setting was the same.
I got you.
So
I remember mine was six down and 2 left.
To tell you how jank my basic training was, I went in June of '89 to Fort Polk, Louisiana. I still had an M1 steel pot helmet and an M16A2 with a triangle grip.
And hair.
You mean a front handheld grip?
Yeah, no,
we didn't have those.
no, the
Oh yeah, the M16A1 was the triangle.
no. I had an A2 with a triangle grip.
But the four stock had been replaced with the triangle.
Yep.
Some armor are screwed up.
And,
I remember the first rifle that was handed to me in Germany by our armor was an original with no forward assist. And he handed it to me, and I it didn't make any difference to me. I didn't know at the time. And he said, "Oh, wait a minute, give me that back."
Yeah, that's worth quite a bit of money.
The motor pool, my second day in Germany, and we were separated from our tanks. I was in an armor battalion, and all of our 6 vehicles were in the bays, and the bay doors were closed. So I walked down to the motor pool, and I'm looking over in the corner. I see this. I couldn't tell, but there were 4 vehicles underneath a big set of tarps, and I was walking down there with one of our my squad leader at the time, and I'm like, "Are those ours?" He goes, "Yep." He said, "Those are our vehicles," and they were 4 M114s.
what?
And he was joking with me. They weren't our vehicles.
I was about to say.
They had been cast to go back, and they had gotten 113s and 901 ITVs, but they were all in the bay with the doors closed, so I hadn't seen them yet.
There's an M114 in the VFW just north of Mexico, just south of Mexico, Missouri, on US 54.
Well, I tell you, I got to drive one, and I'm going to shoot a fucking 4 or 5 foot flame out the smokestack.
I am glad to speak to somebody that knows where Mexico, Missouri is.
It's on my way to Kansas City when I go by the way of I-70.
What side of the border is it on?
It's smack dab in the middle of the state.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question.
It's in the middle of Missouri
It's north of the Rio Grande, if that's what you're asking.
by a far piece.
You're assuming that Missouri's all in the United States. That was, again,
You got to remember, guys, Hissy Cat
joke.
pretty much lives in Mexico where he's at.
Right.
My little sister worked in the hospital out there. She was married to a doctor or a cardiologist. And she told me that in the hospital out there that it was mandatory for them to take Spanish classes.
Yeah. I can see that.
in Hawaii, in Waikiki, it's mandatory to learn Japanese if you work in the what do you call it? Tourism shops.
I stayed at the Ilokai Hotel down there evaluating a scout platoon over at Schofield.
Mhm.
And our colonel, our squadron commander, decided, we're not going to stay in the base housing since Uncle Sam's paying for it. We're going down on Waikiki Beach. Of course, I had to eat at fucking McDonald's every night across the street because I couldn't afford to eat anywhere else. But
You got access to the better hookers.
Wow, who had money for that shit? But I remember looking in the hotels, and I remember after about 2 days, I remember asking the guy at the front desk, or at not the desk, like he would wave the taxi, the doorman, about how come there's so many Japanese. And he told me, he said, look, he said, there's no land or real estate or anything for Japan for people to spend their money on. So they come here.
Yep.
Kids, I'm talking young kids, teenagers over there by themselves in mass groups.
But keep in mind, one of the things that happens there is a lot of business is owned by Japanese corporations, and they bring the Japanese tourists over, and almost 80% of their money, at least, goes back into Japanese-owned businesses.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, they get some money that trickles into the local economy, but they try really hard to keep that, even though it's, Hawaii, they try to keep much of that under Japanese control as possible. Which is ironic when it's in Hawaii, in Honolulu.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, it is. Let's see. Tim D came in and says, "What's happening?" Percy says, he said, hey. Rerunning Raj.
Yeah.
Rerunning Raj. You gotta love that red beret on that fat bastard.
I love the dance too, boy.
Oh yeah. You want to see laser binoculars? Look at Hissy Cat's give a stare. Oh, Hissy's cat give a stare. Yeah, he does. These guys still seem sane. Punch Drunk is about 5 hours away. No, man, no. Punch Drunk is about 12 hours away. But when it hits about, what are you doing, Reese?
It's empty. I'm gonna go put it in the kitchen.
That's your Punch Drunk right there. It
No
started.
shit. You're gonna punch him because he needs to be drunk. Miguel says, could be a yearly segment, something to watch every Easter when they lose it. This will be a annual thing. This is the first annual. It'll be the Saturday and Sunday closest to the 1st of April as possible.
10 Commandments is on NBC or Fox right now.
Outstanding. I bring to you these 10 commandments. Another great show.
Yeah.
Love it. Painting marathon, viewing extravaganza. Now, funny thing about the word extravaganza. I'm about 13 years old. I'm living with Mom up in Kansas City. Just the two of us. And I get a hold of the Kansas City Royals schedule. The little one that you fold up and put in your pocket, right? It's about yay big. And I'm looking at all the special game days. And on July 4th, they have the July 4th, the 4th of July fireworks extravaganza. And I'm looking at it, but I know the word extravaganza. I've seen the word extravaganza, but I've never said the word out loud based off of reading the word extravaganza. So I'm looking at it, and I asked my mom, "What's an extravaganza?" She said, "What? Yeah, right here. What's an extravaganza?"
It's when you have one more Van Ganza than you need.
Another guitar player for Leonard Skinner.
Yeah. Then she says, "That's extravaganza, you dolt."
Your mom sounds like a wonderful human being.
Oh man, my mom was one of. Don't get me wrong, she had her issues. She had subscriptions. All right. She could hold a grudge.
That's my joke. I'd love to hear somebody else use it.
She could hold a grudge longer than. She's been dead since 2009, and I think she still is holding a grudge from somebody in 1977. I'm not sure, but it's possible. Anyway, but yeah, my mom was the best. Absolutely amazing. She loved when my brother or I would give her one of our painted miniatures. She would ask, how are y'all doing with your critters? So she would love seeing all of the guys that I've painted these past few years. Ninglaeus says at Percy Black, each are a much better way to spend Easter than stapling a chocolate bunny to a cross.
What? Okay.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Well, isn't he Canadian? I don't know what they do up there at that time of the year, but that sounds.
Who the hell knows? Mexico, Missouri, just south of Florida, Missouri. Possible. I'll be back again. Got to run for a bit. Okay, Tim. Take care, buddy. And then Charles says, "I don't get any TV channels. Waste of money." This is all the TV you need. Now, I do need to tell you, we're probably not going to have a Saturday show next week because I am going to be over at Donna's family's house, our daughter's house, for Easter. So we might not have a show next Saturday night. So just as a heads up, I know that ruins everybody's Easter weekend that wanted to watch us, but
Yeah, go fuck a bunny.
I had Saturday off too.
Hey, Reese, here's something good for you.
Maybe I'll have to do
Funny.
something.
I didn't know that a 223 for 10 years after I left the service.
Right.
I didn't know that a 223 was the equivalent of a 5.56 millimeter.
Well, modern gun industry would tell you that's not the case, but I've never had any problem shooting them.
I have no clue about weaponry today in the civilian market.
Yeah.
It does, unless you tell me it's a 5.56 millimeter or 7.62 millimeter, something like that.
Yeah.
It means nothing to me.
Well, my two go-to rifles, one of them is a 5.56 and the other is a 7.62 because I know I can find ammo for them.
Nothing better than shooting a 5.56 ball ammunition that can go in somebody, hit them in the shin bone, and come out their right shoulder blade.
Yep. Now, I would bet good money that your 5.56/223 probably says LC on the rim around the firing pin.
You talking about the military 5.56?
Yep,
I can't remember. It's been a long time.
because that LC stands for Lake City Ammunition Plant in the Kansas City metro area.
Yep. Except for the Russian ammo I get. Yep.
You're part of the problem, Reese.
Eh,
I kid.
it's cheap.
I was listening to Elon Musk live the other day, and he was talking about some of the early days of SpaceX. And he actually went to Russia to buy a ballistic missile because they were selling some of them. Because they were just going to throw them away. Now, obviously, it wasn't the missile. He wanted the rocket.
Why couldn't I got in on that?
Well, you could if you have $74 billion.
But it's just a funny story, and people are like, "How do you?" He goes, "Yeah, I just kind of reached out to him and said, you're going to throw those away. I might be interested in buying one or two or however many he bought." But apparently, he bought the rocket mechanisms from the Russians for some old ICBMs.
I mean, the Saturn V was basically just an ICBM with a man strapped to it.
See?
Oh, it was a little more than an ICBM
Yeah.
because
But he wanted the engine and all the bits. So
Yeah.
just kind of you don't think about stuff. That's why he's a billionaire, because we don't think about that stuff.
The kid is a mad scientist. Kid, he's older than me, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Now, I will admit I am a bit of a fanboy when it comes to Elon. I'm an entrepreneurial spirit. I start businesses. I run businesses. I've failed. I've succeeded. And I love almost everything he does, even though I don't agree with a lot of it. That's not true. I don't agree with some of it.
Well, there's a reason my best friend and I used to throw parties every time there's a SpaceX launch and we'd live stream it.
It goes along with your Russian ammo story.
Something like that.
You traveled on
Reese.
that trip with Elon. You bought ammo. He bought missiles. Got it.
So, yeah, if I could have afforded a pallet of ammo, I would have bought it and brought it back and sold it after the Russian ammo ban.
Come on.
I have a question for Reese.
Fire away.
Have you done any Russian milsim or LARPing?
No, not really into that, and I don't own any 7.62 by 39 firearms. So
Just you sound very familiar to someone to me who used to do Russian milsim. I used to be part of a group called the Rushing Russians, and you're like you're bringing back memories, but must have been a different Reese.
it probably was. So I'm only 24, so I haven't been around a ton. But
Well, we had dudes doing it as young as 16.
Wait. 24. You're not supposed to be playing war games. Your generation doesn't exist. It plays war games at that age.
I started when I was 12, so
So did I. Or 10 or 11, but yeah. No, there's a
I started writing my own sets when I was like 13 because I got tired of H.G. Wells, and frankly, the cannon wasn't as powerful as his was.
That's how I started. I bought some Airfix plastic Napoleonics and made up my own rules.
Well, I had access to Games Workshop's Lord of the Rings game, their first manual, and I read it and I was like, "There's some good stuff in here, but there's a lot of bad stuff in here." So I basically took the shooting mechanics and applied it to muskets, and left the rest.
Games Workshop didn't exist when I started playing.
Well, I didn't know it was Games Workshop. I just knew it was a Lord of the Rings battle game for 25 cents in an estate sale.
There you go. That's a deal.
And I was sniffing estate sales for old books and old saddles. So,
Was sniffing the old saddles?
yep, love that smell.
Only girls' saddles, though.
That sounds like
Have you heard that Garth Brooks song, Cowgirl Saddle?
No.
sounds like some Todd activities right there, seat sniffing and stuff.
I miss Todd.
You know, I met Todd, and he's actually a good guy.
He is a
Todd
good
No
is
matter
guy.
what you say about
You
him.
ambushed Todd one night on stream.
Todd is a fantastic guy.
Did I?
I remember somebody driving over in the middle of the night and waking
Oh, that was
him up.
McMurray.
Oh, McMurray. Okay,
Yeah, that's
sorry.
me.
That was a fun time. It seemed like. But no, I ran into Todd at the convention.
I did ambush Todd.
Yeah.
That was funny.
And Lisa still hadn't forgiven you for it.
Nah, she's fine. I saw her a few days ago.
Okay.
Lisa's
Yeah.
a wonderful woman.
I may have to bounce.
What?
Uh,
Who's bouncing?
I'm not saying I have to. I'm saying it's a possibility. There may or may not be a family emergency tonight. I'm kind of on standby. So
Well,
Oh,
Okay.
if you gotta leave,
not.
you gotta leave, buddy. No biggie.
understood. I don't know if I have to pack up and drive to Texas or if it's going to be a whole see what happens kind of thing. So
Oh man.
that's not good.
no.
Yeah, no. Going to Texas is never good. I don't know if there's actually anything ever good come out of Texas.
Hey now. Hey.
My mother came out of Texas, so let's be careful there.
Okay, so your mom's the one good thing.
My
Hey,
aunt came out of
hey,
Texas.
Hey, motherfucker.
Yes, Chris.
Jay came out of Texas.
Your brother.
Yeah?
1.5 good things. No, I'm kidding.
You know, there is one good thing that came out of Oklahoma.
Reese.
No. I-35 South.
That's funny. I spent some time in Tulsa
Oh, God. Why?
because that's where my dad moved us.
I am so sorry.
That was okay. I made some good friends. Broke my nose a few times.
really-
Broke a few noses.
I really shouldn't say anything. I lived in Mustang, Oklahoma for a year and a half, a lifetime once.
I got stabbed for the first time in Tulsa.
Shit, everybody got stabbed for the first time in Tulsa.
Yeah. She
Oh,
wasn't
just
that tall
dropped it
either.
and broke the wing off.
Oh man.
You got this. A little bit of
Yeah.
super glue.
Yep.
Be
It
good
broke
at you.
the glue point anyway. That's fine.
But yeah, I got stabbed in a science classroom in Centennial Middle School in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
What the fuck?
Yeah, crazy 4 foot tall girl with a pencil.
And then you married her.
You shouldn't have tried to
No,
get
I
her.
didn't. I made sure she got sent to the alternative school.
There you go.
I put her in a safety. I took the pencil away from her. Broke the pencil, and put her in a safety hold until the authorities got there.
Did you put her in a pile? Did you give her a pile driver?
No, I just folded her in half basically and held her in one piece.
Pile driver? I hardly know her. God, you're killing me, Reese. Come on now. Jesus. It's like it's this guy's first day here or something.
It's like my third day, so yeah.
There you go. Understandable.
You and Hissy need new comedy coaches.
Dude, he's still a little punch drunk from the turkeys.
Really though. As I said, luckily I didn't have to go in the houses today.
I got stabbed for the first time in third grade.
What was her name?
Well, I don't remember what his name was, but the girl that stuck up for me, her name was Christina Gervais. And right here, see that? That's what's left of a number 2 pencil lead.
Oh, that's funny. I have one of those on my finger.
I dug mine out, but it tore the entire side of my hand open.
And so the kid stabbed me with it. She grabbed the pencil out of his hand and then jabbed it into his thigh through his blue jeans.
Ooh, way
And
to
then
go!
snapped it off.
Was this a gang fight?
Yeah, no shit. I thought my public school was shitty. I just went to public school in St. Louis. What the fuck? Like, Jesus, excuse me. Sorry, pardon the French, but Jesus Christ, guys.
She didn't like people fucking with me. I was a nice
Apparently.
I was a nice guy. She liked hanging out with me.
Sniffing around that Christopher tree.
What happened to you, Chris?
Fuck, I don't know, dude. She up and left over the summer holiday, and her dad got transferred to the Pentagon, and
Well, now she's a
she,
covert operator.
probably.
Somebody from the CI said, "We noticed your pencil use skills," and
Yeah, she went the
Like how
way
aggressive
of
you were.
she went the way of
Jason Bourne.
The dodo bird?
no fucking Scarlett Johansson's character in Marvel.
Oh,
Black Widow.
There you go. John Longshore snuck in.
hello, John.
Hey,
Hi, buddy.
yeah.
How you doing? Welcome. When we started, we had Airfix 172nd Africa Corps played in the sandbox using cat turds as fortifications.
I had some Africa core too. That's why I have a fond place in my heart for Africa core because I had probably that same set.
Pretty good, John. Nguyen says pretty good, John. Neat to know that when I wake up, this will still be on. You're pretty up late, no?
John's awesome.
Percy. Oh yeah, Sandpile Gaming. Did a lot of that. Nguyen, Hezekiah, it was just scar tissue around the wing from a past encounter when it kicked the shit out of some adventurers.
There you go.
How to talk about where you're gluing the wing back in?
Oh,
That's how you explain the extra glue. Percy, shanked with a number 2. Yes, I was. Nguyen says, glad I use zebra pencils. I have no fucking clue what zebra pencils are. That must
They
be a
were
Canadian
like
thing.
like lead.
Oh, white. Okay. Bunkhouse
No, they're
games.
not.
My dad,
Jesus.
my dad had a piece of pencil lead stuck in his wrist from when he was a kid. He told a classmate to toss him a freshly sharpened pencil and caught it wrong.
I'd say he didn't catch it.
I was going to say being impaled is not normally called catching.
That's like saying, yeah, he caught my arrow with his
In the
chest.
knee. Yeah.
I was an adventurer once too until I got shot. I took a knee in the air. Took a knee in the arrow. I took an arrow in the knee.
Well, if you're going to tell jokes, you got to, delivery's important.
Well, okay, you're one to tell them how to tell jokes.
Right? That's what makes it funny.
So you know what is most important about telling jokes, about comedy? Timing.
Gotcha.
Come on, people, this is funny shit.
It's shit.
Yes.
Okay, I broke 2 bits off. The wing will go back on. This other bit's going to be fiddly forever now.
Just the 6 of
It's
us.
a question of do I pin it or not. It's not structural, but
Andrew, I sent you some dirty pictures.
You sent me some dirty pictures?
okay. So here's where we're at so far.
I'm about to have to
He
leave
didn't
again.
fall to his death. He just had a bad allergic reaction to concrete. Yeah, it's not the fall that kills you. It's the sudden stop at the end.
You know, that's true. I used to do a lot of rock climbing, and I fell all the time.
I was thinking something different when everyone mentioned stabbings, but then everyone went on about pencils. Well, no, Maurice legitimately, got stabbed. He got shanked in the showers by a turkey.
No, that's what I'm not going to. Well, I guess it will. That's what that big line across there that's still healing is.
Jesus
was the
Christ,
turkey
dude.
bite.
I fucking shot in the wrist, and that shit looks worse than that. That's all that's left of me right there, little dot.
Hey, Nut Jay, explode me real quick so I can show off my little monster man. See what you guys think.
All right, wait one.
Thank you, boss.
Let me find my cursor. Here we
Take my
go.
wife, please.
I will say I've got the most scars on my body from barbed wire from anything else.
Oh
You gotta
yeah,
jump higher, Reese. You got to jump higher.
it's looking good, dude. I'm liking it.
Ooh, excuse
I'm
me.
liking it a lot.
I just dry brush the rocks. I could do much more, but I'm like almost. I'm gonna wait till I get that the speed
So,
paints and
Which end is the front end and which end is the back end? Is
Of
that
this?
a pusher or a grabber?
He's a grabber.
Okay, cool. That makes a lot of sense. I didn't know if it was like a squid jet or if it was like a mouth.
No, that's a mouth.
I keep waiting for
That-
Kevin Bacon.
that's coming at you.
Keep waiting for Kevin Bacon to show up.
No, that's
coming at
well, that's a model of Jeff's third wife right there.
Gotcha.
you.
No, third wife was good. That would be more like the second right there.
Oh, okay. John Longshore says live in Michigan. It's 8:30 p.m. So yeah, not too late for Mr. Longshore. Nangoya says honey badgers always go for the balls. Yeah.
Yep.
My friend and his brother introduced me to a special version of darts. One person held the dart board, another one throws the dart way up in the air, and you had to catch the dart with the board. Okay.
Oh, that's actually fun.
I always thought you lived in England. I even have you in an English accent. It's more Michigander.
Oh, John Longshore?
Yeah.
Do you remember
Yeah,
lawn darts?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
Jarts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they can't sell that anymore, right? You sit there and just play.
No,
a game
because-
back
Because assholes like you used to throw them up in the air and try to catch them with your brother.
Mike, what do you got there? Mike, put that magazine cover in the camera. What is that?
Eastern Front. What do
Day
you
by
got there?
day? Oh my God, dude. Got maps in it?
Yep.
Hey, what's the name on the front of that?
Author?
Okay.
Steve Crawford.
No relation.
Oh, okay. I was about to say,
You think my people are educated enough to write something like that?
Yeah, why not?
Arkansas has an east front, doesn't it?
Yeah, we call that Mississippi.
Mm.
I'd rather be in Russia.
Well, you know what the most common phrase in Arkansas is, right?
No.
What's that?
Thank God for Mississippi.
It's
Right.
Oh, I thought you said. I thought it was going to be. Isn't that your sister? That's your wife?
No.
No, dude, that's Alabama and
That's Mississippi.
And up here.
Tastes, from East
What's the other one? Hold on. Mongol warrior European knight. And what are these? So you use these probably to paint with, don't you? Well, the one on the left, anyhow.
all sorts of reference materials for game design purposes and minis and whatever. I'm addicted to collecting everything, you know. So
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
I wouldn't know anything about that, Mike.
You do a tour of your garage one day when you're going out of boxes. All right, let's base some more stuff.
I'm at a lull here. I really don't like just gluing that. I feel like I need to pin that wing. I'm lazy.
My ADHD is kicking in, and I don't want to paint, but I need to paint.
Base.
You know, that's a good idea. It's a really solid idea.
All right, I'm going to base these guys.
That or scratch build some terrain. That always works for me.
There you
Yeah.
go. That's not a bad idea.
I'm working on some scratch built bocage. I should probably finish that.
Get some of that bokage going.
Bokage.
Bocage.
Some bokage.
Well, I found some in my scale on eBay, but it was made by, I don't remember who it was made by. But it was like a full set for like $600. It's a collector's item now. I'm like, yeah, no, thank you. I can scratch build some.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no shit.
Well, that's the thing is like I run into all these things that are like actual like collector's models.
Oh, this guy's part of a mortar team. It's got to be. Or those binoculars in his hand. Those binoculars you're holding, or are you just happy to see me? Jack is so fucking funny.
Yeah, real funny.
Hey, I'm still here.
Yeah, I haven't kicked you off yet.
Yeah, yeah.
That looks fun.
Okay, what are we doing
Is it-
now?
Okay, it's a game.
VUCA simulations,
All just a game to you.
Kursk.
I
Did
need
you
to
say
get. I
Lucas
need to
Simulation
contact-
Kursk?
Okay, I need advice again, McMurray.
What's up?
I've got guys in the original, was it the 42 jump uniform?
Yep.
And I've got guys in the 43 jump uniform.
Okay.
I'm thinking about just painting the 43 uniforms tan too, just to have a uniform like look to them.
That's what I'd do.
Would you tell me, McMurray, what they jump into D-Day with and what they jump into Market Garden with?
Whatever the fuck they had.
No, what? No, that's you know what? That's a cop out, motherfucker.
I know. So 101st jumped into D-Day with the khaki or with the tan.
Right.
82nd jumped in the OD.
And on D-Day?
Yes, the 82nd jumped in green. The 101st jumped in tan.
So you're telling me I've painted all these figures wrong. Okay. Dry and repaint.
Oh shit! Fuck. Thanks, Jeff. Now you made Reese feel bad.
That's okay. I've got some of them that I know are in the early uniform because of the patches on them. So I'll keep those in tan, but the rest of the guys I'll go OD with.
Again, that's my point though. Is that sit that green out in the sun for a day or so, and then sweating it and tell me what color it is.
Hot diggity.
Right. So what did they jump into Sicily in though?
Should be tan.
Okay, that's what I thought. So that's why I would like to go tan
Well, there you
because
go.
most of my stuff is Italian theater anyway. So I'm just gonna do it all tan and call it.
Please.
And if somebody complains, I'll say build a better army.
Yeah, I was about to say, tell them to paint their own shit.
Yeah.
Jeff.
I will say though, I had a pretty good crew playing my game at the convention. Nobody really complained about stuff. There was one guy that said that the RPG gunner had too much ammo and that wouldn't have been historically accurate. And I was like, well, this camp never existed anyway, so whatever.
The RPG gunner had too much ammo that wasn't. What do you mean he had too much ammo?
Like he said, he should have only had 3 rockets, and the guy shot like 5 times.
Well, 1 in the tube and 3 on his back. Little BC guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
1 in the
not only
tube
that,
and 3 on
he's
his
not-
back.
He's
I
not
said-
carrying it
I
around
said,
with webbing.
this is Fistful of Lead. If you want something that's like super historically accurate, don't play Fistful of Lead.
That sounds like the HD Battleground guy or whatever. But, dude, to be honest with you, that's as simple as pointing out that, dude, he's not carrying it in webbing. He's got a burlap sack on his back.
Well, not only that, he's probably got a little guy holding another sack running around with him.
Mike, what game is he talking about from VUCA? Is this been released?
I saw a video from Zilla on that. It looked
Yeah, I know, but
interesting.
is the game released?
Oh yeah,
Fuck. I need to email them.
it's shipping out of Dallas. That's where VUCA has their distributor in the U.S. So it came
Yeah.
pretty quick.
I need to
Or
send
this
them
is
an
a
email.
few days ago.
I gotta wait till after graduation before I buy many new games.
Who's
Are you-
right
are
now
you
and
about to
clanking
graduate
their
from history?
shit everywhere?
There's a lot
What?
of controversy.
Who's eating right now and clanking their shit everywhere?
That's me,
Huh.
Well, stop clanking your shit everywhere. Were you raised in a barn?
dude.
There's
The
controversy.
I know
entire,
Mama
state of,
Arnold-
the entire state of Texas is a barn, motherfucker.
I know Mama Arnold raised you better than that, though. Jay told me.
No, it's funny coming from fucking Andrew.
Listen here, circular saw.
I wasn't gonna say a word.
Okay, here we go. All right, so most of you scrubs, it doesn't mean anything to, but for the rest of y'all. All right, Mike, what's the biggest monster hex encounter game you got?
War in Europe, SPI 9, 12 by 22 by 34 maps.
Yeah, I love. I got mine sitting back. I finally finished clipping everything in that son of a bitch. But my original flat tray, I still have all the covers, but I had to take them out. The flat trays were destroyed.
Hey, I got DAC too.
Yeah, that one's 5 maps across the top.
Yep.
We're talking.
I've
22
actually
maps.
got to build myself some gaming tables so I can get it up on my channel.
Yeah, SPI and War Europe definitely. Well, if I remember
11
right,
maps.
that even has more maps, or about the same as if you put all the EFS games together.
Which game is that?
All the East Front system games,
Oh, okay.
which I love.
I think I need to
Didn't
relook.
you say you have a lot of those? Sorry to interrupt you, Mike. Didn't you say you have a lot of those? Was it? What's the system? OCS?
I have all of that. I have all of those. Well, I mean, I don't have no, I do have them all now.
You got
Yeah, I
Case
was gonna
Blue,
say, I
don't
think you have
you?
all of them, buddy.
You're making me
I
hungry.
think I'm sending Todd one of them.
I was about to say, what's the biggest monster game you've played that you own?
Oh, ooh. Well,
War in Europe.
table here, I can only do 4 mappers.
I'm proud of you, Mike. I'm mainly saying that to mess with Jeff.
Mine would be Stratego.
Yeah, that's a good question, there, Murray.
Mine would be
What'd you say?
Axis
Like,
and
what was the
Allies
biggest one you
Global.
played, Mike? On the table, what's the biggest one you played?
We had to play it on a wall using a sticky tack kneaded rubber eraser, the old gray stuff.
Oh, yeah.
The biggest thing on a table that I've ever played.
See, mine would have been multiple 4-mappers. Like the first biggest one I played that was a 4-mapper was SPI's Vocht am Rhein.
That's a
But
big
that's
game.
where I have that today. I love that game.
That's a big game.
This course on Pocket here, Jack Rady, I was reading his stuff, and he got his influence to do this game from that game, Vocht am Rhein.
I mean, I realize it's not.
Boudica, nice.
There's certainly more
Sexy
monstrous
back
games, but I think
ATO makes some good games. People aren't aware of it. Winter Gefreiter, whatever it's called. Their trays suck, but that's not the same Death Ride.
Mars Latour.
Yeah, that's not the same Death Rides like the Death Ride
Well,
Curse, Death Ride.
I don't know. I don't think so, but it's possible that because they had a La Bataille series game in La Bataille Vuchamps that was
Right.
like a little tiny version of a La Bataille game. So maybe they had a Death Ride one made just for the magazine.
So Todd had one that he sent to Big Board. Big Board sent it back to Todd. Todd sent it to me, and then I sent it back to Big Board. I tried to play it. It didn't. No. I'll admit that was the first game. Well, since I've only been back almost 3 years now, and that's the first one that I set up, looked at the rules, and said no fucking way, and put it away.
Which one?
Death Ride. It's one in Italy. It was the one in Italy. Death Ride Salerno. Is that it? Yeah. And Kev was looking to collect them all again before they did their St. Louis thing last year, so I sent it back to him. Just couldn't get into it.
So Ninguea wants to know about has anyone used a little hand drill, not an electric hand drill?
Yeah.
Advice?
I'm using one
Yeah.
as we speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you want to do, bud.
I got two of them, and like I said, I got all these bits
Like
on Amazon for $15-20.
Yeah.
one of the best little things you can do for conversions and base work and everything else.
I have a Dremel,
I have a Dremel as well.
but it never comes out of the box. It's still sitting in the closet.
I'm about to say I switched to dremeling.
Hey, Reese,
Yes, sir.
how long a drive would it be from where you are to West Virginia? Can't be that bad.
Oh no, that's quite a drive.
Jeff, he's farther west than I am.
What town in West Virginia?
Falling
I'm
water.
up in the Eastern Panhandle. I'm about an hour west of D.C.
Okay.
Yeah,
right up
Jeff, he's
81.
farther west than I am, buddy.
Let's go Bentonville, Arkansas.
To like
He's
Martinsburg.
probably looking at
I drove
14
over 1,000 miles
hours.
last week.
Bentonville, Arkansas. Directions to Falling Waters.
I'm guessing that's a 20-hour drive.
No, it's not going to be that long.
Well, it's 6 hours to Johnson City, Tennessee. So
It is going to be. Stay on target. Stay on target. 16 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh, buddy, I said 14 to 16. I'm calling that one as a win.
Reeve.
So what? Okay, so what'll happen, Reese, is you will go drive up to Joplin
Okay.
and catch 44. Meet up with McMurray, Todd, and me in St. Louis, and we'll just cruise on over.
Okay.
Spend a couple days at Gettysburg, a day at Antietam, and then off you go.
Yeah,
Are we going to roll up
celebrating
Interstate 44
victories.
like a rocket sled on rails?
Yes.
Yeah, buddy.
Sorry.
Y'all don't get it.
We'll tear out the
I
Swindle
came up
Speeds
with the
and-
idea.
Leave them sit
And-
on the scales.
I've been excited about it ever since.
I might be
We
able
all
to
like
work
CW
out.
McCall.
Joplin's not too far, and then 44 is a straight shot. So
Because we'll pick up I-70 and you'd pick up I-70 in St. Louis. And
I've made that drive.
And just take I-70 all the way to. I mean, you're what, like 5 minutes off of I-70? There, Hexy.
Yeah, 70's Freedom Highway. So yeah, maybe 15 minutes down to the apartment.
Yeah, because that 70 is into is it Hagerstown or Hagerstown?
Right into Hagerstown and go straight on across where you can split off and go into DC or Baltimore.
Yeah.
I've got a nice wool-lined raincoat. As long as you give me a hard piece of floor, I can sleep just about anywhere with that.
Well, I got 2 couches in the living room and plenty of floor space. So,
You
Todd
got a
and I'll share a couch.
you got a bathtub?
yeah, but I pee in there.
Oh, never mind.
He said it's a raincoat.
Right.
That's for
He did
over
it,
me,
yeah.
not under me.
I'm a bachelor, remember?
Miguel says he might get suspended without pay. We'll
What did
find
you
out
do?
next week.
Who?
Miguel.
Oh, man.
He says, my most complicated game I think I own is the Cossacks Are Coming. And
Complicated
then
game, okay.
August von Mackinson had a wonderful Death Ride skull hat.
Yeah, no shit.
Okay,
he-
guys. I got to deal with this dog. I'm going to mute myself. I'll be right back.
All right. I so wish I could get to Kansas City by the end of the year. Hey man, if that happens, let us know because I'm a 3.5 hour driver from Kansas City. I'll drive there and meet you.
Correct.
Telemachus is I'm back. Don't anyone get up on my account. Fair.
Good to see you back, Telemachus.
Yeah, thanks, sir. And then Nguyen says I can sleep standing up until I fall down and hit the floor.
Yeah, then I usually wake up.
We'll strap you in.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you where the straps are going to come from, but
You don't want to know.
What's more terrifying is where they're going to go.
Hey-o.
you look like a gladiator when we're done. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, a drag queen gladiator.
Jeff loves gladiator movies.
Do you like gladiator movies, Bobby?
Those locker rooms.
Okay, need the gray.
All right. What color should I paint up this little guy?
I don't know. All I'm saying is if you guys come out here and you
White
let me
and
take
blue.
you to Gettysburg, you'll have the best time of your life.
White and blue.
I've
That
already
sounds
got
like a
I've
fun
already got a
trip,
white and blue
actually.
R2D2.
Then white and red.
Oh, very good. There you go.
Jeff, anytime spent with you will be the best time of my life, buddy.
Now I've had the time of my life.
Never seen us way before.
Oh my god.
Just like you, Jeffy.
Mingwei says, then we go to the National World War I Museum and Memorial and do a duo video as the only reason why I want to go to Kansas City is for that museum. Hey, it is a great museum.
Andrew and Todd were just there, I believe, weren't they?
We were there a couple summers ago for the Rockies War Room crossover weekend.
Yeah.
I thought you just went here recently.
No, we were in Kansas City. We didn't go to the museum though.
It's really, I don't want to say it's a lot of fun because, well, it's about World War One, but it is very interesting.
So why is that museum in Kansas City? Just central
Because-
US?
Well, that's where the
Oh.
Liberty Memorial is, which is the only National World War One memorial. That's where it's located.
Because
I just drove by one
Just drove by what?
on Highway 5 going through Central California.
Uh-huh.
There's a little gas pull-off area, not very big, and they've got a huge World War I monument. Memorial.
no, it's not that it's the only one. Like there's Vietnam.
No,
War
I know.
monuments,
I'm
too.
just saying that's just out of the nowhere.
Yeah. Oh, you're just saying like out in the middle of nowhere, there's one for World War One for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
Telemachus, where are you at? Chuck, Mighty Endeavor, 2.5 maps. Yeah, but Chuck, I think if you gut all the table space that you've created here recently, you could put a 4-mapper up.
I had to go to the garage, and I'm really excited to play another game in the garage with Todd this summer. It's about warm enough. I'm going to just tell him to start bringing games over.
We're
What-
getting close.
What was the one we were talking about y'all were supposed to play?
We were good at thinking about the Mighty Endeavor. We were thinking about playing the Victory Series. We were talking about
Telemachus, the weekend from July 14th, 15th, no. Well, whatever that, I don't know, right there, that weekend all the way through the following weekend, the great battles of the American Civil War and the great campaigns of the American Civil War people going to be in Gettysburg at a hotel. And I went up there a couple of years ago, just the GBACW guys, but now the GCW guys coming this year. And tour guide Phil, he's one of the guys in the Shenandoah test play group with me for the Wilderness game. He's going to take guys on tours up there, but I'm going to go up. I got that whole week off, and I'm going to go up, I don't know, a day or two. I want to meet Stigler. He's coming into town from out in Seattle or Portland, wherever he's from. I'm looking forward to. I'm kind of excited about it. Even just to meet Stigler. I need to talk to Dick Whitaker again, though, too. So see where things are going. 4x6. So yes, you could put maps are 22 by 34. You could do a 4-mapper.
So apparently, Warmutt lied to us.
Not back, is he?
No, he's not.
Because McMurray's kicking his ass.
That's right. He's scared.
He's scared. He's
Well,
scared.
You see my name. There is no contest anymore. So
I love it. Love it.
He's scared. That's understandable, though.
Hey, any update on that San Diego game?
oh wait a minute. Oh, shit, they just went to a commercial.
Hey, McMurray, can I tickle your brain again?
Yeah.
Is there any chance there was anybody that jumped across the Rhine at Operation Varsity in khaki?
Probably.
Okay. Sorry, I just.
No, you're good. I mean, see, and that's always the thing, right? Like, there's probably somebody jumping in old shit. There's probably somebody. There's guys landing at D-Day still carrying 1917 rifles. Like, it happens.
Right, and I've got a Ranger sniper with an M1C that he shouldn't have until 45, but I've got him in the D-Day landing colors too. So
Whatever, man. That's all good.
God damn it. Damn it.
Don't matter. I'm sure Forrest Guth jumped up a couple M1Cs at Bastogne. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Who?
Forrest Guth, guy in the Easy Company 506, or I think he was Dog Company 506. Yeah. He was renowned for tinkering with M1s, putting a full auto and nonsense.
was he the one that figured out how to put a BAR mag in one?
Yes. Which then the Italians did and called the BM-59. But yeah.
Those are slick rifles. I saw a picture one time. I've never been able to find it before. It was a BAR mag fed Springfield in the winter of 44-45.
That wouldn't surprise me. What's really cool is that's not the first time there's been an extended mag on a Springfield. The
No, the Air
device-
Service Springfield.
Yeah, the Peterson device.
Well, yeah, but I was talking about the 30-06 Air Service that was basically a sporterized with a 20-round magazine.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm talking about with a Peterson device to make it semi or full auto.
Was it like in 32 ACP or something?
No, it was in 30-06.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a World War I conversion to try and make them applicable for like you're talking about.
See, but I thought the Pedersen
Aircraft.
device, you could shoot it with 30-06, but then you flipped a switch and put the Pedersen device in it, and it changed it to a pistol caliber.
Did you say 50 caliber?
No, pistol caliber, like 32
Oh.
ACP or something.
I'm not sure. I don't know. To be honest with you, there's about 2 or 3 originals left, and the rest of them are all.
San Diego State won it. Chris,
Gucci
or
up.
did
Okay, thanks. People are going to be happy around here.
they must have came back.
I don't mean to keep asking all these questions and boring people, but
I'd say it's about the most topical thing we've had so far, so I wouldn't feel bad about it.
probably.
Yeah, ask away, man.
So, yeah, after I finish putting the khaki base coat on these, I'm probably
I
going
mean,
to.
it's that or chili with beans conversation again.
I'm probably going to start rebasing some stuff. So, because the old poster board bases that I've cut and used for years are showing their age and also not quite gaming convention standard. So, Charlie, don't you dare throw up.
That
Okay.
is the
Good thing you
quickest
don't have a
way.
cat.
That's the quickest way to draw me out of a dead fucking sleep.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Hairball.
That's fucking disgusting. You guys need Jesus.
Charlie and I will go for a walk or go for a run. He goes and drinks a ton of water and then throws up all over the living room.
Well, that sounds like a runner.
Okay, what's next? What's next? Let's pin this guy back, his arm back on.
Jeff, are you there?
Oh, I need a
Lexi.
He may be in the bathroom.
It's not important.
Jeff flipped past the History Channel, saw a picture of Pretty Ricky, and had to take a moment. He'll be back shortly.
So I went over to Compass Games website last night or the other day just to look because I was thinking about buying Third World War, but I'm not paying $199.
Which website?
Third World Compass Games. Everything they got is over $100. And granted, their games are decent quality. Their rule books are some of the worst in the business, but I don't really have too many issues with them. But I only own about how many Compass Games do I own?
About
1,
12,
2,
13 of them?
4, 5, 6, 7. I own 7, 8 Compass Games.
I was far closer than I thought I was going to be.
Hissy, not Hissy. McMurray, I was afraid that you were going to undershoot it.
Yeah, well, that's always a reasonable concern when you're talking about Mr. 350 games over here.
Good night.
Yep.
I
And
can't,
good morning.
I can't say anything. I'm swimming in 54 millimeter figures.
Dog, I just based 147 fucking or 142 28s.
Yeah, but you could probably put those in a shoebox.
2 carrying cases. No, it was 2 cases worth.
Yeah, you can close it.
Yeah, my cases carry about 30 guys, and that's about it.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm using these. I really like these 12 by 12
Project boxes.
Yeah, they're awesome because I can put with 12 by 12, depending on how I have them packed in there, some of these 28s I can get 100 and something in there.
So I was buying like Plano tackle box inserts at Bass Pro, and they discontinued that particular size.
Yep.
Well, I was at Hobby Lobby, and for some reason I was in the sewing section, and I found the same exact box made by the same people with a different color latch for half the price.
Yep.
So these are. Hang on, just a sec.
You know what the pink tax is?
What's that?
There are items that are sold to women because they know they're going to buy them and they mark them up. And the same thing that guys will buy, they don't because they market it towards women. In your case, you got the pink tax running through a Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah.
It's the same with hobby shit. You buy hobby clippers and they're $20. You buy normal person clippers and it's the same damn thing, but it's $4.
But yeah, I need to rebase some of these guys.
Turn that thing up sideways so I can see how thick it is, that box.
Well, let me put the lid back on it.
Yeah,
I got these 2 things for $5 for the 2 of them. They're the best damn hobby clippers I've ever had because they're not hobby clippers.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Reese.
No problem.
So
they work really well for 54s. They're just tall enough, and the bases on them fit right in the holes.
It's in the hole.
It's always good when things fit in the hole.
Well, my bonus is dependent on things fitting in the hole. So,
Oh wow, you should really find that. Sounds like a really toxic work environment, Reese.
That sounds like a T-shirt.
well, I'll put it this way: if I'm above 92% fertility, I get a bonus. If I'm above 95% fertility, I get an even bigger bonus. And if I manage 97 or higher, I get an even bigger bonus.
You really need to find a place where you don't have to inseminate turkeys.
Oh, it's okay. I actually don't mind it. It's actually a pretty tough job.
Hey, he worked there 3 weeks before his boss caught him actually poking the
Yeah.
turkey trying to
I gotta say,
impregnate
he
him.
was there for a month and a half before he started getting paid. Yeah.
Well, my passion is feeding people, and this is just another cog in the system of doing that. So I've got purpose, and I love it. So
There you go.
Look at me, I'm Reese, and I'm going to turn it into something wholesome when Jeff and McMurray tried to make it dirty. Fine.
well, don't worry, I make it dirty all the time too.
Yeah, it's because with turkeys, there's only one hole, so it's dirty all the time.
Looking mighty good in
That's
them tail-
debatable.
Looking mighty good in them tail feathers.
I won't go into all the specifics of how it's done, but
Hey, cloaca is a cloaca, no matter how you spell it.
hey, you put pressure on it, and all of a sudden there's 2 more holes that pop out of it.
I don't
yeah,
think anyone here
but
knows how to spell that, or I don't think anyone here wants to know what the fuck you're talking about. What?
A cloaca?
No, we're done. All right, so I'm gonna give you a little water in this here little dropper bottle because you guys are talking about nutting and turkeys and stuff, and I don't need to be a part of that. I don't need to be a party to that conversation. You guys have enough of a party there.
Wow, that's the first time I've seen him shy away from a topic.
Well, let's just say the slang term in the industry for my job position is a CTF,
A controlled turkey fucker?
a certified turkey. Yep.
Mike's looking at us like, what the fuck?
Hey, it could be worse. I work on the hen side. My buddy who's on the Tom side, the CTJ, certified turkey
jerker.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Tell me you got one that's called a CTF. Oh no, you do. Certified turkey fluffer.
I thought we were done with this.
Sorry,
We're
bud.
waiting for you to come back to finish.
I've heard that before.
That's what she said.
Wow, I walked into that one.
Christ on a bike. Okay.
This is going to be a very wholesome night.
Brings on the whole new term of
Timing, Chris, timing.
yeah, I lost it. Never mind.
Certified turkey.
No, I lost what I was gonna say, so never mind.
Whatever it is, it's dead and it needs to stay there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So McMurray,
Yes.
TOE of airborne doesn't include BARs. How prevalent were they actually?
I've seen a lot more evidence for 1919s than BARs.
Okay.
But as always, I would assume you can justify people borrowing, or stealing anything and everything, especially when they're in an airborne outfit.
Right.
Because you also see, squads jumping in with 3 or 4 Thompsons. So
Right. I've got a guy with a BAR belt, and I was like, I better give him a BAR, but
Let's see here. Let's take a look at.
you can also usually justify any amount of equipment as, hey, they're using these for some such or whatever else.
okay. I
So,
think we may
okay.
have offended some of your viewers, Chris.
It's also nice because in your scale, you can actually see, okay, this guy's got a BAR belt.
Right, and I can take it off and put another belt on him too if I need to.
If,
They're all
if,
like different pieces.
if they were offended, I still have 11 viewers. So
Maybe we just have the wrong type of viewers.
right, Telemachus is 2.5 hours north of Gettysburg.
Charlie,
measuring
put that
miles
tire down.
To 20 kilometers per hex. I'm going to say good luck putting up the grand champion for Der Weltkrieg. Well, thanks, Mike. Same as the Weltkrieg, so perhaps operational in scope. Same for the World War One Empires and Alliances. I wish I could be converted to digital format and never have to sleep again. So if Empires and Alliances, yep, should have video. Serbia gone pretty quickly. Holy smokes, Charles! What implications does that have? The Central Powers have one of their dreams come true: a rail line from Berlin to Baghdad. Damn, I want to poke around the game den. 300. Charles has 312 games, including miniatures, rule sets.
Oh, well, we're not counting miniatures rule sets, Charles, because then I'd be a lot closer to Jeff than I ever want to admit.
Right. Miguel at Charles Latour, at the rate you go, perhaps investing a shovel and digging to make room. Bunkhouse says, "Oh my!" I'm sure he was referring to CTS. Telemachus gave us a turkey emoji. Miguel says, "Christ on a bike." Cool. We say Christ on a crutch. I say Christ on a crutch all the time. The old chestnut's with us says Christ on a cracker.
Yep.
I was going to have a turkey sandwich, but not now, from Charles.
Yeah. Can't blame you, Charles.
Oh, gotta love you, Charles. I think
I don't think I'm
somewhere
ever
there
for
might be
rugby
people
again.
saying Christ on a turkey. Hey, as long as they don't say Christ in a turkey, we're all good.
Yeah, I
E-
think.
E platypus unum. I think that may be a new viewer. It's turkey time.
E platypus unum. That's awesome.
Yep.
E platypus, do I know you?
What the fuck? Oh, I mean, probably.
In
Maybe.
the
who knows?
biblical sense?
He only knows his wife and turkeys in the biblical sense.
Amen.
Yeah. I was really hoping you were going to dispute that one, but all right, cool.
Stop.
What,
Dude,
the-
when he's a CTF.
Yeah,
Turkey.
he's certified.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot it. You're a professional turkey jerker.
No.
No,
No,
his
that's
buddy
my
is.
buddy. I don't do the toms.
Oh,
See, you walked away and you lost all this important information that we
that's
all
okay.
know.
It can remain lost. It'll be like, the Mayan language. It can stay lost. That's fine. We're fine with that.
That's the thing about finding an ancient language. I'm afraid somebody's going to say something wrong and like open up a portal to hell or something.
Stop. Turkey time.
We've all been.
Dun, dun, dun,
We're all
dun, dun.
planning to go to West Virginia, so
Bunkhouse, I'm wondering if I should go watch the Bob Ross live stream that's going right now. Less turkey knowledge over there.
I mean, you'd probably be safer. Are you talking about Bob Ross? Or you talking about Jimmy?
And then Inglés says, "Can you be a CTS?" I think that's a Cadillac.
ETS, isn't it?
I think it's CTS, Cadillac CTS.
Jeff, you're thinking of DTF.
Thinking of DG.
And that's enough tan for right now.
Are you
Where
tanned
is
out?
Brian? I'm gonna get all these damn Ewoks finished, and he's not even gonna be here.
He's running scared.
You crushed him. You crushed his emotions.
I think I'm going to put together these Rangers I've already painted.
Do it.
Do it.
Wait a minute. You painted them before you glued them all together?
Yeah, since they're that big, you paint them on a sprue sometimes.
Sometimes. I've been experimenting with different ways. I painted these about a year ago and just never
Right.
got around to put them together.
I wish I would have kept some of my 35s. I did keep that Panzer 2 I've got in the box back there with the crew.
Yeah.
One day I'll mess with that.
You know, if you had extra 35s, I might buy them off of you.
Oh,
They need to
goddamn, I
send
wish
you a
would-
bucket
wish I
of
would have called that
35.
one 2 weeks ago. I have a
Mhm.
couple model kits back there.
Now, I can't do it from you this year because I made a solemn oath not to buy any more miniatures this year.
Dude, I wouldn't. You get them
Reese,
for
it's
free. I
fucking
wouldn't.
April. Are you crazy?
No. I did that in December, and I've so far, besides the convention, which we all made an exception for, I've upheld that.
You
Okay.
wouldn't pay me. You wouldn't pay me for these. Not a chance. Ain't like it's that much.
Oh, you might be surprised. Some of those old kits go for a little chunk of change.
Well, if you get them and you sell them, then split it with me.
Sounds good, but I'm not selling anything. My stash is huge.
Yeah, see, I got ready to throw that Panzer kit, that Panzer 2 kit in the trash. I was like, nah, I can't do that. Uncle Eric would be mad at me.
Well, let's see. I'm just going
Yeah,
to count.
Panzer IIs were his most dependable tank.
I'm not going to count figure kits. I'm just going to count airplane and tank kits that I can see right now. I've got a T-34, a Spitfire, 2 Phantoms, an F9F Panther, 2 Jeeps, an M3 Grant, a Panther, a Churchill, a King Tiger, 2 Shermans, a Pershing, an F8 with like the Vietnam jet, a couple of Hueys, an F-18, an LCVP, a couple of Mustangs, a P-80 Shooting Star. Yeah, I've got plenty to build.
Well, Reese, bring an empty car to March to Victory next year.
Sounds good.
I just got back into model building, so yeah.
Well, I'm not going to bring an empty car to March to Victory because I'm going to bring a car full of stuff to sell and then bring a car full back, which
Yeah,
is
there you
what I ended up doing.
Just tell your wife nothing's sold, and you're just bringing back the same stuff.
No, she doesn't mind as long as I sell some stuff.
Oh, there you go,
And-
jackpot.
And she's not the one saying I can't buy anymore. I just looked at my stash and went, I need to chew through some of this before I buy more.
Well, yeah, and I try to do that myself with the games that I have, but I've actually reached a phase now where there's really nothing out there glaring me in the face other than a couple pre-orders.
Well, yeah, but you said that, and then you're like, but maybe
I
I'll get
know.
into area control games.
I know. But that's because I had a discount to use.
I know.
That's the way they get you. But
I think I'm going to cancel my Battle for Normandy pre-order because I have it's literally just a remake, a reprint, and I have the full from the original. So
Oh shoot!
That's right.
You got it, Hissy.
Well, I just shattered my trophy for March to Victory.
Oh, that was Reese. Well, that's all right. It's 31st, and you can glue it back together.
Oh yeah, it's not too bad.
you'll win it again next year.
He now looks like my Uncle Ray. I'll just glue it back together. It looks like the seam will fit. Sorry,
I
that
was
was
going to
bad
say glue it
carefully
back
detailed.
together, all disjointed and stuff,
No, I wouldn't do that.
and then send a picture and be like, "Steve messed up my trophy."
Well, Steve actually carried my trophy to the car and offered to give me his if he dropped it.
Oh no,
So
I got you.
I wouldn't be that mean to Steve.
You should, but that's okay.
No.
Why you gotta be mean to Steve?
Steve's a wonderful individual.
I like him a lot.
Same. That's why I mess with him so much.
He seemed a little standoffish at first, but he seems like a really good guy.
No,
Steve's-
yeah. Once you get to know Steve, he is the bee's knees.
The
as-
Steve
as the
Areno,
kids
if you're
say.
not big on the brevity thing, is a wonderful individual, which is part of why I give him trouble all the time.
Well, I'm not going to find all the pieces, but I'll put it back together.
It isn't Humpty Dumpty. You'll be just fine.
Oh, I know. It's the memories that I care about more than anything.
As long as there's no Kingsmen around the floor anywhere.
Lots of King's horses.
And then this is going in the display cabinet, so it doesn't happen again.
Oh, what a move! Andrew the foul. Shit! Now I'm sitting here talking about not buying any more games and talking to freaking Reese about Vietnam and shit. Now there's a game that I wish I'd have never got rid of.
Jeff's about to buy Fire on the Lake. Watch.
No, fuck that. Fuck a coin game.
What's
Victory Games Vietnam.
So you know what happened to me, guys?
that?
I made that promise not to buy any more games or not to buy any more miniatures this year.
Yep.
And then I watched Road to Perdition,
Oh, good movie.
and I was like, you know what? Why did I never get into 135th Gangsters or 54mm Gangsters? And I was like, oh yeah, it's because like the only figures you can get are the Marks ones, and they're super expensive. I was like, let me just do a quick Google search. Well, come to find out, Chin Toys just released a 54mm line of Gangsters this year.
Of course they did.
So I want to put that on my birthday list for my wife, and hopefully she'll get them for me.
When's your birthday?
Oh, it's in August. Don't worry about
Okay.
it.
Well, no, what I'm saying is I recommend you play Bastogne at least a month before your birthday.
Okay, sounds good.
That way, when you change your hobby habits,
No,
So what day in August, boss?
it's the 24th.
I'm a 17.
Gotcha.
You were born exactly 1 month after Donna. Well, in several years.
I got
Donna's
you.
July 24th,
Don and I are 4 days apart.
and our anniversary is August 12th.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Donna.
And she made that choice.
Yeah, so I can never laugh at her for making bad choices because I am one of those choices.
There you go. Oh, great. Okay.
I love going through the bit box when I just got tired of having stuff on my desk and like swept it into a plastic bag and going, oh, I forgot I had that.
Right.
Like I just found a double-barreled shotgun.
Dog, I find shotguns sometimes too.
Well, yeah, but that's a little different, bud.
And stuff.
Yeah, but you have a warrant.
I don't have any warrants.
No, mine is from some German civilian or Dutch civilian or Belgian civilian in Market Garden that I've got. He's got a rabbit over one shoulder and a shotgun over the other.
Oh, it's Elmer Fudd.
Yeah,
Except for he's actually got the rabbit.
yeah. I don't have him fully put together, but
Well, that's
Speaking
Speaking his name. His name's got to be Elmer Fudd.
I'll name him Elmer like something else, but
Elmer
Fudge.
Elmer von der Tan.
Yeah, Elmer von der Fud.
Wonderful. There you go.
So he's sufficiently Dutch.
ooh, my hands are cramping up on me, guys. I may need to take a second.
Well, dude, take your time, brother.
Well, folks, I finished the Ewoks. I just got to base them up.
Hey,
You took
Brian
the-
missed the whole show.
Guy behind me was recording the
Brian did miss the whole show, didn't he?
Yeah, on the Ewok show anyway.
I forgot that I had World War One Germans in this scale.
I know how that goes, buddy.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Welcome to the hobby.
Ninguea asks, I wonder if Hex to Hex would like Warsaw 1920.
You know, I've looked at that thing a couple times.
August 9th. Okay.
Is that part of it? Is that part of? Chris, is that part of this from the Poland company? From the Polish company?
Possibly. Charles says, I almost bought the other two Worthington games. I have Shiloh on Thursday.
Yeah.
I've
I
got
need McMurray to play 7 days so he can send it to me.
Ooh,
And then
Ninguea
you
says
send me
Star
a
Trek Minis versus Gangsters. That would be cool.
Oh yeah, Chris, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, that does look like an interesting game.
Pendragon Coin Game was one of the most fun I've had playing a game solo in the last few years. That Old Chestnut says that.
I still got a game that Matt sent me.
E Platypus Unum. I'm August 9th. Outstanding.
Rio, good.
And Charles says, my family will not buy any gaming stuff for me.
Well, okay.
Well, it's time to get a new family.
Unless
Hey,
I-
Charles.
I mean, that's a non-negotiable.
my girls what game to buy, it's like golf clubs. Nobody buys golf clubs for me because they don't know how they're to fit me.
Oh, that's too personable of an item.
Golf clubs?
Or
Yeah.
war games are too for me. So
I was about to
No,
say,
golf
Charles,
clubs
if it makes you
definitely
feel
are.
any better, my family has never purchased anything in support of the hobby. I got you. Even when I was 12. Yeah.
Well, my dad bought me my first airplane model, and he doesn't know what exactly it started. But yeah,
That's pretty sweet. That's pretty awesome.
sadly, I don't have it anymore. I threw it away when I went through a period of not modeling.
Sounds like warm
All
up.
right. You can replace it. You got this.
Did you have 4,000 followers on your YouTube channel?
No,
Here we
Okay.
are, shit talking Brian again. He's not even here.
I know, right? It's like not even fun.
No, it's fun.
It's not quite as
Don't kid yourself. It's still
he
fun.
needs
Ah,
a wash,
shit.
but he's put together.
That's the one drawback with this geek gaming glue. It is very runny.
shake it.
I think I don't know if it's a negative thing to me or not, but because I don't play like all kinds of different eras of games, that there's like 4 that I'm stuck in. That maybe sometimes I'm at a disadvantage. Like he's talking about Justigard, he reaches out there and plays all kinds of stuff. Kilroy, he plays all kinds of stuff. I don't. I'm not as Well, put it this way, it's because of Andrew that I broke into medieval stuff.
Yeah.
Damn it, Andrew.
I'm sorry about that because then I can't stand that medieval system, but I love SPI's great medieval battles. So,
Right.
oops.
Well, and that Men of Iron, I like it. So
I know.
I've heard that about you, Jeff.
I still feel bad though.
like I've got all of the 1914 World War I games. I've got Gallipoli, and I tried to play Gallipoli.
Where the hell is Brian?
That's not.
He said he was doing something and take it and would be back. I don't know what the hell. Wife is very anti-hobby, but she knew what she was getting. I'm lucky, man. Donna has been really good with me on my hobby stuff. To be fair, she spends a lot of damn money on her hobby. which is quilting. Luckily, I didn't have to pay for the long arm sewing machine that we've got back there.
Those things add up.
That one's about $17,000.
I was about to say that's not an add up thing. That's just fucking expensive.
Yeah.
All right, there's that. So there's 18 Ewoks done. What next? I got all Tommy's stuff over here. Should I start on that?
Yeah, I would.
Oh, he's going to be done with his complete closet full of stuff before the end of this.
That's not even fucking close.
All
to
right.
the thing.
There you go, McMurray.
I wish.
There's your red R2D2 unit.
Nice. Hissy, I wish that was even an option.
Well, I was trying to say that you were just cranking it out, my friend.
I am,
I'm
and I'm going
I'm
to continue
impressed.
to. But that's an obscene amount of stuff. But that's okay because I just got this stuff like 2 weeks ago, or like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
So you were going to do this big naval game, right?
Yeah,
Has that happened yet?
yeah. It was at March to Victory.
Okay, it was. How'd it go? I didn't hear anything about it.
It went quite well, I think. Reese,
liked
what do you
it.
think?
I liked it.
Yeah, Reese had fun. I know Thomas had fun. I think Chris's buddies.
I was given a ship that was halfway dead, and I managed to sink it effectively. So yeah, it went well.
Accurate. Yeah, Reese successfully made the USS Olympia into the U.S. Navy's second submarine after the Howard.
Sweet.
But in doing so, he also took Lepanto to the bottom and damn near took Cristobal Colon to the bottom. So,
I didn't realize that.
yeah, you did quite well.
Okay.
Again, you're kind of the Bass Ackwards stepchild of that entire engagement. So, I'm not gonna lie. At first, you were just an American balancing piece. in
Hey, that
game.
worked.
It worked pretty well because again, we hit another iteration of that game where the Americans and the Spanish wound up very, very evenly matched at the end of it. So
That's
Cool.
what matters.
I'm pretty delighted by it. Yeah.
Well, I had a blast. I didn't know anything about what I was doing, but I had an absolute blast.
I think the only person who had any fucking idea what they were doing was Thomas.
That
And,
guy's like 3 steps ahead of everybody else, though.
and he kept saying that he was having a good time. So I'm happy.
Oh,
I just mean knowing diddly squat about pre-dreadnoughts.
Yeah, but you put a lot of work into it, so I was curious to see how it had played out.
I did, and that playtest I did at Miniature Market helped me a lot with like the hardware of it. And so that helped once I got up there.
Right.
And Todd helped me run stuff mainly in running fire calculations. Great success. Yeah, we had a good time, good showing, good guys coming out, playing, having a good time. It was a
Awesome.
blast.
That's what it's about. Yep.
It is.
Hey, Chris, how old is Ian?
What?
How old is Ian, Joel's son?
He's in his late 20s, I think.
Late 20s? Okay.
Pourquoi?
He seems like a pretty great guy, and I had a lot of fun playing against him. And
Oh yeah, he's a really
Reese-
great guy.
Reese is crazy about him.
he's just one of those guys I wish I'd known when I still lived in Kansas City.
All right, so we got 21 more figures. That'd put me at 39 painted today.
Nice.
What time is it? 8:30. Oh, hell yeah, I can do this in 3.5 hours. We ready? Jeffy, we ready?
We're ready. Go. One,
Woo!
two.
Let's do it. Actually, I'm going to get a drink of water first.
Nope. Nope. Oh, you lose.
Yep. Got to get a drink of water.
Hey, Unum, your wife and I share the same hobby.
What?
So does Matt's wife and my share the same hobbies. Maxing out credit cards and buying shit off Amazon we don't need.
Yep.
I'm really good at that.
I guess I can say that was one good thing about my soon-to-be ex-wife. She never complained about models or games.
Well, Bunkhouse, I'm sorry to hear that.
So when I was like heavy into World of Warcraft online, my ex-wife used to get really mad at me about the time, and then one day she realized, wait a minute, at least I know where the hell he is.
Yep. As my mom used to say, keeps you out of pool halls and massage parlors.
That's why I gave it up.
What? Because you wanted to go to the pool halls and massage parlors?
Yeah.
Outstanding. Oh,
I haven't
man.
played WoW forever.
There he is.
Who?
It's about fucking time.
Oh, you probably had to take a nap.
Welcome
Yeah.
back to the party.
Yeah. Okay. I have no more distractions from here on out. So.
Well, though you missed the whole Ewok thing. He started, finished, and already got him like packed away.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
He did. He's done with them.
He's cheating.
No, he's not taking naps.
So I didn't take a nap. So
Cost me a lot of money, Brian. A lot of money.
waiting for my pizza.
Hey, Brian, you going all night with us?
Well, I don't know, baby. What do you say?
Yeah, he didn't know you that well. That's a commitment.
I'm just.
I'm
again,
gonna go
I'll
for
say
it. But you know me, I'm usually one that I usually get up at 4 a.m, whatever, to go work. But, so we'll see how this goes.
this. Hey, there's no work tomorrow.
So
There's
I
no work
know.
tomorrow.
I'm just
So you
saying.
get up at
when
4
it
in the
gets-
morning to finish the stream with us, right?
Body clock.
I'll definitely be able to finish the stream. That won't be a problem.
Hey,
Well, I'm with you. I'm going to give it a shot, but I drove over 1,100 miles this week going up to Northern Cal and back, so my body is tired.
hey,
Those are rookie numbers.
Hissy. What have we been? What have we've been working on the last couple of Saturdays? When
I know.
Okay. Now, did McMurray?
Holy, look at this doofus.
What?
Hey, Hissy.
Oh.
Your body's tired without the 1,100 miles, bro.
Hey Brian, guess
Is
what?
it?
I know mine is.
Brian?
Hey, mine's tired of the 10 feet to walk to the kitchen.
Do me a favor for us all, guys. Don't tell everybody that.
Oh.
McMurray,
I'm trying, you know what? I'm
dumb I
trying
am?
to fake it till I make it.
Mike, are you doing all right?
Want a second win, and we're kicking in our second C, baby. You ready?
Do it.
Let's do it. We're kicking in that cowboy game coffee, buddy. The stuff that will see you through any cowboy game you play.
That's right. Well, I gotta get my coffee ready too.
McMurray, you want to know how dumb and tired I am?
Hey,
Well,
lay it
no,
on me,
no.
brother.
I looked at the stream, thought I was looking at your painting table, and I was looking at mine. And I went, hey, cool, he's got Klein wire cutters too.
Hell yeah, buddy. Dog, I've done that more times than I can count. I can't tell you the number of times I've looked up and been like, wait a minute. They're painting ships? Ah, shit, never mind.
Okay, I'm over top now.
Oh,
Hat
would you
turned around.
put your hat on backwards?
Yep.
Oh, buddy, everybody watch out. We got a badass here.
My grandmother would have knocked that off my head if she'd seen me wearing a hat backwards.
Yeah, Sam, I still don't do that. I was raised better than that.
McMurray, did you spray matte your finished minis or whatever?
What? I've never spray matted a single finish mini.
All right. Well, that I had to make sure. Okay, I got some of those out of the way.
What are you saying that mine don't count because they're not spray matte finished?
Oh shoot! I forgot to take a picture of what I finished in the first section, first 6 hours.
Well, it's only like 3 models, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Dude, I got a freaking army right here.
Percy says, sounds like McMurray just snorted a couple of lines. Jacked.
Yeah, dude. No, McMurray's. You'll catch on to it in a second here.
Yeah, this is prime time almost for Murray. He's just starting work shift now.
Yeah, I'm about to say we're just tapping into the power hours.
I feel bad for painting that, but history's history, right?
Okay, all right. I'm gonna go out of my way.
Painting what?
When I painted, what's his name?
Shay?
Che
Yeah.
Guevara? There's nothing wrong with painting people for your good guys to kill.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
I got
hey,
plenty
hey,
of
hey.
Germans sitting in my tubs that are killed almost every other Saturday, so.
Yeah.
All right,
How about I
let's
say I put the Australian corporal away earlier. Don't feel bad about it.
get the Hinkle-Stinkle.
Yeah, little Herman von Hinkelstinkle and all his buddies.
I even had a lonely Terminator that needed to be based.
Sorry.
So
You know, I had a chance to eat the Austrian Corporal one time. That was a fun time.
That was a great time. Maybe I'll bring that out. Are you going to try and make it up to
Nope.
Battles and Brews?
I don't know.
Okay,
My schedule's kind of up in the air right now.
that's all good. My point is, let me know next time you're going to be up there, Ishis, and I'll try and make sure I bring
Turkeys fly.
Eat Hitler. Yeah, man. Every now and again.
Well, if you bring it, I'll bring my hat.
The dinosaur hat.
I still have. I think
I got mine.
48 of. I think I bought 4 dozen of those hats. Was what was in the case.
Gotcha. Mine's sitting on the door right now. I could go get it and put it on, but I don't.
That's how people know you and your wife need some privacy. Is when the dino hat's on the door.
No, I have a handmade sign that my grandfather made back in the 70s that says "Danger, do not operate, man working on repairs." That's what I hang on the door.
That's fair. All right. Now I just feel like a doofus.
Feel like it is.
Why do you gotta hang anything on the door?
What'd you say?
Why do you hang anything on the door? Just, the yelling and screaming should warn everybody.
But
Yeah,
he's
the
more
violent
yelling
grunting
than
and flapping noises. All right.
So he made that sign before lockout tagout was the law.
Yeah, I was about to say. Your
And
reason's getting locked out.
Somebody tried to turn on a motor that he was inside, and he got out and grabbed that guy by the neck, and then the next day came back with that sign.
That's a smart option.
Yeah.
So,
Do not operate.
Oh, Hexy's painting again. Watch out.
oh yeah, we're going, boys.
I'm trying to figure out what's a good background music for my short here.
Oh, you're not even
okay.
painting?
I'm trying to do. I was gonna do a short video for my first 6-hour session here. What I
The
accomplished.
Jeopardy theme.
Jeopardy, really? I think that'll work.
I don't know.
We're
I'm
going
just
after
spitballing.
it.
How about Eye of the Tiger?
Fun.
Oh, Survivor. All right. Let's see.
It's fine, Brian. You work on your music all you want to, buddy. I'm gonna keep painting miniatures.
I got
I'll
hey,
get my guitar out and serenade you guys to sleep if I need to.
I'm opening up this lead I got going.
Listen, McMurray. This is a life of a content creator.
I know. I got to get back on my channel, man. This last week has been derailed.
Brian, I've offered to help you create more content than I can think of, buddy.
We just did a live feed.
I
No.
can't say anything, Hissy. I haven't written a blog post in over. I can take it back. I haven't published a blog post in almost over a year.
Where do you blog at?
Blogger.com.
What do you?
I would
blog
assume
about?
probably most of the time at home. He's usually pretty busy at work.
Oh, it's called the 54mm Empire blog. It's
Oh,
about
cool.
I think you've told me this before.
Okay, put a link in Discord.
Here.
Okay, it's not really worth seeing, but yeah, I can do that
Well, why are you doing it if it ain't worth seeing?
because I enjoy documenting my campaigns.
There you go. And somebody's going to enjoy reading it.
Okay, I might put it on there. As I said, I haven't posted on it in a while.
I'm trying to encourage you, boss. Trying to encourage you.
Think about this, Reese.
Mhm.
Everything I do on this channel, I personally don't think is worth it.
Do it.
Apparently, there's 355 people out there that do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Well,
Give me a
need to-
minute and a half on my phone, and it'll be 354. No, I'm just
Yep.
kidding. We used to do that to Jeff all the time. No, you remember that, Jeffy?
Yes, I do.
What would you do?
We would when he would hit a big milestone. Todd and I would go unsubscribe.
Oh, that's so rude.
It is. I didn't realize he could then go back and look at like when people subscribe to him, and now I feel like a dick because now I can go back and see it all. I'm sorry.
You can only
Jeffrey.
see the last time, though, I think.
Oh, that's good. I still feel bad about that, Jeffy.
Zilla was doing that to me for a while.
Yeah, I need to get back on it. I'm thinking about starting a YouTube channel, but I don't know if I have the time.
One video a week, dude. One video a week.
Well, it depends on what you want out of it, right? If you just want to, like your blog, just go out and post some things and not worry about it
Oh, I don't
growing or
give
monetizing.
a crap about money. I I'm a turkey farmer. There's a lot more higher paying jobs that I could pursue with my degree, but yeah.
What's your degree in, Reese?
Agriculture business.
Turkey fucking.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
No, but my point is, if it's just, you don't have to worry about how often, if you're not concerned about monetization.
I'm sorry,
and
Reese.
having thousands of subscribers. You just do what you do, and people will find you or they won't. And it's no big deal.
Chris, you don't have to apologize about a dang thing.
It was funny though.
Oh, it was hysterical.
I'm just happy you have an ag business degree and you're finger blasting turkeys.
As I said, I want to feed America.
Hey, man, that's fair.
I'm probably never going to eat turkey ever again now.
Yep.
Well, the thing is, we've screwed them up so much genetically, they're not capable of doing it on their own.
So we have to have you to help them.
Yep.
But okay, so many years ago, I saw Mike Rowe do America's Dirtiest Jobs, and he did an episode on exactly what you do, Reese.
Cool. I didn't know that.
So if you look at his channel, you know who Mike Rowe is.
Yeah. Very much so.
Yeah, so he did America's Dirtiest Jobs or whatever, and one of them is exactly what you do, and he brings up the point that they can't procreate.
Well, the thing is,
because
if you turned a tom loose into a barn full of hens, the hens would force it non-consensually, and they would kill them. Like, that's how messed up they are.
Well, it's like normal marriage,
Aggressive.
except for the Tom actually gets laid.
Yeah, one time, and then he dies.
Well, that's enough.
Oh, okay, praying mantis turkeys.
Well, it's that and more like 40 hens all jumping on him at once.
God, I hate those. I remember those.
Boy, what a life.
I remember those days.
Thirsty bitches, man.
Hexy, you just want to be reincarnated as a domestic turkey on a mismanaged farm.
I do now.
We can get off this subject. I'm sorry.
I got a cool micro story too. He came to St. Louis for Scout Quest to celebrate the 100th anniversary of scouting. Right, so every 10 years in St. Louis, there's a huge scouting event in Forest Park, right, which was established for the 1904 World's Fair. It's a big ass park.
It's where the zoo is located.
What's up?
It's where the zoo is located.
It is, and the art museum and all kinds of stuff.
And all that shit's free.
It is. It is. That was one of the stipulations of it receiving funding. But so he came and he talked to 20,000, 30,000 scouts and scouters. And I was working. That was when I still worked for the Boy Scouts, and so we were hanging out with him behind a few other guys and I. And
Who are you talking about?
Mike Rowe.
Rowe.
Oh, okay.
Because he's big into the Boy Scouts. He really likes the Boy Scouts. It's pretty cool. Actually, it was pretty telling because he did that pro bono, and Joe Buck wanted like $45,000 for it or some absurd
Fuck
shit.
Joe
like that.
Buck.
Yeah, Joe Buck's a douche. His dad would have done that for free and donated.
Yeah, he would have because his dad was a cool fucker.
His dad was awesome. Jack Buck was the man. But so anyway, we were joking around with him like, hey, you want to come do? We do a lot of dirty jobs. You want to come down and do dirty jobs, camp staff? He's like, well, what kind of stuff do you do? And like, well, a lot of pretty stupid stuff. A lot of really stupid stuff, like knocking over pit latrine or vault latrine piles. We talked about tipping cones, which is where in a vault latrine, when the poop and the TP creates a cone that comes up and almost pokes you in the ass.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
You got to draw straws, and the lowest guy has to go over there with the cot end and tip it and knock it all down. We talked about that. We back in the day in the old water filtration plant we had to go in and we had to replace the sand and the sand filters every few years, and that was disgusting because it's just full of scum, right? Because it filters all the stuff out of the lake water.
Okay.
Before it goes into chemical filtration. So that is another disgusting job. You were just covered in grease and scum for like a week and a half until eventually, like, you wash as much off as you could. You use dish soap because most of it had like oily shit on it. And we were talking to him, and then eventually he's like, dude, I don't think my producers are going to let me do that. Like, you guys should not tell OSHA about that stuff. It was like, yeah, that's probably true. There were those. There was like
Not telling OSHA. Yeah, that's a summary of my life.
Well, yeah, pretty much. It was a good. Moral of the story is he's super cool. I got to meet Grant Imahara too from MythBusters.
Before he died, yeah. Well, obviously.
He died.
Yeah, did you not know that?
The Asian guy, Grant.
Yeah,
He had like a massive brain hemorrhage or something.
Are you serious?
it was really sad. Yeah,
He's super cool, and he was really young. Jesus.
Yeah.
yeah,
I
it
didn't
was,
know that.
it was pretty awful.
Like, because he was one of the like 3 people or whatever in the world who could operate the C-3PO suit. Like, be
No, now
inside the
there's 2.
suit for C-3PO on screen. Like, not talk, but do like the walk and stuff.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was really cool. He was just fucking around and like walking around like C-3PO for like 10, 15 minutes to mess with us. It was
I'm sure
awesome.
the scouts loved that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been a number of years since he's passed.
I did not know that. That sucks.
Yeah, that kind of does.
I got a good picture of my buddy with Grant Imahara.
July 13th, 2020.
Jesus, he died on my 31st birthday. God damn.
Well, yeah.
Wait, you were born the day after Jay.
Yep. July's a good month for dudes.
He was born in October of '70, so yeah, he was my age. Son of a bitch.
But
You
again,
didn't know that either, Chris?
I knew it, but it didn't register,
Ah, okay.
and I didn't realize that we were the same age.
either way, both super cool dudes. That was just my cool little micro aside story.
No,
Good
that's
dude.
the cool stuff, man.
Mike Rowe's got a pretty good podcast.
Well, now you can look up that episode and you could like go, yeah, that's my job.
Yeah. There they are, slinging digits up turkeys.
I've got I have a straw on a pump gun. I don't have to actually put anything of myself into the turkey. Usually. So,
Not doing it the old-fashioned way, huh?
well, occasionally we have to check and see if they still have eggs inside them.
Okay, when you said put any of yourself in them, my first thought was semen. But
No.
I think it's turkey stuff that he usually.
okay, well, I'm just going to say because that would definitely put me off turkey.
That'd be a real. Can you imagine the hybrid that'd come out of that?
Oof, no.
It'd be about 54 mils.
Oh, brother.
That one
Made
hit.
us funny tonight.
That one hit.
54 millimeter Empire. So today, balls deep in a turkey.
Yeah.
And,
So there I was, balls deep.
all right, Jeff. How are your Wehrmacht guys going, Jeff? Since I just took us to a terrible, terrible place.
You did.
And I apologize,
You did
gentlemen.
that.
The
I'm
way it
curious.
is, the tops of your paint pots look like snails, hex to hex.
My speed paints.
Yeah. E Platypus Unum says, having been in many sheet metal shops, tagged out is just a suggestion. Peter Bergs is with us. Hey, Pete.
Hey,
He says, I want to come back as a pig. They have hour-long orgasms.
Making a lot of good arguments here, Peter.
Bunkhouse says, I was days out from starting making my own videos, but then my life got turned upside down. Once things are finished up, I'm going to try and get that going again.
You get
Dude,
right back to it.
You need anything?
Doug is
Let's-
actually raising his own gaming club right now.
Good. Yeah. We need to make we need to travel out to him.
Yeah, to Columbia. Like I said, I was telling him to give me a list of days. You know, when he gets a chance, give me some days that he's free and might be able to game. And I told him at least I'd make a trip out there. I'm sure that you'd be right there with me.
Give me a heads up. If it's a Saturday or a Sunday, dude, I'm there. Bunkhouse says, "Oh Lord, more turkey info." Dude, we are a group of individuals that have knowledge beyond the pale.
Beyond what any human should have.
Exactly.
I mean, where are you going to hear about dreadnoughts and inseminating turkeys all within the same conversation?
Exactly.
You want to know what's sad?
Dude, and we haven't even gotten to slap happy yet.
You want to know what's sad?
Go ahead.
Turkeys aren't the only animal I've done it to.
All right. So Jeff.
Wow.
So my
So-
person is a
so are you-
male.
So are you Welsh?
Nope. We're already on
No,
to.
'cause I don't do it to sheep.
My person is a male. Go.
Okay, is he a military figure?
Partially.
Was
I
he
mean,
alive in the
partially.
20th century?
Either yes or no. It's like being pregnant.
Well, maybe this person isn't just known for being a military figure.
But okay, that I understand. But yes, he was in the military. But
Is
he
he
might
alive?
not necessarily been.
Not still alive. No.
Is it Teddy Roosevelt?
Nope.
Let's see here. Was he in the army?
Yes.
Okay.
Is the first letter of their last name in the first half of the alphabet?
Yes.
Hang on.
Uh,
Out of 13
Jesus
members.
Christ. What
Not the U.S. Army. That's my second clue.
Is it
Okay.
Adolf Hitler?
No, not Adolf Hitler.
Okay.
Jesus.
the- B, C, D.
Sorry, I'm just throwing long bombs. That's probably against the rules.
No, it's
No.
not.
Was he known when he was in the military? Was it during World War II?
No.
Okay.
Was he a political figure?
Yes.
Is it Napoleon?
No.
Oh.
Was it George H? No, that's World War II. And that's Navy too. Never mind.
Not American Army.
De Gaulle. No.
No.
And you said they're not alive.
Correct.
So it's not Prince Harry, although I wish.
20th century, we said?
No, not 20th century.
Okay.
That one was already asked though. I've given you 2 hints.
Yes.
It's time
Hint
for
3.
3. I want to say we actually are on 11 questions, so 3, and then you'll have 4 more. European military conflicts.
Okay.
Was he a communist?
No.
Churchill.
No.
Was it Bismarck?
No.
Hold on. Yes. You said not
Pre-
20. You
Pre
said not-
gunpowder.
Oh.
Pre gunpowder.
Charlemagne?
No.
Hold on.
You guys got to ask questions instead of just taking stabs at random people in the history of the earth.
Was he Roman?
Yes.
Oh.
Was he Julius Caesar?
No.
Okay.
Oh. Oh my gosh. Starts with a C.
Caligula?
No, was he an emperor?
No.
Okay, so it's a soldier then.
Was he from the steppe or farther east?
God.
Who was that one dude that used to carry a cow up a mountain all the time?
Was he from the steppe or farther east?
Did you say he's carrying a cow whip all the time?
Cow up a mountain all the time.
No.
What?
Pompey.
Pompey? No.
Pompey.
Good question though. Not
His
Pompey.
brother Pompey.
No, not Pompey Magnus.
Did he fight in Africa?
Yes.
Scipio Africanus.
No.
Damn it.
No, it's got to be a real. That Scipio Africanus is a real dude.
Actually, I take that back. I do not. On second thought, I do not believe he fought in Africa.
Okay.
Actually, yes, he did. I'm sorry.
Not Romulus. Or,
Okay.
No, Romulus.
Maybe we need to narrow down what country. Is he British?
No,
we
we
already
already.
established
He's
he's
a
Roman.
He's Roman.
Roma.
Oh, he's Roman.
Oh, I
I'm
didn't.
That
sorry.
being
I'm
said,
I'm not
he's
fully
not
paying attention.
Romano-British, and he never visited Britain.
Okay. Maybe I should pay attention.
Um.
Roman.
Oh wait. You said his name is in the first half of the alphabet, right?
Yeah. The first letter of his last name.
Was Marius?
Yes. Gaius
Okay.
Marius. Yep.
There you go.
Guy. Okay.
See, I don't know Roman very well. So.
I don't know Romans either, but I'm thinking Roman, and the only one I can think of that wasn't Caesar was Marius, that had the M with his last name.
Marius Andretti.
Yes, yeah, no, give it a rest.
Oh man, I need to make a Star
Oh, he
Wars
could be
Mario
Roman.
Andretti.
That's Italian.
Yeah, he was Italian.
No, Mario
Mario?
Andretti is American.
Your ideas.
Mario Andrettius. It's his ancestor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He raced Formula One chariots.
Yeah.
Dude,
well,
again-
back then they weren't Formula One.
I need to make a.
Or
They were
Chariot
Formula I.
No, it's Chariot. Chariot I. Yeah.
Formula I.
Chris, I need to make a Mario Andretti Star Wars character since I have all these NASCAR Star Wars guys.
Yeah, you do. Internet and Senna. This guy sucks. I don't like this droid.
Paint it.
No, I
This is
did
not-
paint it. I don't like the paint job.
No,
This is not the droid you're looking for.
Is it the red one?
No, the red one turned out great.
He'll probably get a speed bonus simply because he's red.
Yep,
Hey.
it'll go faster.
There's the red one.
See, I'm not even a Warhammer player and I know that reference.
You don't have to know Warhammer to know that, because the Italians are all about fucking red.
Ferrari.
Oh,
Yep.
I was talking about the orcs. Basically, whatever they imagine happens, and so if you paint it red, it goes faster. If you paint it purple, it's like camouflage. And
ID Jester says, "How's it going? Anyone tired yet? Not even close."
Mike is. Look at him.
Yeah, Mike is fading.
what's tired?
Uh-oh, Brian's getting tips.
Why
Pizza ready.
why did the bicycle keep falling over?
He was too tired.
It was too tired. There you go.
Are you serious, Meander? You're
This morning, 6 a.m.
Jester says, "Hi Hex, how's it going? They're looking
Good,
good.
Jester,
Some of the
good,
paintings
good,
so
good.
far. Who is winning the challenge?"
You see the names in the title.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 7 completely finished.
Oh,
I got my one that I'm going to detail, but it'll get done before the end of the month. So
I primed 24, glued 6, base coated 10, double layered
oh my god,
11, and finished nothing.
I'm just waiting for my paint to show up.
Oh, and I started the 7 lizard men too.
Hey, can I get half points for these Rangers since I'm having to repaint a bunch of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Cool.
Well, you all sure giving it away, but you didn't like Hexy's point schedule.
Yeah.
Did I ever
45
say
points
anything?
for your one guys.
Did
Hey,
I ever say anything
and-
bad about your points, Hexy? No, I did not. I
And-
rolled
Did
with it.
not.
I
This
rolled
is-
with it.
This is not me trying to get extra points on a model. This is just me trying to get points for a model.
I can get points for dusting off my old miniatures. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
No,
Do you want me to open this lady even more?
In fact, Jeff is going to get points for the 15 mil Russians I'm going to send him that are
dude,
painted.
he's getting points just because he's here painting with us.
There you
you know how
go.
quiet it's going to be in this hangout when it's like 2, 3 in the morning.
I'll still be here, Brian, for you.
I'll be here.
When my hands start shaking, I'll just like get a C-clamp vise and put it on the painting table to hold my wrist down.
It sounds like you've thought about that before.
I have because I've done it.
Yikes.
So we didn't follow on with the what was the? Let's do a. Why don't we have?
Top 16.
No.
Shut up.
That's later. Let's have Reese
Well, that's
do
different.
a instead of who am I? Let's do the who am I with the other animals that he's inseminated.
Yikes.
Oh, that's not that hard to do.
Well, not for you.
Well, think about my background. Think about where I'm from. Think about things like that.
Family
Cows.
members.
Ding, ding, ding. There's Cal.
Yes, ID gesture.
And there's
Yeah.
we got two more. You already know it's not sheep.
Pigs.
Pigs.
Pigs, bingo.
Wow. See, I would have never guessed. I dated pigs before, but
You got one more.
Sheep.
Now I'm assuming this is in
No,
a
it's not
professional.
Yeah, it's been a professional and academic sense.
Okay.
Sheep.
Ooh, academic. That's a little open ended.
Wait a minute.
Goats.
In
You could
school.
professionally fuck a pig?
Yes, yes, you can.
Cattle.
We already covered cows.
We already got cows. We got the
People,
we've covered-
listen.
I have not done sheep,
Chicken.
Goats.
not done chickens.
Goats.
Oh, you don't know what you're
Goats is a
missing there.
yes. Goats is a yes.
Listen to the guy who
He's been
sends out-
around.
who sends feed out to these creatures.
Yep. So when I was in high school, I helped take care of 40 mama goats, and they all had twins. So that was 100. Oh
You were
man,
fertile then, weren't you?
120 goats.
I never realized 4-H was so progressive.
That was not 4-H.
That was a joke.
That was just Thursday.
Yeah. My high school did not have any agriculture whatsoever because they wanted to escape that image of Kansas.
Hey, Reese, old buddy,
I went and sought it out.
you had to know that this topic was never going to come off well with this group.
Oh yeah.
I have been nothing but professional about this.
About Reese fucking turkeys?
Yes.
In Chris's defense, I was the one who threw out the term finger blasting.
I'm gonna take that back to work on Monday.
All right, boss, I'm going to hear I'll be finger blasting turkeys.
No, I take that back. I'm not going to take it to work on Monday because I'm going to shoot a new farm on Monday, and I'm not sure what the boss is going to think about that. So when I get back to my regular farm, I'll.
How many turkey insemination places are there? Because you said you guys specialize in fertilized eggs.
Yes.
I would imagine there's not like a whole plethora of those in the U.S. Are there? Or are there a ton?
So there's more than you would think. I work for Cargill, which is a massive company.
It is.
And in the Siloam Springs area of Arkansas, which is on the Oklahoma border between here and Bentonville, they've got, let's see, they used to have 6 farms. One of them got blown away by a tornado, and so they combined it with another farm. So I think we're down to like 4 or 5. But some of them are pretty massive places.
What you're saying is, if we're eating turkeys, there's a distinct possibility that at some point in time in that turkey's lineage, you've had your fingers inside of somebody.
Probably its mother, but yes.
Well, there you go. Hopefully not its father. Jesus.
No, but I've got a good friend that covers that part of it.
There you go.
So I don't mess with that because, well, frankly, I don't suck semen. So,
Mike, don't fall asleep while you're chewing on food.
Ugh.
Yeah, I need to take a break for an hour. or
Dude,
something.
do
Do
it, man. I am not requiring anybody to be here.
well,
I appreciate that you are.
let's get a topic change in.
So, you guys,
See you, Mike. See you soon, buddy.
Let's do a who am I?
Do you have one, or do you want someone else to come up with it?
Oh, I think I've got one. Give me just a couple of seconds.
Aye.
Are you having to verify that this person is a real person?
No, I am verifying a couple of facts.
Oh, okay.
You may or may not know him. I don't know, but we'll see. Let's see.
Walkabout.
Chris Long, eh? Chris Long, how many things you painted? You're a prodigious painter, too.
Hey, that old chestnut.
Okay. He was born in Honolulu.
Ekawakabaki.
Born in Honolulu.
So, and he said he, so we don't need to ask that
He's a
question.
male.
Is he a musician?
Not professionally.
Okay.
Hold on one second.
In Honolulu.
Member of Hollywood?
What was that?
Is he a member of Hollywood?
No.
Okay.
Was he born in a military installation in Honolulu?
Let's see. Yes.
Was he himself in the military?
Yes.
Right.
Well, this is all military, man.
Right, every single one.
Well,
Not
we do primarily
surprisingly.
focus on wargaming, so that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I said not surprising, and there's no
That's a good
complaints.
question right there.
Is this person American?
Yes.
Walkabout said Don Ho.
I was thinking Don Ho.
That's not going to be it.
I'm going to say that's why I asked musician first off, 'cause I was going to guess Don Ho or that Israel Kawakalakamoli guy who sings Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Did you say guacamole guy?
No, his last name is like Kawakahakamole.
Guacamole. Guacamole. Texas Tornadoes.
Hey, baby, ¿qué pasó?
Mm-hmm.
Love that. Cindy?
¿Qué pasó?
Oh, I figured Cindy just jumped on, so you were saying Que Paso to Cindy.
No.
No,
What'd you say? Hey, boys?
no, she hasn't jumped on.
Gotcha.
As I was going to say that earlier, we hadn't seen Cindy. Well, it's not really
Tomicus has a good question there.
Yeah, he does. We'll get to it here in a second. Let's see.
Did this person participate in the Second World War?
Yes.
Is it Daniel Inouye?
No.
He wasn't born
Wait
in
a
Hawaii, was he? Shit.
Does this individual
Yeah, he
have
was.
a Hawaiian name?
No.
I don't know them.
What did he serve in the Philippines?
Give me a second. I'm going to say no.
Okay. Navy?
No.
Oh, that's surprising. Being in Hawaii, you'd think it was the Navy. Good question.
Army
I
Air
think we
Corps.
hit 5 or so
Yeah,
questions.
I think we're ready for a new hint.
Okay. Served in Vietnam.
Oh.
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 Oh. Well,
Was
was
he
he
a sniper?
was he what?
Was he a sniper?
No.
Was he a general in Vietnam?
Yes.
Westmoreland? No.
No.
Marine Corps or Army?
Army?
I don't know enough generals from Vietnam.
No.
Was he there at the end of the war or of the conflict?
He retired in 1973.
Ooh, the year I was born.
You're gonna be 50 this year, Mutt?
I'm pushing 50 this year.
All right.
He retired in 19. He retired from the military in 1973. Is that what you were saying?
Did he go on to be in politics?
No.
Okay.
No, that rules them out.
Was he infantry?
No.
Why?
I'm drawing a blank.
Let's see.
Sounds like Rutrow.
I'm about to give you a hint.
Sounds like an Air Mobile General. Or a tab
Walkabout Games says Robin Olds.
Yes, sir.
There you go. There you go.
What
Nice.
the heck?
That's what I'm trying to come up with. There you go.
Way to go, Chris Long.
And
All
our
right.
Canadian element saving us here.
Yes. Well, that's happened quite frequently. Telemachus says, what game genre would you like to get into, but know you will never get the time?
Genre.
Ancients.
1-to-1 air combat.
Oh, I got you covered with my card game.
No, I'm saying 1-to-1 scale. I'm kidding.
Oh. Why are you
Well,
kidding?
you're young enough. You could still get in the Air Force,
No. I'll be okay.
Marine Corps.
You could become like the CEO of Cargill and go play with Peter Jackson's planes down
There
under.
you go.
I'll be okay.
He says met him as a kid in Texas at an air show. Him and Jaeger. That's cool.
That's
That is like the best story I've ever heard in my entire life.
Game genre. I need that word genre to be more specific.
I was gonna say, would you take period?
Excuse me.
Be more specific, Tall. What you mean by genre?
So speaking of meeting individuals, what was his name?
Remember timing.
Excuse me.
No, this isn't a joke. This is actual.
That was good timing.
Oh gosh.
I threw up on Al Gore's shoes at the dedication of Faust Park in 1994.
Can I pay you money for that? That is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to say no to that.
1/92nd scale naval combat. What the?
Either time period, game type, anything really. Okay.
Who said
Is
192nd?
192nd what they do over in Britain in the lake?
Peter Berg said said so.
Dang,
1/92nd.
Peter, come to Kansas City. I'll put on a 15 millimeter naval game for you. I got a bunch of it. I have a 196 or 196 Constitution. A few 100 Constitutions. My issue is I have more 1/100 scale Constitutions than were made in that class, so that's problematic.
Only because you have a problem.
Yeah, you say that again.
Oh man.
I want to say to the point where I'm thinking about repainting my 196 scale because it's slightly larger, that good Revel kit. Thinking about repainting that in Nelson checker and calling it HMS Macedonian, or one of the big super frigates that the British made to fight against the Constitution and its sister ships.
That's a tough one for fucking. I'm trying to that genre.
Still trying to figure this out, huh, Jeff?
Well, I'm just trying to think of what because so I look at everything I have in here. Well, no, because I can't say that I'll never get to it. Okay, well, this one I'm going to blow your mind, Chris and Andrew. There is one game that's sitting on my shelf that each day goes by that I look at it. I'm like, I get more and more to where I want to play it, but I know that I probably never will.
Serpents of the Sea?
I don't have any of that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But I got one that ought to stick in your head, and it is a very big game.
Ironclads?
No, I'm that's sending that to you.
Leave it.
GMT. Recent.
Like, what is it?
Recent reprint, GMT.
Okay. What is it?
Pacific War.
There you go.
What was the game? I had to go take something away and I didn't hear it.
GMT's Pacific War.
Ah, okay.
Jeff, you punched and clipped that whole game. You're not gonna play it.
I got that game. That looks like a fun one.
I'm about to get my first point just because I got bored.
Hey,
Oh. Who's buzzing?
Me.
And I was looking at my phone. I'm like, what? Who the hell?
Yeah, first point. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Empire in Arms. I have the rules. My buddy and I and a couple other guys were going to play it after we played the Napoleonic Wars, and he printed out rule books for all of us. And remember, I was just looking at it earlier today. It's out there on my counter, and we never did get around to it. And that is for area type movement. That game looks really, really intriguing. Now I'm talking about an older one, of course, but I mean, I don't know if there was a new version of it. Well, you're talking 15 years ago, so yeah.
Do I need to document that first point or wait till I have 10?
no, you're fine, dude.
Cool. I didn't want to be like certain people and be like 1 point, 2 point, 3 point. So
Yeah, McMurray.
Certain desert living people.
So, going back to meeting people, I met Joe Kittinger, Colonel Joe Kittinger. He is the individual that free fell from space.
did he survive?
Yeah.
Dude, how?
The Red Bull thing?
No.
Yeah,
Prior to
parachute?
that. Prior to that, he
Did he go limp and hit the ground and his body didn't react to it? Or
no, he had a parachute.
oh, okay.
No, so he didn't free fall all the way from space.
No, but he was legitimately he took a balloon up to some ungodly altitude.
His wife was with him and he couldn't stand her.
Yeah.
So he jumped.
It started out as a picnic.
Yeah, he threw the second parachute out before him though.
Or took it as a reserve.
He held the world record for highest skydive, 102,800 feet from 1960 to 2012.
That's pretty slick. My uncle skydives a lot. My mom's brother. He
Yeah.
skydived on Kilimanjaro. He skydived at the North Pole. He took a little coin with him, and I have it. He still does. He's got to be almost retired now, and he like skydives at air shows and stuff. He's a master rigger, so he packs his own chutes.
Yeah. So on August 16th, 1960, he jumped from 102,800 feet.
Jesus, Marion Jopis.
He fell for 4 minutes and 36 seconds, reaching a maximum speed of 614 miles per hour.
Did he break the sound barrier? He got close.
I think sound barrier's right around 800, isn't it?
Depending on where you are.
Yeah.
Before opening, he dropped from 102,800 to 18,000.
That's just crazy. That is
He
crazy.
said he had an equipment malfunction where the pressurization of his right glove malfunctioned during the ascent, and his right hand swelled to twice its normal size.
Ah,
Dang, imagine the stranger coming off of that thing.
Right? Dum, 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 dum.
Dun, 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 dun,
Well, some very nice DoorDash gentleman just dropped off RVs, and I've DoorDashed more today than I have it. I don't know how long.
You and me both.
dun, 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 dun.
So yeah, how I met him is the Civil Air Patrol senior squadron at Bergstrom, well now Austin International Airport. Austin Bergstrom International Airport was renamed to honor him. It is now the Kittinger Squadron, and
So
he was there for the renaming. He was there for the renaming ceremony, and then died shortly after it.
Not
You guys
because
really
of it.
took it out of him, didn't you? Jesus.
Yeah.
You killed an American hero.
Yep.
Peter, not Peter, Tall. Yeah, it isn't not, but I know my buddy. He has a few of them, but he'll charge an arm and a leg to sell them.
What's that?
Empired Arms.
Oh, okay.
Peter Bird.
Hold on here.
Reverse bends.
Good job. High BB guns and bilge pumps, balsa sheet that can get penetrated RC ships. Oh yeah. That's cool. Napoleonics for me, maybe 10 millimeter, but the 12 hours long games, the hardcore people play would be too much. Yeah, I am not into those type of games in the slightest whatsoever. Not going to happen. Don't like it. Walkabout's cleaning 21 Japanese bombers in 1/700th scale. 1/700th scale. That's cool. So, Peter, the link that you provided did not come through. If you want to resubmit it, put blanks in like after the periods, or don't put in like the www.
Or send it to me in Facebook.
Yeah.
Peter. I'll put it up
Yeah.
there. I'll give it to him.
Yeah. Yeah, he did have a parachute. Almost died. Yep. Yeah. So Tim, with the military, they're not perfectly good planes. First off, they're maintained by the United States military. Secondly, they were built by the lowest bidder, so not perfectly good.
I got another Who Am I for y'all whenever you want it. We don't have to do it right now. Just
Yeah.
Hit me.
With your best shot.
Old Chestnut says they don't have DoorDash or Uber where I live. Tested Uber out in Chicago, but they don't let you drive.
died in Buffalo, New York.
Is it a dude?
Yes.
Was it a president?
Yes.
McKinley.
Yep.
Damn.
I shouldn't have said that. I should have
Should have lied. That was too fast.
You know, if anyone had to come up with another person who died in Buffalo.
Sorry, Reese. I apologize.
No, you're good. That was just a bad hint because that was like a dead giveaway.
It was like when oh god, when it was when Matt was still doing the Facebook shows, and he was doing one, and my brother Jay popped in, and Matt gave like the first clue, and Jay popped off immediately with right out of the box. Jay popped off with the answer. Western Warship Combat. Okay, we'll look that up. And Western
Warship
Warship.
Okay, time to paint now.
Okay, let me give it. When you guys want to, I'll try. Who am I? I might slaughter it, but I'll try to run one.
You are.
Hold on, I'm going to share this website. Website that Peter just popped in here. So there you go. Those are pretty
Nice.
cool looking.
I've seen those. That's absolutely phenomenally cool. I've seen videos of those, and it's awesome, man.
That looks
Playing
like
on
it'd be
lakes and
cool.
stuff, ponds.
I'd be so down.
I'd want a submarine.
I like the ones they're playing with the RC tanks and stuff. I've been seeing on Facebook that actually shoot.
Yeah, that's Peter's point is that those are the ones where you can see guys over in the UK and they're launching there are submarines and they stay surfaced and launch like torpedoes and stuff.
It's like some Stuart Little stuff.
Rules and charts. Wow.
Okay, what color do I need to do next?
Yeah, see, you need to get into it. Looks like that's in San Diego.
What's that? Oh, this? Really?
No. Well, this might be. Let's go to about. Yeah, they're a nonprofit California corporation, and a member of the Big Gun Scale Warship Combat Community.
I'm not playing Axis and Allies.
Interesting.
San Jose at Lake Minden.
Okay, San
In
Jose.
Nicholas, California, and San Diego County. Membership in WWCC is open to anyone within the constraints of the club's rules, which place age limits on fighting ship operations and emphasize a code of conduct that promotes goodwill, good sportsmanship, and above all, fun for all.
Huh.
There you go.
Get them on the show.
I just can't imagine spending that long building a model, have it torn up by a guy with a BB gun, pull it out of the water, rebuild it, and do it again.
You should take little buddy of mine and I
Yeah,
out. Work
But
hard
then
to
you get to
take
have a BB gun one of those times.
plastic soldiers and take our 760 Power Masters out into the freaking. We had a sandy dune area or sort of a soft dirt dune area. We'd put them soldiers in them dunes and we sit there across the bank and shoot them goddamn BB guns at them. We couldn't get enough range practice because of ammo conservation. So
You don't have to justify it, dude. That's badass.
Yeah.
damn, that guy looks good.
I know. Thanks, buddy.
I'm gonna have to stop painting because I don't want to embarrass you all.
Oh, I thought you were just talking about me.
I can't. This problem is my light is in the wrong place, so I can't fucking put this.
Is Harrington going to be on here, Chris?
He hasn't said one way or the other. I hope so.
You quit painting.
Because there's a good looking dude.
Yeah, he will. Okay.
I got to go get a fork and a knife for this thing.
Who? Oh, we lost Mike. Okay.
Yeah, he's taking a nap.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm assuming that we'll probably see John probably around maybe 1, 2 in the morning.
I'm
Maybe
surprised
earlier.
we haven't seen Todd.
He's probably just now getting back from.
I don't remember if he said he was coming home tonight or not.
He said he was on his way.
No.
Todd.
What did he say? When did he? He said.
I got to take a picture of this one, McMurray, and send it to you because this does look good.
I'm excited, buddy.
Just one guy, but
Yeah, he
The
said,
miniatures
John,
you paint look good, Jeff.
John said, "I'm busy tonight, but we'll jump on in the morning my time, so about 1 or 2 for you."
Hot diggity damn, boys. We
Yeah,
got a
so-
surprise and a happy coming.
We're gonna have a John with us.
oh, sorry, don't look at that picture. That was not the right thing.
Yikes.
Jeff sent me a picture of his tallywhacker again.
Well, no, but can you tell me what kind of phallus that is? That guy beside him's holding?
Small.
No, I'm pretty sure it's not small.
Why does it have a rash?
It's taller than he is.
One could have a rash.
That is one large shipping container for a dildo.
Yeah, well, your mom's order is always a special one.
There you go, Andrew. I sent it to you.
Now, Hissy, did you say you had a who am I?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go ahead and do it.
Yeah, let's happen. Let's make it. Let's go.
Okay, so what do you need? I start with a clue, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Is he white trash?
Born in Indiana.
David Letterman.
No.
Okay.
Did he live in the 20th century?
Yes.
Was he born in the 20th century?
No.
Celebrity.
Yes.
Oh my God. Did he do silent movies?
No.
Action hero.
No.
Okay, another clue.
Well, you said he was a celebrity, yes.
Was he in Bringing Up Baby?
I didn't hear the last part. What?
Was he in the movie Bringing Up Baby?
No.
We do get another clue now.
Well, he wasn't born. He was born, obviously, in the 19th century.
What's the clue, Hissy?
Oh, okay. The next clue?
Yeah.
He falsified his date of birth and enlisted in the army when he was 16.
Oh man.
Did he participate in World War One?
Oh, I know who this is. Who is Alvin York?
No.
Alvin York was born in Tennessee.
He was honorably discharged in 1907, so that's going to rule out World War One.
I'm about to say Alvin York was born in Tennessee and he didn't enlist early. He was a conscientious objector originally.
Didn't he get drafted?
Yep, but he was a conscientious objector.
And then put the hurting on the Germans.
Yeah, no shit. He
Yeah, they're
captured the whole
arguing about-
sauerkraut army.
They're still arguing about that now, though.
What?
About all the write-ups about him doing this shit by himself.
He didn't do a
That makes
ton by
yours.
himself. It was completely believable.
Read there's some, I'm trying to think there's a documentary called "What About the Other 14" or the Other 13 or something like that. They raised hell about that for years. Those other guys.
Huh.
I mean, they weren't taking nothing away from him. They were taking away from the exclusion of them.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right, so he was born in the 1800s.
discharged in
Discharged in
1907.
And he was a celebrity. So, all right, so we need a military veteran that was a movie star.
Did he
Milton
serve? Did he
Okay,
serve?
wait. I'm going to give you a little bit of thing. I never said he was a movie star.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just so you're not chasing around movie stars.
Did he serve in the Spanish-American War?
The Spanish-American War does not say that. No. I'm going to go with no.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. That's going to narrow it down.
Okay, was he a comedian?
No.
Was he an author?
No.
Was he a singer?
I don't think
Or
he
a
was
singer or a band guy, a music guy?
Yeah, okay, in the music industry.
Yeah, Glenn Miller.
That's not how he made his I
Glenn
don't think
Miller
that he
also-
was, but that's not what he's famous for.
Glenn Miller, wasn't he born in Iowa?
I don't know.
He also was around during World War II.
Yeah, well, his music was the thing in World War II. Yeah, and he wasn't that old really in World War II.
No, he wasn't.
It wasn't Bob Wills.
No.
Well, we know it's not Robin Olds.
That's a tough one.
I don't think you guys are going to get it, but keep going.
Ed Sullivan.
No.
Was he a TV star?
No. You ready for another clue?
Yeah.
He made his money in food.
Oh,
That one might help you a lot.
Is it Chef Boyardee?
No.
Colonel Sanders.
Yes.
Oh, wow, good one.
That was such a wide topic. I had to kind of help you with the food thing so you weren't all over the place.
Here you go, guys.
Reese, bring back any memories?
Mine's not as cool as McMurray's because mine doesn't have a knife.
Yeah.
I figured y'all should get something to remember me by.
Where did you get those things, Reese?
Etsy.
That's badass.
Oh, yeah. Remember those Etsy miniatures I bought? They went in the trash.
Why'd you do that?
What Etsy miniatures did you get?
I kept trying to get 2 or 3 of them because they didn't have like round bases on the bottom of them, like these 15 mils, and I couldn't get them to stand up on anything.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get another bottle of water to shotgun.
Thing with those Etsy miniatures is you just need to do a little research and find out who the sculptor is, because those are all STL files.
I'm about to say you can find this. I kept telling Brian that for all those movie star miniatures you were getting.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Again, you buy a bunch of those, like, because they're all what's his name's Patreon.
Right.
If you get the get on My Mini Factory, subscribe for a month, get all the STLs you want, and then I'll print them for you.
It's not quite that easy, but yeah, because a lot of times you don't get all the STLs you want. You only get that month's.
No, I know, but you almost always get a discount code that
Yeah.
will then pay for that month's worth of stuff.
Yeah, you do. Yep.
That's my point. Because then you're not paying whatever their full price is.
Yeah, because those are just patrons that have got the license to print. Not trying to hurt their business, but
I hope they have the license to print. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people who don't have print licenses who then see their figures out there and have to deal with that. That's never a good time.
no. Yeah, don't ever do that.
Yeah, that happens to Jordan Cuffey all the time.
Is he the
Mhm.
12 Forge guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see a lot of his stuff on eBay, and I'm like, I'm not touching that because it's coming from China.
Oh yeah, eBay's the worst for counterfeiting. At least Etsy, there's some recourse there. I know. I have like 3 Etsy stores.
So Jay, I don't know if I don't think I'll paint it this round, but I have a Tuco figure from
Nice.
Magnificent Seven.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant from Breaking Bad.
No,
From who to the what?
from Magnificent Seven.
All right. So he was already painted, but now he's based.
Maybe it's what's his face? Give me a second. Hey, leave it. I don't know what you're eating, but quit it.
That sounds familiar. I don't know what you're eating, but quit it.
Donna has to say it to Chris all the time.
Yeah, she does. Yes, she does.
Leave it.
That is a
Leave it.
fair assessment. Not a threat.
It's not Tuco. It's Calvera. Sorry.
Oh, okay. The bad guy.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I've got him, and then I bought this horse specifically for him because the saddle fits. So I got to figure out a way to make a bridle for it and everything else.
Is it the old Magnificent Seven or the new Magnificent Seven?
The old one.
Nice.
Little green stuff will go a long way to help you sculpt that up.
Oh, the bridle? No, I'll just take a little bit of scrap leather and some cord and
Is he 42 mil or 54 millimeter?
yeah, and tie it. So
Nice.
that's not hard to do at all. I was doing that with string with my horses when I was 4 or 5 years old.
You want to start rigging model ships for me?
I'm not so good with that because I don't know how rigging works, but I know how horse tack works.
That's fair.
So-
Rigging shifts is honestly pretty. It's pretty nice once you get used to it. It's a therapeutic sort of thing, to be honest with you.
AMSR.
I don't know about all that.
Look at these old hands.
I'm a
Kind of
little
what you
afraid of that
said,
term
but I
because
just
don't
made
know
an
what it means.
acronym of it.
I feel like a slee stack whipping in my hands.
Yeah, there are YouTube channels that do AMSR that focus on earwax removal and get millions of views
That's so weird.
I do that a lot.
because people want to watch other people get earwax removed. And yeah, I'm thinking of adding one of those to my channel just to, grab a few subs.
I have
Pretty sure they were rubber, Tim.
I have severe questions about our society if that's what people want to watch.
Andrew answered Tim D's question. I'm pretty sure they were rubber.
What is it? I can't see it, Jeff.
250 SDK 259s, rubber front wheels. Oh no, rubber. Oh, the track wheels. Were they? Did they have rubber around the edges, or were they straight metal? I think all track wheels had rubber.
I don't. Well, again, you can. The nice thing is
Your
they
road
might be rubber, but they almost certainly got painted when, again, little 17-year-old Heinrich got told he couldn't go back to the barracks for the night until the track was painted. I don't think he was exactly cutting in and taping off. So if you paint them,
Yeah, because I think if they were metal, I think it was. Did they even have rubber on? I think they had to because
they probably did. But
metal to metal would wear on the inside of those track pads,
Yeah.
track shoes.
But again,
That
with
makes
German
sense.
rubber shortages, you never really know.
Could have been a synthetic thing though.
You're a synthetic thing.
Could have been. Again, I'd argue that it still probably got painted whatever camo colors you're doing. So, unless you're doing something that is rolling right out of the factory, you're probably pretty safe, Tim.
All right, I'm gonna play nothing. I'm gonna play some Tunisia. That's what I'm gonna do.
Do it.
Time to clear the table here, boys.
So those of you that paint World War II,
Yep.
Yes.
how do you make the webbing pop from the khaki uniform when it's khaki webbing?
You don't.
Okay.
It just kind of blends in because, yeah.
You just grab a different shade of khaki.
That
You
or
can
sometimes
there's
the
a three-color method, right? You got your khaki, you add a little black to it to make it darker, a little white to it to make it lighter, and then where the lines are for it, you just make sure you get a little shadow down there, and then on the edges, if possible, you put a little highlight, and then
I'll be right back, boys.
Line wash it.
I'm going to say one easy way to do it is if you do an overall wash, just go back and put a solid amount of the original color directly onto the webbing.
Yep.
Okay.
Which 54 millimeters should be pretty simple for you. And that'll
Absolutely.
make it stand out pretty good.
Okay.
Pin wash it. Line wash it.
I've been sitting here going, well, if he's in khaki, he has green webbing, and if he's in green, he has khaki webbing, and
You can do that.
so
No one's going to call you on it.
If he's in Murray's house, he has no webbing.
It's just in a pile on the floor.
I forgot about all these 6 meals I got sitting up here. Oh, my
Hexy, did you ever see some of the figures I took to the con game?
I haven't looked at the Discord yet, but I saw some of the early pictures Todd took.
Okay.
Nice shit, dude.
Thank you.
Granted, I was after Vietnam, but it brings back shit tons of memories just to even see that stuff.
Yeah, I figured like the Starlight scope and some stuff like that might get
Oh,
you.
yeah. PBS 4.
I had to pause
PBS
for a
5.
second when you said the con game.
Ouch.
What, you think I was trying to
Well, I know. I paused for a second to go con game. Oh no,
run a con or
game.
something?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You inseminate turkeys, you might run a con.
Yeah, well,
Insemination con? Yeah.
if I was smart enough to run a con, I might not be inseminating turkeys.
Good point.
Or maybe I do something else and inseminating turkeys is my like cover.
See?
There's a fault.
Now how can we trust you?
You can't.
If we're smart.
I trust you, Reese.
I'm a certified turkey screwer. You can't trust me.
Okay, this might not need that speed paint because I'm just using diluted
Reese,
paint.
if I ever want to guarantee a young lady 92% pregnancy rate, I'm calling you, buddy.
How
Well,
often do you have that need?
I'll bring my $12,000 insemination machine.
That would get a lot of dates if you could somehow put that on a dating profile.
Dump the water.
I got a $12,000 insemination machine, honey.
And I
Yeah,
don't
my
need plastic
insemination
surgery.
machine is insured at $12,000.
Yeah.
You want to date me?
People are gonna think you're Johnny Sins.
No, thank you. I am happily married. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because you have a $12,000 insemination machine.
Hey, I haven't had any complaints.
You're supposed to empty the complaint box out, not ignore it.
So I almost got a 1/35th scale Horsa glider the other day.
Horse and a glider.
Horsa glider.
Oh, horse.
Okay, I heard horse as well.
Yeah, it's the British glider. You should get a 1/35th Hamel car and see how big that stupid thing is.
No, they're giant. I'd rather have a Waco.
Excuse me while I slip into something more comfortable.
Just
Watch
don't
out,
do-
Todd.
I'm not paying for that kind of show.
I feel
what's
we
her name?
fleshed.
Who's cold in here?
Gross. Jesus Christ. Everybody close your eyes. This is going to get
Who needs
disgusting.
speed paint when I can just use watered down paint? It's working.
Oh yeah, God, man, a G-string feels so much better after wearing blue jeans all day.
Is that a collector one you got at?
I feel that Arby's coming back up.
My guy's a male.
Don't be jealous.
You want to see what I had? You want to see what I had for dinner? Keep talking like that.
That's why I couldn't eat Swedish fish for like 4 years.
Swedish fish. Isn't that a candy?
Yeah, my girlfriend at the time bought me a huge bag of them for Christmas. And then I got deathly ill with a stomach virus a couple weeks after that. And I was still eating the Swedish fish. So, yeah, never mind.
Nice. You fit so well in with this group.
I hope so. I've always fit in better with a slightly older crowd than myself.
Who's calling old?
Yeah, buddy.
I
Slightly
didn't-
older is barely me, bud.
I didn't call you old. I said slightly older.
I did.
You're
You're old as
rude.
fuck. Don't you laugh, Brian?
Well, I'll put it this way: my first draft for the groomsmen for my wedding, none of them were under 60.
Wow.
And my mother said, "No, Jessica's sisters are going to kill you."
Yeah, but those guys were like, "Dang, this is a good gig."
It was
Yeah.
that kind of wedding? Damn. Damn. Yeah.
My dad was my best man.
That's kind of cool, actually.
My cousin was supposed to be, but COVID shut everything down, so my brother-in-law turned into it.
Ooh. I think
So you're pretty new, newlywed kind of, huh?
Yeah, we've been married almost 3 years.
Well, when you're comparing that to these guys, that's new.
No, I said yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you said no. I was like, eesh.
Oh no. My grandparents are been married for over 60 years. We know nothing. So
No, nothing.
okay, Schultz.
Schultzy.
Peter says my wife got a tattoo of a shell on her inner thigh. If I put my ear to it, I smell the ocean.
Oh,
Nice.
That's
That's a winner.
Oh
Let me get that man a link.
Is this the wife that you're getting divorced from?
I think that was a separate dude.
Oh,
He is now.
If she watches the show, he's done for.
Wow.
That or she's remarkably self-aware. One of the two. What color are bunnies' noses?
You know, it's like you know what God said when
Depends on the rabbit.
huh?
You want to know
Yep,
what
that
color?
looks awesome, buddy.
No, I was going to tell a stupid joke.
Go ahead.
You know what God said when Eve went swimming in the river?
I'll never get the smell out of the fish.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Now the fish are going to smell like that.
That's pretty funny.
I mean,
you guys are so funny.
Hi.
Brian, let's play Hex Encounter game tomorrow.
Okay.
Guys, it's almost 10 o'clock at night, and I'm still going strong. This is going to be awesome.
How old are you?
24?
he also gets up at stupid early in the morning.
Yeah,
Brian.
I'm usually up by 4.
Oh, my time. But
Yeah,
how
I
old
was
are
gonna
you?
say, it sounds like Brian.
I was supposed to get to sleep in this morning, but yeah, that didn't happen.
Oopsies.
I woke up to a phone call from my boss, and he's like, "Hey, such and such is going down at work. I know it's a long shot, but can you come in early?" And I was like, "Is this an April Fool's joke?" He goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "It's the 1st of April." He goes, "Hadn't even thought about that." No.
Nope.
I was
Turkey
like,
farm is burning down. Please don't.
wishful thinking. No, it wasn't burning down. A couple of people called in and left us up a creek. So
Turkey Creek.
yeah,
Up
something
on
like that.
Turkey Creek, she sends me. If I spring a leak,
Cripple
she
Creek.
mends me. Yes, I'm aware it's Cripple Creek. It's a joke.
I like the band.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
I've never heard of it.
You never heard of the band?
Huh?
You've never heard of the band?
Virgil
Band?
Green is my name, and I served on the
No.
Danville train.
So one thing I'm not a fan of is country music at all.
The band
It's
isn't
not
country
country.
music.
Still don't know.
Yeah, you do. You just don't. Don't think you do.
Do you know who Bob Dylan is?
Yeah, I know who Bob Dylan is, but I don't listen to him. So I know almost nothing of his stuff.
I'm not a fan of Bob Dylan. I don't understand why people get all worked up over him.
He's okay with lyrics, but man, the guy.
Sheriff is well, to me, Bob Dylan's more famous for the songs he wrote than he sung.
Yes.
Sort of like Towns Van Zandt.
Do not
My girls,
disparage.
there you
Towns
were
Van
singing
Zandt.
Angles.
To quote Steve Earle, Towns Van Zandt was the best songwriter there ever was. I'll stand on Bob Dylan's.
Whoa.
Say it.
Okay, don't forget about Backstreet Boys.
Just went silent, dude.
My girls were running around fucking singing the
Chris, should
Bangles
we kick him?
Manic Monday the other day. I asked them, I said,
What the fuck just happened?
Dude compared.
Yeah, he just insulted Towns Van Zandt, so I had Chris kick him.
Dude
Not
just
so much motivation.
he compared Towns Van Zandt to the Backstreet Boys.
I know it's the other way around.
We can't be friends.
We can. I mean, come on. Backstreet Boys are pretty. Actually, I like K-pop more.
Oh Jesus Christ!
don't get Charles started with band.
Big Bang. Now the problem with those guys is they all got to go into military service, so the bands always break up when they hit in their mid-20s, early 20s.
Well, Elvis had to do military service. Johnny Cash had to do military service. They did just fine.
Can we
Yeah,
really tell
see?
Elvis is
Well,
just
they're
fine?
Korean.
It's not a threat.
I'm just saying that the members all have to leave when they're young. These are teeny boppers, right? And then they come out and they're no longer teeny boppers. Kind of ends a lot of careers.
Agreed.
Didn't end Sai's career.
No, you need to stop busting on Toddy because he hadn't been on here
Trying
yet.
to paint your dog.
What? I didn't say anything about Toddy. I said Sai, the dude who sang Gangnam Style.
All right, Dick. Andrew.
I haven't
There's
even
always
been a dick
exceptions
today.
to the rule. But yeah, Google Big Bang. Those are my dudes.
See, I do that, but then I get a nerd show about like physicists.
Where am I
Let's.
taking these fucking supplies to? Jesus Christ.
You hear that too, huh?
Virgil Kane was his name.
Who's got the doggo?
That's right.
Chris.
That's Andrew.
No.
That's Brian's dog.
That's right.
What kind of dog you got?
Barking one.
Yeah.
That's right. You tell.
What's the cat's name? Annoying asshole.
See if I can get the-
What? Nobody? Come on.
That was funny.
That was a great TV show or a great
Yeah.
movie. Clerks.
My person is a dude.
All right.
Okay. Are they Soviet?
What?
Are they Soviet?
No.
Are they from California?
We're
No,
doing another one
that's
else.
the
And they're
same
not a
thing.
dude.
That is the same thing. That's two.
What are we
Tim
doing?
D wants to know what the name of the dog is.
Maya.
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 Maya he. Maya.
Maya.
Can you do it?
Maya.
All right, you're being loud. I know. All right.
Brian's dog understandably does not like the Numa Numa song, which is fair because that song sucks.
Who is that Russian throat singer, dude?
I don't know, but it's not him.
20th century.
There's no super glue.
No.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No.
You were probably inspired by my fast food guy. So is yours Burger King?
No.
No.
Did he serve in the military?
Yes.
There you go.
The U.S. military?
Yes.
Hmm. So what do we know, guys?
Not 20th century. Served in the military. Is a dude.
The U.S. military.
Yes.
Was
correct.
it in the War of Independence?
No.
Too far back, maybe? Okay.
Did he serve as president?
No.
Okay.
That brings you a hint. One of Jeffy's favorite people.
Ironically, Sherman.
Yeah, buddy. Reese knows I'm
Wow.
a smart ass. Okay, well that didn't last long.
Sorry, you tell a Southerner one of his favorite people, and with a sneer in your voice, it's going to be Sherman.
Yep.
You forget I'm from the South too, buddy.
Fun fact: one of my
Wow, that pain runs deep.
You bet it does.
Oh,
Wow.
tell a Southerner with your favorite guy with a sneer in your voice.
yeah, buddy. Coincidentally,
Hey,
also
what's
one of my
funny is
favorite
what's
people.
funny is he wasn't wrong.
Yeah, I
No.
know.
Nope.
I had a great something or other grandfather and a couple of great uncles that tried to stop him unsuccessfully at
Yeah, it
Chattanooga.
didn't work out too well for him.
No, they tried to stop him at Chattanooga.
Yeah, it didn't work out too good.
No, one of them died of illness. One of them died in prison, and the other one got sent home because his wife was pregnant.
That's not supposed to happen when you're at war.
Nope,
Right.
but Ulysses S. Grant signed him a specific letter to do that, and so he named his son Grant.
That's pretty awesome.
Which being named Grant in the South in that era was sort of like being a boy named Sue. But
How do you do?
yeah, now you're going to die. But so the name Grant has come down our family very subtly as a middle name that we don't talk about.
Kind of like Bruno.
Yeah, we don't talk about him neither. Which is funny because I didn't realize Bruno was a name. I just thought it was the town down the river from where I grew up.
My mom gets mad at me. They're from Kentucky.
That's
And
understandable.
she does this whole Southern thing too. And I tell her, I don't understand why, because that's so un American, because that was not America. I can't see how you can support the South like that, Mom.
Kentucky
Her
was
jaws
still,
tighten up.
Kentucky was still a U.S. state the entire war too.
What part of Kentucky though? Because that makes all the difference in the world.
Barberville.
Okay, so like around Eastern.
I don't know. When I went there as a kid, I had no clue as to where I was, other than up in the mountains, and they were coal miners.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be
Yeah, Eastern. Yeah. Yeah, Jesus. Yep, you got it, Reese. Good job, buddy.
Oh, yeah, she
Yeah,
was mad at me.
The only thing there's one general, the one Union general that I dislike more than Sherman.
Who is?
No guesses?
Grant.
No, I don't mind Grant.
George Thomas?
Nope. 1 second.
McClellan.
No.
Everybody hates McClellan. That doesn't count. Irving McDowell?
Nope.
Oh, I just figured that was a safe guess if it was somebody in the Civil War that everybody shit on.
Was he a Western theater or Eastern theater?
Western Theater, Trans Mississippi.
Okay.
Franz Siegel?
Nope.
Lion.
You better not be fucking with Uncle Franz. We will
Lion?
fight next time I see
Thomas
you.
Ewing Jr.
Oh, he's from Dallas, right?
Yeah, it's he was JR's grandfather.
There we
Something
go.
like that.
Hey, that's all I know about Dallas. The only
First,
good thing that come
first
out of it
chief-
was a make-believe story.
First Chief Justice of Kansas. But he was the one that signed Order Number 11,
Which is,
the burning of all of Western Missouri.
order number 11. How comes most of these really bad orders just have numbers and they don't have like a name called Burning Missouri?
Because that's bad PR, and CBS News catches on to that.
Yeah.
Fun
true.
fact, the area of Missouri near where you're from was wholeheartedly unionist.
Yes, it was. Matter of fact, most of my Ozarkian family was unionist.
Yeah.
It was my family from Georgia that was Southern.
That's because everybody in southern Missouri liked the Union. It was northern Missouri that was Little Dixie.
Yep.
People don't get and understand that, and it's really weird.
See,
Yeah.
it's not that I support the South. It's that I question some of the immoral things that the North did in response to the South.
You talking about carpetbagging, or are you talking about the border war between Kansas and Missouri?
All of the above. And if you look at the bushwhacking in the Ozarks, right, you basically had three sides. You had the Union that would come in and forcibly recruit people and steal cattle and hogs and your crops and burn things. And then the Confederates would come through and steal your cattle and hogs and conscript your men and burn your house down. And then the bushwhackers would come through and rape your wives and steal your crops and kill your sons.
I'd have to go with the bushwhacker theory.
Jesus Christ.
And I'm not saying you got three sides. It's three theories. I'm saying it was all of the above going on to these folks.
And then you got and then you have the natives just getting screwed.
A Union general to be my favorite. It definitely have to be Sheridan.
You
I
like
was being
Sheridan?
sarcastic. I know you like Phil
Burning
Sheridan.
the Valley?
Yeah,
I like Sheridan.
he loves Sheridan
Why?
because he was a very effective general in the Valley.
Well, I like what Grant said about Sheridan when Meade was getting frustrated about it, and he went to Grant and told him what Sheridan said, to just let him go and I'll take care of Jeb Stuart.
Mm-hmm.
And Grant said he had a tendency to believe that when Phil Sheridan said he was going to do something, he always did.
Yes.
Yeah, I like Sheridan as a horseman. I do. It was a phenomenal horseman.
It's amazing how many you learn a lot about American military psyche and leadership I think with the Civil War more than anything that I can recall. I mean, the World War II was good too, but about, like take a guy like who'd be a good example? A guy that was a division commander, and then you make him a corps commander, and he's not worth a shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
some people are
so
pretty
many
bad in the reverse too.
Joe Hooker.
Yeah, but you know what? I keep thinking about Hooker at Chancellorsville, and Hooker's. Granted, he bailed on it, but his initial plan was quite good.
I know that. The issue is he then got just caught up with the logistics of individual corps and couldn't hold on to command of the overall battle because he was too busy micromanaging his subordinates.
I love this group.
He had no business commanding that entire army.
Should have made him a wing commander, and he should have pushed Meade, I think, into action sooner, and made give Hooker a wing.
How the fuck are you going to be a wing commander when you can't even fucking fly?
Anyways, all right. Did you know that George Washington effectively destroyed the entire RAF in 1776?
All right, I don't doubt it.
The British didn't have a single RAF plane in North America after 1776.
George Washington accidentally started a world war.
Did you know that the RAF didn't have a single plane in the American Revolution post 1776?
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
They didn't have any in the pre-1776 either.
We're not getting into that, are we? No, we're not.
That's not his point.
Was it Fort Donelson that Washington accidentally had the courier shot and started a war with the French?
Fort Donelson is in
Kentucky.
was an engagement in the Civil War. That's where
Not
Grant
Fort
got.
Donelson.
That's where Grant got the nickname "Unconditional Surrender."
Yeah, that was with the riverboats and stuff. That's why that stuck in my head. It was some fort right before the French and Indian War, and there was a border dispute between France and England, and they sent Washington out, and he accidentally shot the courier or something.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw a documentary on that.
Yeah, so he basically started the 7 Years' War.
Yep, sucks to suck.
Nice.
Was it him that shot it, or one of the people in his group?
No, I think he basically told the guy to shoot him, if I remember correctly.
I'm about to say he was a colonel at that point in time. He wasn't shooting anybody.
Washington was a character, I tell you that.
Kind of a dick when you think about it, but that's not the point. All right, ready? We're gonna wash these rabbits and see how they turn out. They're painted like common, field rabbits here in the Midwest. So there's not a whole lot of painting to be done on them, honestly.
Hey, when you wash those rabbits, watch the back feet. If they get any momentum at all, they hurt.
There you go. They got some cool stuff though. That guy's got a horn.
There you go.
I thought he was just drinking a beer.
Here's their cavalry commander. He's got a golden snail on his little falconer's gloves. It's bright green when it comes out.
That's
You need
awesome.
to feed that dog. That thing's about to die.
This one looks pretty
Dude.
sad already.
Yeah.
They're greyhounds. They're Italian greyhounds.
Here's a piper,
I thought that was a bong.
maybe.
Boom.
Cheech and Chong the rabbits.
Hey, they're actually not rabbits, but when you're in LSD, it looks like they're rabbits. Those are actually humans.
No,
Yeah,
no,
whatever floats your boat.
they're rabbits from old
Illuminated manuscripts.
marginalia.
So these guys are going to fight Dust
Oh, these are
Bowl.
Thomas's minis.
Yeah. So
Wait.
these guys are going to fight Dust Bowl guys. That looks like it's not my hand. Oops.
You said Dust Bowl guys?
Yeah. So you know how during the Dust Bowl, American farmers had to round up rabbits in pens and kill them, right?
Right.
So these guys are the RDF, the Rabbit Defense Forces, and so they'll be fighting Dust Bowl guys.
Toy and collectible show just up the road here tomorrow at 8 in the morning.
I need to print a bunch of these guys rabbit, like normal rabbits, and that's what the game is going to be to start. Is going to be the rabbit hunt, and then these guys are going to randomly spring out and start getting everybody over. But they need a wash.
Is this game going to make an appearance next year?
It'll be at something or other. It'll probably be at March to Victory, so Thomas can see it and play in it.
Yeah.
We'll call it the Great Rabbit Hunt.
Oh, wow.
Although
Here's
it might
Tyson
not though. See, that puts me in a trick bag though, because I like to take. Robin is really big on playing non-Wiley stuff at March to Victory.
Then come up with another rule set.
That's fair.
Oh my God! Here's somebody selling GTS the Devil's Cauldron for $200.
Is that a good price or a bad price?
Yeah, it's good because it's been out of print for a while, and it's the only one I'm missing. Well, no, I take that back. I'm missing the new Bastogne one too. So
Did you say GTS?
yeah. God damn it.
Oh, jeez.
No, I'm not doing it. Click away, Jeff. Click away.
Yeah, run.
Uh-oh, killing
Leave
ground.
that group. Leave Consim World.
So you said Robin's really big with people not playing Wiley games at.
Yeah, she wants it to diversify, which is why I got away from a Wiley game this year.
Okay.
Same.
So I'll play. I'll bring 5 core next year instead of Fistful of Lead. Then.
Yeah, because there will always be enough Fistful of Lead there because, of course, Jay will be hawking whatever current book he wants to hawk.
Right.
And then Steve will, of course, always have either Star Wars or
Terror
Skull
Island or
Island.
whatever his current thing is. Yeah.
Yeah. And then what the guy that does the really good Western games.
James Harness.
Yeah, Harness.
I want to say that, and then Chris usually brings Fistful of Lead for his big stuff. Although sometimes he brings muskets and tomahawks, but I feel like muskets and tomahawks isn't quite as good of a con game.
Correct.
Well, and he usually has multiple sessions with multiple rule sets.
Yeah.
Chris Clucky is one of the reasons that I love 54 millimeter and is still play it. I was reading his blog for years.
Yep.
Well, and besides, he's just a really good guy.
Oh, he's so nice.
Correct. That being said, I can't sell my car to buy figures like he does, but
No,
they are
No.
gorgeous.
Those rabbits look like Charles rabbits.
They are.
I think they're close to the same thing.
They are.
how tall are those rabbits?
Let's see here. Here's one of his. He sent me one of the Triumph of Death figures too. Which I don't actually know which one. I was looking for this figure and I don't know what figure it is. Here's a 25 millimeter fat pirate governor
Okay.
next to one of them. So they're maybe 15 millimeter tall.
So they look really funny versus 54s.
Oh yeah.
And not funny in a bad way, just
They look almost like real rabbits.
Yeah, they look like rabbits. I might get to this guy. Parry this, you filthy casual. I don't know what is going on with this arm, though. It's a little
Hold
sketchy.
on. Is that one of those buckets you put on a turkey's head?
Yes.
is that Ned Kelly?
It's a Spengel helm. No, it's not Ned Kelly. There's a meme out there from an old like SCA event or something where it's a guy and he's got a 1911 and it says "Parry this, you filthy casual." So
Yeah.
somebody made a 3D model of it.
That's awesome. I thought it was Ned Kelly.
Nah. Okay, wash. Washy, wash. I feel like these guys need a brown wash more than they need a black wash. So we're going to do some dark tone.
What did you say about the Black Watch?
I think these guys need a brown wash more than they need a.
Sorry, I was just trying to draw the Highlanders into it.
No, you're good. I just have so many damn. Look at the difference between these two bottles of flesh wash. Jesus.
Black Watch.
Look at that. You guys can even see it on camera. Look at the difference there.
Yeah.
Those are both Army Painter flesh wash.
Hey, Chris, can I pick your brain?
Go ahead.
The pole mine in my game.
Yeah.
What did you think about the mechanics for it? Obviously, you didn't get to see it used, but
Sounds like a strip club.
It worked fine.
Okay, I didn't know I was because I came up with the mechanics for that weapon just kind of on the, I wouldn't say on the spot, but I came up with it just out of the blue a couple days ago.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I like it.
The pole mine? That sounds like a strip club, but maybe the kind Jeff goes to.
It would have been a blast.
Hey!
Boo this man. Boo this man.
Oh, you can't boo me. I'm the gingerbread man.
I don't care who you are. That shit's
I'm done
funny.
fucking with y'all now. It's time to get busy.
Yeah, no shit, man. It's time for all you guys to stop farting around and start painting, boys.
Hey, I've been painting.
That's what I've
thank
been
you.
doing. I've almost got a Ranger squad done, and I've got an airborne squad to follow in a couple hours.
I'm about to start painting on the Chewbacca here.
Chewbacca.
I noticed Brian has been quiet, and his hands are moving fast, and he's painting.
That's good.
And my hands don't do that.
I put an extra $100 on the over/under.
Hey, the only time my hands move fast is not when it's painting. I'm just saying.
Yeah, my hands just don't move fast in general.
Mine do, but I gotta turn off the camera for that.
Heyo.
I don't. Just let it whip.
Is
Watch him, Dana.
Is your favorite baseball team the Yankees?
Yeah, and their pitcher, Rosie Palms.
Center.
Yankees
Favorite
carry
baseball
the
team
same
is the
weight.
Yankees. I have not
Yankees
heard
carry
that
the same
before.
weight as the Cowboys do for me.
I'm gonna use the shit out of that.
Have you not ever watched Tommy Boy?
I have. That one just never stuck with me.
Oh, dude.
Of course I've watched Tommy Boy. Are you kidding me?
I was about to say that shit's right up your fucking alley.
It is. I grew up on Tommy Boy, man. Much to my mother's disappointment, but yeah.
I mean, where did you grow up in St. Louis?
Yeah, buddy, you know it.
Okay.
Yeah, buddy, born and raised, baby. Good St. Louis boys.
Man, if I jump out there and attack that fucking anti-tank unit, fucking Germans are gonna pounce my ass. Ooh.
One of the things I really want to play is a Battle for St. Louis game. A guy did bring that to March to Victory this year using some lock and load rules that he adapted.
I thought you had serious concern about it, though.
It wasn't. He came up with the scenario, and it wasn't my favorite iteration of the scenario. But that's not his fault. I mean, well, it is his fault because he came up with the scenario. But that's fine.
Right.
I just don't know if he researched it entirely well.
Wag. I've painted at least a dozen today and based about the same number.
I know you've been doing great, buddy.
Yeah, I'm done now. I'm playing a war game.
You'll be back. Don't worry.
And yeah, probably not.
Yeah, you will. But I really want to do that. I want to do it in 6 mil. I already have my irregular order for it built. Basically 2 strips of base, and then I was thinking about either, coming up with finding rules or using rules from that Battle for St. Louis 1780 game by I don't remember what the company's called, but it's made by a local guy here named Steve. I don't remember, but so I was thinking about using those rules. That would be super cool, or some of the Trans-Mississippi ACW stuff, like the Camp Jackson affair or some of the skirmishing that took place around, the area south of St. Louis or whatnot. I'm not sure.
Trans-Mississippi's just always been fascinating to me. But I tend to focus on like the super small skirmishes that barely get a note in the history book.
That's my point. It seems like that would be cool to do. There's a really interesting character who was a Confederate guerrilla named Sam Hildebrand, about an hour south of St. Louis, who was a real piece of shit.
Most of them were.
Yeah, but he was the epitome of a guy who was just using the war as an excuse to do the normal crimes that he would have done in polite society, except for that he wasn't really able to on account of the fact that he would have been hunted down and killed by a posse.
Yeah.
But so I mean, I've and then the nice thing is I've hiked basically all the terrain where he tended to be active.
Some of that's some woolly terrain too.
It's not super great down there along Little St. Francis River. It's pretty fighty, to be honest with you. And that would be really cool because I could. It's one of those things like when I was designing the map for Fistful of Fentanyl, I didn't really need to like look at reference maps to draw a map of Kinloch.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to do the same thing without all of the issues that come along with playing Fistful of Fentanyl. But I thought that would be cool to build the branch of the area around where the Little St. Francis meets Del Run.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
And then have, the game starts with Sam Hildebrand killing George Miller and then getting chased out of there on a rail.
If you ever want help with the Trans-Mississippi game, you let me know.
Yeah, man.
I'm obviously not going to help you paint figures for it, but I'll help you, come up with some ideas.
Reese goes, I'm not going to lower myself to paint 28s, but,
I can't do it. I'm just not good at it.
Not with that attitude.
I mean, I've tried. I tried to paint Axis and Allies infantry, and they came out looking like smudges.
Yeah, but what the hell is that scale?
172.
Those are also about the poopiest injection molded plastic figures you can come up with.
Oh, probably. I'm going to try it again. I've got some I'm calling them campaign markers to shield the fact that I bought 172 scale miniatures.
There you go.
It's an understandable shame.
They're
I like the way you think, man.
They're Vietnam guys, so I can run a Vietnam map campaign.
Oh, there you go. That'll be cool.
So
I want to design a skirmish game in Vietnam on the Brownwater Navy.
okay.
That'd be pretty slick.
Yeah, I've got a ton of reference material. A bunch of free books off Kindle. I've been slowly reading through.
You going to have field teams supporting them too?
I've made no decisions yet. I'm just going through the research. The one thing I'm concerned about, and this is just for me, is I want to do it justice. You know what I mean? I don't want to half-ass it and make it, because I was born in '61, so I grew up watching the Vietnam War on TV every night and thought I was going to go my whole life. I just assumed I was going to go to that conflict because that's all I knew. And so I didn't. My father was in the Navy, but he didn't go to Vietnam. But the point being is I don't want it to just be a cheesy type of thing. I want to try to represent what these guys may have gone through as best I possibly can in the game format, which is going to be difficult. But
no, I get that. That's not a light endeavor at all.
No, because it's too soon, right? I mean, I'm doing a Civil War one, and I'm not worried about if I get something wrong or misrepresent something to some degree because it's a game. But
right,
I don't have that same attitude when I'm talking a Vietnam War game.
And that was partially my worry when I had that scenario with what I called Camp Alamo. Was I was afraid that I would be somewhat irreverent or not do it justice or whatnot. But I don't know. That's a deep topic.
Yeah, well, you're doing Way, correct?
I'm doing Way next year, and I'm taking it very seriously.
Yeah, no, that's one of the reasons why I brought it up. Is because I'd love to hear your thoughts as you're going through it. And how you might tackle certain things.
So
again, I don't want to make it into more than it is, but I also want to give it the respect it deserves.
Right. So I've done Way before. I haven't done it for people, but I've played through it myself. It's a solo / cooperative scenario.
Okay.
And there are civilians potentially on the board, but you have to make decisions, to protect and save your own men. Right. And who cares what the historical significance of a building is if there's RPG fire coming from that building.
Right.
It's one of those scenarios where, yeah, you have rules of engagement, but are you going to follow those rules of engagement when the chips are chips are down, and really show, there's moral dilemmas in war that there's no good choice
No,
whatsoever. And
it's spots you have to make them.
yes. So I mean, you're clearing a building and there's somebody in there. Are you throwing a grenade before you pop around the corner when there could be a civilian hiding in the corner?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's things like that. I don't know, right? So I've rewritten this several times because, man, crap gets dark.
Yeah,
in a heartbeat.
I agree. That's to your point. That's kind of what I'm thinking, and I do this. And again, I know it's what now 60 years on, 50 years on, but still. What's weird is I think about when I was born. It's closer to World War II than my daughters being born are close to Vietnam.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because I was born in '61.
We all play World War II. And it's the good war, right? There's a clear good guy. There's a clear bad guy. And we don't think about the civilians in France or the civilians on Okinawa. We think about beating the enemy and coming out on top.
Well, also, we killed a lot of civilians on purpose, knowing they were civilians.
Yes, we did.
And that's not talked about in war games. Like, okay, go there and bomb and see how many civilian casualties you get.
Well, and I think some do. If I remember right, there's a couple of games about the 8th Air Force that take that into account.
Okay.
But I don't have a lot of experience with it. I just heard them talked about on podcasts and stuff. I listen to a lot of podcasts because I have a slightly boring job and a Bluetooth headset. So, and ADHD that if I'm listening to something, I'm a whole lot more functional.
Yeah. So. Makes sense.
You say you have a boring job?
Yeah.
Dude, you're fucking turkeys.
Well, Elon Musk has a boring company.
You got to make sure it's boring until you get your bicep ripped by one of those bastards.
Yeah, I put a 5-gallon bucket over his head for a couple minutes.
There you go.
You get put in the timeout bucket.
So
the timeout bucket.
You done goofed, Reggie.
Charles says those rabbits look like mine. They are. I think they have like 6 different flesh washes. They do. Has anyone actually painted anything? Yes, I'm in the process.
More than this.
I'm in the process of painting up Chewbacca and C-3PO.
I've been working on that.
Charles, you really asking if I've painted anything? Come on now, you know me.
I've got here.
So,
if you can, hold on
Peter, interestingly enough, sir, I had this war of mine, and I found it unappealing.
Right here,
and over the top, trying to make it sad when it didn't need to be every single thing. I think they tried to make a point that didn't need to be made.
My brother.
So yeah, I'm not a fan of this. In fact, I gave the game away. I thought it was. I'm the one guy in the country that thinks that it was not so great.
My brother's here saying ahoy polloi.
Hey buddy, what's up, Jay?
Bunkhouse says that's why I can't game anything past World War II. It's too recent.
Yeah.
These I don't even like World War II gaming unless some weird element are added to it.
I can see that.
Tim, thank you. He says looking good. And Walkabout asked if anything got painted. Yeah, and we were covering that, Charles. I got quite a few stuff. I got these 4 guys painted up and based. Ooh, they're falling. Shit, fire save the matches. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's get them. So I got a question for you guys.
Hold on, Chris. Twilight 2000. I'll have to look into that, boss. That sounds good.
Here you go. Let me embiggen myself here a second.
I got an answer for you.
All right, here you go. I got these 4 guys painted up.
That's pretty sick.
Good job, dude.
Thank you. I got.
Have you primed them? Are you coated them?
No.
Not primed. You know what I mean. Finished them.
I know what you meant. I got these 2 painted up. I like the back for her there.
Yeah, the hair came out really nice.
I don't know if that's her hair or if that's like a fucking critter mane or something. I don't know.
Okay, well, either
But it looks
way,
good.
it
Yeah, it
came
looks
out
good.
nice.
Yeah, I got him painted.
I'm not feeling that one. But that's just
Well,
me.
It's
You know, if
it
the
is the
silver was
red-
replaced with a little gold,
it
and
is
maybe
the
a
red.
little SF put on it, I'd be a little more down with it.
That's the red droid. You know, as it's said. Now I do have a question for the Chewbacca here. The Chewbacca with the C-3PO.
Okay.
In how he is set up here, in his way, the only time he was ever like this, C3, they were only on Cloud City. They were only on Bespin. So do I just paint it? Paint the base a
No,
a light
you know
gray, or do I go ahead and give it material? Do I give it the ground cover?
I think I would do it to match your other miniatures.
Well, what are you planning on using it for? Because I know you have
I
another
don't know.
Chewbacca.
What's that?
I know you have another Chewbacca.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I'd almost just do it a light gray in case you need him as an objective marker.
All right.
But just because he only carried C-3PO around that in the story that we know of doesn't mean they didn't go out and do that for fun on weekends.
There you go.
They could go, that could
see-
have been how they went camping.
Because I want it to be historically accurate.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, it's just like this Russian sniper, right? All of my Russians are based on snow and ice, but this one's in a green camo suit. Am I going to put him on a white base? So I don't know. You can go a lot of ways with it.
Yeah. Charles says first 4 skellies are almost done being painted. Just got to get some soil on the bases. Outstanding.
That's what's up, Charles.
Tim says I can do anything up to Korea myself.
Does that include Korea or up to Korea? Meaning prior to.
Right. It says if you do a gray, you can always base it later. Yeah, or just weld it as a gray base. Like I said, I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do it yet. I think I will do him because I've got. Where are you? Here you
Oh
go.
man.
So like I got these guys. He does include Korea.
Okay.
So like this guy here, he just
Thank you,
has
Tim.
gray that German gray paint job for the base. So
Oh, it looks like he's standing on ice. With the light, the way the angle you had it for
Oh,
a
yeah.
second, it looked like it was a little icy.
Well, how do y'all feel about fictional conflicts in the somewhat modern era?
So I
Like Cold War turned hot,
Well,
or
yeah,
real fictional, like Man in the Ivory Tower, whatever the hell that's called.
well,
Man in
No,
the
I
High Castle.
I've been tossing around the idea of a Cold War proxy war, like Vietnam or Korea, that's not Vietnam or Korea, to set some games in.
Do it. Like
What about if it was
Imagination?
in Vietnam, but we were fighting the Chinese?
We were fighting the Chinese.
Yeah, we're fighting just about everybody down there. I'm thinking like an island chain in the Pacific or something.
Oh, okay, like the war in the Pacific, World War II, but a little more modern.
But yeah, I mean, kind of a proxy war. So
Okay.
your local forces would be represented by like World War II Marines, and
Okay.
their air power would be maybe Korean era jets.
Oh, okay.
fighting an insurgency.
Like
With-
MiG-17s
with-
or something.
Well, yeah, like maybe like F9 Panthers on loan or being sold, something of that nature.
Oh, you're talking a little more current, not 60s.
No. We're talking like when I say F9 Panthers, like
Korea War.
subsonic jets.
Okay.
And then having the quote unquote, American advisors be Vietnam era Marines or something of that nature.
It
So-
sounds plausible.
Because if you look at ARVN, right, in the early war, they're basically armed with World War II weapons. So it would be a completely fictional island chain. But I was thinking about taking the Axis and Allies Guadalcanal board and using the Solomon Islands map as a board for it. That way I can do naval and air combat.
Do it.
I have a bunch of 15 mil stuff for a fictional, like an imaginations modern-ish African thing. It's pretty
Yeah.
outstanding. It's,
Like AK-47.
yeah.
I normally don't play fictional games because I think there's enough real historical ones that I haven't got to that I want to get to. So I'm not necessarily against it. It just would be so deep on my playlist, I probably would never get to them.
So I've got a fictional scenario I've bopped around in my head for years. As a matter of fact, one of the first things I started playing, I watched the Ted Turner miniseries Rough Riders, and in it, Teddy Roosevelt gets to the top of San Juan Hill, and there's German advisors mixed in with the Spanish troops. And I'm sitting there going, well, if that happened, wouldn't we just turn around and declare war on Germany? And I was like, well, if Germany was doing that in 1898, who's saying they weren't stirring up the Boers in South Africa against the British as well? Because the Boer War is about to pop off. And if they're doing that, what else are they doing?
Right.
Could they be helping the Mahdi's out in Sudan? And you play it out long enough, you get a World War II, not World War II, World War I in 1898 with America versus Spain, America and Britain and some other allies versus Spain and Germany and some of their allies. And I thought that would be a fascinating thing to game out.
And then
Well,
World War I.
I'll give you a real
ended
conflict that
drastically
happened
quicker.
that would be interesting to see war gamed is I've been doing some research and because of a number of things, I'm off of it now, but I need to get back on it. Is I want to do the Coast Watchers in the Pacific War.
Okay.
And in doing my research, I found that there was a missionary, and I'll give you the short story. He basically, in an effort he started off neutral between the U.S. and the Japanese, and he was just going to protect his flock. And over time, that turned into he built a small army and actively fought against the Japanese. So you have this missionary fighting the Japanese in the Pacific in World War II. And it really happened. And I think that would be a very interesting rule set and scenarios based on the history of what, and I can't think of the guy's name. I've got a book that's got it. But I have never seen anybody cover that. And that is such an interesting idea. This guy justified what he did by protecting his flock to the point of building a small personal army and fighting the Japanese.
Did he ever ally himself with the Allies, or was he?
Oh no, he was helping the Allies though. Once yes. So
Okay.
he didn't fight against. He helped the Allies. He recovered a number of downed pilots, but he was very much independent and waged his own war against the Japanese under the guise of. And that's inappropriate to say that. Not under the guise. I'm sure
with the justification of.
Yeah, however you want to say it without being disrespectful, but
Yeah.
and protecting his flock for his belief. Anyway, that would be an interesting one to see.
Let's see.
Maybe I should just do it because I find it interesting.
Yeah, do it.
Charles says 28 more to go. Dude, you are rock. When you get all 32 of them done, that's easily going to be 75 points for you because those skeletons are a bastard. they're ask McMurray. They're a bastard.
Oh, just so you know, since 8 o'clock my time, we're in the window for delivery of my Amazon order.
All right.
So my
Are we
speed
really?
dates could show up any moment now.
Oh, I thought it was 4 a.m. to 8
No,
a.m.
from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Ah,
Oh
gotcha.
yeah, you're golden then.
Yeah, I've got a few minis that I'm going to use them on that I'm kind of in a holding pattern. I'm doing as much as I can, but I'm going to explore with those. So I'm looking forward to it.
So, and then Tim D says fictional war games are good. Charles says, I'm not big on minis with guns. I much more prefer swords, shields, bows, and spears up close combat. If guns are involved, I prefer counters and hexes. Hey,
That
That's
makes
okay.
sense.
that's a fair point.
Yeah.
I not a bad way to go, honestly. Let's see. I don't know if Jay is still here watching or not, but I know that several times I have put on games of U.S. American infantry versus Arab insurgents, and he has commented to me that he's not able to play in the game if I say this is Afghanistan or I say this is Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
But if I come out and say, well, this is
But Krakistan.
yeah, this is Ashkrakistan, he's okay with that.
Pakistan. Oh my God.
Because he has the ability to make that disassociation.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he was deployed in Afghanistan in 2009, and we've had he more so than me has had some friends deployed to Iraq. So I wholeheartedly get where he's coming from. I've got nothing against that concept.
Right.
Would I still, I still have all that in 15 millimeter. And I can put that game on anytime I want. I haven't in a while. Would I again? Probably. But again, it's going to be, this fighting force in, not in someplace real.
Right.
God damn it. There we go. So as for, other stuff, I don't, we had an uncle that flew F-8s off of Oriskany and Ticonderoga during Vietnam. Our stepdad was on USS Midway during Vietnam, and I can do a game during those conflicts also. Air combat games during that time frame also.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have an issue doing that.
I'm listening. I'm just going to go behind the camera.
No, that's fine. So, I've never been in combat personally. I don't know how I would be in with the idea of fighting or playing a game in an era that I had served. Now I did briefly serve in the National Guard at the very, very, very tail end of the Cold War, 1989. 1989, 1990. That I am very intrigued by the Cold War. So, I don't have a problem doing the Cold War actions, but again, I think it's because it never happened. It never really happened. We had proxy wars all over the world. American equipment versus Soviet equipment, but it wasn't American soldiers against Soviet soldiers.
But I'm interested in, and I think you are as well. What's the game from Lock and Load?
World
At War 85.
World at War 85. Thank you. Yeah, and I've I've got the full Monty from the first Kickstarter that they did. I'm in full Monty for the Fire and Fury.
I'm late to the. I'm in for nothing, but I find that an interesting game set. Let me put it that way. Game period.
So, it's I don't. So I don't know what draws me to play or want to play in that.
Would be the what if factor.
I guess I don't know, but it's my second favorite time frame to game historically.
I knew you were a big fan of it. I didn't know it was your second though.
Yeah, number one, of course, is World War II naval.
Yeah,
that if somebody puts two games down in front of me and says you have the option World War II naval or Cold War Gone Hot,
or anything else, actually, right?
Or anything else, yeah. I'm gonna go with that every time. I'm gonna go World War II naval every time. Cold War Gone Hot. It intrigues me. I think it's because I am familiar with the equipment, very familiar with the equipment.
Right.
Because I had passing. What's the word? What's the real word I'm looking for?
Passing interest?
I had a passing. Damn it.
Interest?
A one night stand?
Yeah, basically a one night stand. I didn't have in-depth dealings with the equipment like Jeff did. Jeff was intimate with the equipment. He lived it. He breathed it. He was in it. He was on top of it. He was around it.
You just were there for the articles.
Exactly. I played with it. Yes, I went through basic training, but I was only National Guard. Now, when I say only National Guard, I was even more only National Guard than my brother, who's National Guard, but he was also regular Army. And when he was deployed in 2009, he was with the National Guard. So it's, he's very intimate with the equipment as well. But it's interesting to see the equipment that I had contact with, a passing contact, if you will.
Let me ask you a quick question. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead.
In the 1985, whatever it was called, game.
Yeah, World of War.
Yeah, I think I saw somebody post some images of like naval aviation, carrier aviation.
Yeah,
And I
so-
find that so intriguing because it's got like A6s, A4s.
Yeah,
F4s,
so
and that's what
another-
I grew up on. That's what I watched landing at the naval base when I was a kid.
right,
Those
so-
are the aircraft that I have that steals my heart.
Yeah, there's another game that they're working on that's
Mm-hmm.
in the World at War 85 universe
Okay.
that is naval. It's did you and I think I've asked this question and I can't remember and I apologize. Have you read or listened to Red Storm Rising?
Many moons ago, I used to buy I was very much a Brian, and I would only read hardbacks, and I had a lot of Tom Clancy hardbacks. That was like my main read
Okay.
when they
So-
were coming out, when they were new and first editions coming out. So yes, at that point.
So if you remember all of the backfires versus the
I don't remember
carriers and-
much of it, dude.
but well, I'm not going into detail with it, but just the concept of there was that part of the book that talked about the Soviet backfires coming out of off the Kola Peninsula, coming down.
See, I've got 2
Yeah.
credits on audiobooks. I'm going to go tonight and I'm going to download Red Storm Rising on audiobook.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it's
do it.
it's 31 hours of amazing listening.
Yeah, no, in fact, you know what? I'm going to do that now, but keep
Okay.
talking.
But that's what that game is all about. The Soviet, well, not just that part, but the Soviet Air Force going after the American carriers or the American convoys, or the subs going after the convoys, or that type of thing.
Right.
It's so what it allows.
Was that the
you
first
to-
book in his series?
Well, it's a standalone. The
Okay.
Red Storm Rising is a standalone. It doesn't have Jack Ryan in it,
Yeah, I'm not worried about who's in it. I just
but I can't remember if it was his first book or not. It's early. If it's not his first book, it's his second book. His first.
okay. They have a 2-hour one and a 31-hour one.
You
I
want
want the
You
31.
want the 31-hour one. The 2-hour one, I don't know what the hell that is. It was F. Murray Abraham reading it, and I listened to it, and it was really cool. And we
This
have
is Michael Pritchard who's narrating this one.
Yeah, I believe that's. Well, let me.
No, I'm looking at. I just got it. 31 hours. Michael Pritchard narrating Tom Clancy, Red Storm Rising. Done.
Yeah. I listen to it at least once a year.
Well, I won't. I don't know if I can commit to that, but
No. I'm not saying that you need to. I'm just telling you that it is so much part of my.
well, this is going
Early
to
on.
prime me for that naval game more
Yes.
than likely is what it
Oh,
sounds
yeah.
like.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Red Storm Rising.
Yeah. Well, I went and I had 2 credits. I just dumped one of them.
There you go. Come on.
I have a whole dungeon party that I kind of sculpted a base, change the subject. Hey, Mike, welcome back. Are you awake?
McMurray asleep.
No, he's
McMurray's
not.
awake. McMurray's waiting for Wash to try on this next batch of, how many is that? 21 figures.
Well, I pulled out this bunch of dungeon party dudes that I primed many moons ago, and we're gonna see if I can knock these things out when my speed paints show up. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minis.
You got a tracking number on those speed paints?
Let me check.
You gotta have tracking. You got them off Amazon.
My GDP was full to gap, second line full to gap behind 11th ACR. And of course, for 7 straight years, every time we do Lariat Advance, which simulate the alert call, it was load up out the back gate, headed across to Coleman Barracks to load our vehicles on trains. and head towards the border. And we would take trips every year. We'd rent bicycles, and we'd take the platoon up with bicycles and do some halves or 5 tons up to the GDP area, and we would ride our GDP on bicycles, which was a bitch. But when you're young and healthy and all that shit, we'd stay at a sports plots. We'd stay on the soccer pitch, football pitch. My bad. We would use their locker room showers and stuff, and we would just pitch our tents right there on the field, and we would ride that damn GDP nonstop. And then, of course, I would do border stints running OP Alpha up there, which was as serious as that had to be. It was a lot more fun than it was serious fucking with the East Germans.
Okay, I have my times flipped. Sorry to interrupt. 4 a.m. to 8 a.m., not 8
I was
p.m.
gonna say,
to
I thought
4
that's
a.m.
what you said. Yeah.
Yeah, you were right. I was wrong.
Just
Oh,
walk to DC and
So how often did you have to do that, Jeff? I mean, it sounds like in some sense you were kind of on the front lines there.
Well, yeah, I was reconnaissance. So, I mean, 11th
No, I
ACR.
meant just in the fact you were in Germany and dealing with a lot of what may have gone down in Europe.
Well, 11th ACR would always get hit. 11th and 2nd ACR would get hit first. They were the front shield, but let me tell you something. They were loaded for bear. And Russia and Soviet aircraft, I'm sorry, numbers didn't mean shit. And it's always been that way, and it's probably going to be that way as far as I can tell. Soviet close air and air support, never going to touch us. All right. But we always prepared for the surprise, what they call it the first strike simulation. Always prepared for that, but we would run that deployment. I mean, we would run Lariat advances 3-4 times a year sometimes, and we would run deployments. Maybe like I say, the bicycle thing. We do that once a year, usually in good weather, so we could get some good riding days up there because it was a big area we covered. You got to figure a 6-track scout platoon, with 3 113s and 3 901s that worked in pairs. We could stretch ourselves across a 9-mile front with 6 vehicles and provide a screen, just because of the firepower that we had at our fingertips, even in those vehicles, and then the on-call firepower that we had. Because when I first went to Germany, we still had the combat support company, and they didn't. When we had our own GSR, we had our own air defense, we had our own mortar platoons, we had our own bridging engineers and construction engineers, and we had ground surveillance radar, all at our fingertips. And then we always had close air support, just seconds away. With any kind of air cab or any kind of air, like of course A-10s those were so much fun to call in. But I mean, we were loaded for bear, and of course the trigger for us, or the big thing for us, was always thinking about the massive numbers we were going to see from the Soviets or the Warsaw Bloc or Pact countries,
Right.
because they were going to come in mass. But let me tell you something. One scout platoon, it's even more so today with the CFEs, the M3 the cavalry version of the Bradleys. Even with our 113s and our 911s, our little scout platoon, we had more firepower at our fingertips than a tank platoon, and in some cases a tank company, until the M1s rolled around.
Wow.
And then the M1s became, the firepower that they provided. And of course, a lot of times too, we would have German armor. And the Leopard in the early 80s, well, the Leopard still, but the Leopards in the early 80s, they were the number one tank. The M1 had not overcome them yet. And we had a lot of that. But shit, having Cobras and A-10s on call nonstop, we were loaded for bear. Like I said, you could spread us out on a 9-mile front. And as long as, and of course, we go up, like I say, we go up there every year to pick out our positions, make sure we had optimal view of
hey,
everything.
What model Cobras were those?
So H1s.
H1Zs?
Oh no, we never.
No.
When I was there in the 80s, we never had a delineation, and we never had a suffix.
Okay.
Just the H1.
No, yeah, it
Like the
was.
Hueys, I know the Hueys went through all the way to E and F models or G models or something like that. Ds.
So you're gonna love this bird, then.
We didn't even have Black Hawks yet. We didn't have Apaches yet. Not in the early 80s. At least not at our fingertips. Over there.
Hold on, Reese. Hold on.
But we had
No
all
worries.
kinds.
All he's got to do is see the Black Horse.
There you go.
There you go. 11th ACR. 2nd ACR, 11th ACR. And my platoon sergeant over there, Sergeant Wellman, he was Black Horse in Vietnam. So, and he was a good dude. Drunk, married to a German, spoke fluent German, smoked dope, old fat guy, could run his ass off though. He was, man, that dude was good. I drove for him for quite a long time until he finally retired. That dude was awesome. But yeah, we'd run that thing all the time. I remember a reforger. I want to say I can't remember, it was 83 or 85. The Minnesota National Guard came over, and they were what we knew then was certified as an Arctic Light, like the 10th Mountain is.
Right.
We spent 2 weeks of the reforger going out and recovering them because their vehicles froze, wouldn't start, wouldn't run. They had frostbite cases, and I'm like, really? The Minnesota National Guard, and we're going out to recover them? We never did get to participate in the forge exercise because of that.
Oh.
I had a blast over there, man. When it was East Germany and West Germany, that was, I mean, everything was serious business when you were doing your thing. But the country, being in West Germany at the time was so much fun.
I can imagine.
Tim D says, one of my uncles was shot down and captured over Germany. One of my father's cousins is buried in Normandy. My step grandfather survived the Bataan Death March. I play for the historical context. And it's World War II naval for him as well. The National Guard gets dragged out to a lot of places. Now, see, this is something that is it what you're talking about, Hissy, or not Hissy, Jeffy, with National Guard, like you're in Reforger.
Right.
Now, my dad never went over to Germany, but as 49th Armored, he was their capstone was with the 2nd Armored
Sure.
out of not Hood, Bliss or Hood, one of the two. Anyway, they were to backfill for 2nd Armored.
Leave it.
Right.
So, you know, I was fully aware that if you know shit went down, he was gone. But I don't know why, and maybe it was because the 49th Armored was, you know, a full division under a single state command, and it was the only division under a single state command, that they actually took their training a little more seriously. So they, you know, the Texas Guard back then, and still to this day, was known as, you know, yeah, they're National Guard, but they're better at being National Guard than other states. They were a little more serious about their training.
I mean, you ask your brother this, because I don't know anymore. But if my recollection is good, the National Guard in those days in their training had the ability to be more focused on foreign events as opposed to today where it has to be more focused on internal events.
Right. Oh yeah, but you know, it's the back then that they really took in the whole idea of, you know, 1 week in a month, 2 weekends a year, and a lot of places or a lot of units were very much, well, I'm only in it for the little bit extra cash and the help with you know, money for college type of thing.
Yeah.
But my dad, who ended up with a Army Commendation Medal, he was spending, you know, several nights a week, every week down at the armory, because he was working on the first mobile talk system.
And the old M577s.
No, in the deuce and a halves.
Well, yeah, I remember that version. Oh, well, yeah, you're talking about your dad. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
got
back in the late 70s.
Right.
And so he, that, he eventually had to get out because he ran out of people that he could pawn my brother-in-law off on while he was doing this while my mom lived in Kansas City when they were divorced. But it's, and even now it's the 10th, one of the regiments out of the 10th Mountain actually, I don't know if they still do, but for a while they actually wore the 36th Infantry Division patch because they were under the command structure of the 36th Infantry Division.
My last unit was 10th Mountain Division.
Yeah.
Alpha Troop 317 Cav, the only ground cavalry unit other than maintenance stuff.
Yeah.
The only ground troops in the entire squadron, which was cool. Most of our all of our helicopters were stationed down in Rome, New York at the air base, but we stayed up there. And I mean, those guys up at 10th Mountain, it was whenever the infantry would go out to train, we got to go play the bad guys.
Yeah.
And we would dress our vehicles up to, well, you can only go so far, but we would have stuff on to make them look Soviet or whatever they were simulating. And these guys used to hate us because while you had air transportation up there, which is what it was designed for, the squadron was designed for that, plus with attack helicopters, we had the ability, opposed to them, of being organic to be able to call any of that stuff in. I can remember doing operations down there where Reese is at Chaffee. Well, see, is Chaffee closed down? It's Polk, or is it Polk closed down? It's Chaffee.
I believe Chaffee is still open. We have a base around Fort Smith, and we have another base around Little Rock.
All right, so we used to fly into Tulsa, and then I remember because we had to take our Humvees. We had to get our Humvees and take them over to, I want to say, Fort Smith. And then there was a sort of like an abandoned air base with a big ass hangar out there at Fort Smith.
Yeah, they still have that.
It had some helicopters, but we would stay there, and that would be our pre-deployment assembly area. And then they would simulate the environment data for the training was to simulate an airlift in to the combat area, which was Chaffee. And we would go down there with every time one of our infantry battalions went down there for the training. Well, we were the only 19 Deltas. We were the only reconnaissance in the entire division. So we would end up going down there either as an air control team to control all medevacs and gunships and stuff, to be the person on the ground, or we would go in with the intention of being their scouts. And every time we went down there, every damn infantry battalion commander, when they would be doing the mission, I remember because our squadron commander used to take me and another guy over to the meetings, the operations orders, and they would say, "Oh no, we're going to use our infantry scouts." And I remember myself and Sergeant Wesley a couple times looking at each other like going, "What the fuck are infantry scouts?" And I'm 3 consecutive trips down there, they did that to us, and 3 consecutive times, me and a team had to go in and rescue these fucking infantry scouts that got lost and confused. I mean, our specialty as scouts was reconnaissance and land navigation and security. That's what we did. That's what we traveled light. We were good at it. But we always had to go in and pull these guys out of there because they would get all fucked up, disoriented, lost, run out of supplies, radio communications go bad. But nowadays, I don't even know how this stuff functions. I know there's still 19 Deltas in the Army because I got a kid that used to play competitive shooters with me that wanted to go do what I did. And matter of fact, he's a platoon sergeant, and he's got about 4 years now. He'll be retired. So I know they still exist, and how they use them anymore, I don't know. They're changing their vehicle. They're changing, they're getting their own brand new vehicle made for them. From what I understand, I heard that about 8-9 months ago. I know they're changing some weaponry for them, but it just burned me up. Every time we go to one of these operations, you've got a unit that is specifically trained for what you're asking to do, and you're sending in a bunch of grunts to do it. to do the. Now, granted, they're capable of doing reconnaissance, but that's not what they were built for.
Right.
So,
I think you've had that in every era, though.
well, yeah, you're right. It has. I mean, McMurray always is jibber jabbering and talking, and he's well to do about INR platoons. Well, okay, that's where the scout stemmed from, was from those types of units. I mean, come on, we had mobility. If my tracker, my Humvee wasn't efficient, hey, I need a Black Hawk to get me here, and boom, it was on the spot for us because we were organic to that air squadron. I mean, it was there. It was part. That was our parent unit. So these guys at 10th Mountain Light Infantry, they used to hate us. But when operations were over and we're rolling up through the training area in our Humvees and they've been humping for days, and we pull over and say, "Come on, guys, get in." Because in my scout platoon, if I had 3 guys in one vehicle, that was amazing. We were always shortage. But them guys loved us then after they'd been hunting for about 10 days, and we picked them
Right.
up.
So you spent a lot of time at Chaffee then, huh?
Yeah, well, when you're stateside, once Panama went away for Fort Sherman and Fort Davis for training.
Right.
See, I was down there. I take that back. That happened after me, but 90. See, last time I was down there was in my last year. It was the beginning. It was January of 92. Went down there for the Advanced Jungle School, which I'd already been to a couple of times. And we ended up having to do the combat engineer course because the infantry wanted to do the scout course. So we did, which is cool. We got to blow a lot of shit up. But when I came back, I know that once and twice a year, I was only up at Drum for 2 years. And I think I went to Chaffee 4 times.
Gotcha.
So, because that was the easiest mass training center, that had swamp type environments, things like that.
Well, you know what Fort Chaffee also has that no other state has?
You?
Well,
Turkeys.
the National Guard Sniper School.
Oh, okay, yeah. And with Polk being gone pretty much for that, well, they moved the Jungle School from Panama. Didn't they move it to Polk?
Yeah.
Because they had to put it in a swamp. I
Why
mean,
would you move it from the jungle?
It's something close to that. And the only place
Because we no longer were able to have a base in Panama because we no longer had the Panama Canal Zone.
Okay.
And then Noriega happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was
Interesting.
So
I remember when the balloon went up.
for Panama?
No, I was part of that. Where were we? When the desert, so I went over to the desert the first time around, but when it went up, I remember being on the other side of the lagoon out back of the barracks down there. I get the forts mixed up, Davis and Sherman. The Jungle School was at, I want to say the Jungle School was at Davis and Sherman was the local barracks for, anyhow. I remember being on the other side of the lagoon. I had 2 kids that couldn't swim. And kids, I was a kid too. But we had these 5-gallon Israeli water bags that went on your back. And every night, and it took a week, but every night before they could go to chow at the end of the day, they had to jump off the pier on the far side of the lagoon, both of them. And I had a kid named Rivera who ended up being a state trooper up in Washington State, actually. He used to be a pearl diver. And he would stay in the water until they jump in that water. I wish I still had the picture, but I had a kid, took a picture of the 2 of them, scared as shit, running down that pier and jumping off and literally holding hands, jumping off that pier into that lagoon. But let me tell you something. Those 2 little bastards learned how to swim in about 5 days. And because they knew they weren't going to the chow line at dinner, and that chow line shut down at a certain time. So every night they did it. And, because the first week we're out there, you do water training. So we were already in the water anyhow. But you worked as teams in that. And my lieutenant, he couldn't swim. So I worked with him to sort of drag him along. And he could swim by the time he was done. He's a tough son of a bitch too. but he couldn't swim. I tell you what, water. I saw guys in the infantry down there that when we were doing the water operations, there's certain things you got to do where you're pretty much doing it yourself, even though you might be working in pairs, but you're doing your own thing. I saw some of the biggest, meanest motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life sitting up on the shore, tears coming out of their eyes. I can't do it, Sarge. I can't do it. Because they just scared to death of that water. And then I had a kid drop an M16 in the lagoon. And thank God I had Rivera, the pearl diver, because that mug go down, no oxygen tank or nothing. Of course, it wasn't that deep. But he'd go down and recover that rifle from the shit he used to do. Jungle school was fun, man. You see shit down there that you know.
I just find it interesting you could get into the military and not know how to frickin' swim. I learned to swim as a child.
Well, and they take you through, I don't remember doing it in basic, but they take, when I was in Germany, we used to have swimmer survival training once a year. It was like mandatory. And you go to a pool and they teach you how to turn your shirt into a flotation device and stuff like that.
Yeah, or do it with your jeans or your pants.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just mean basic swimming. That just seems like something you would learn in basic. I mean,
Yeah, no, I don't remember ever doing that at Fort Knox. Of course, then again, it was colder.
you know what I mean? It's like, what did you say? It took 5 days, kind of forced on them.
Yeah.
Anyway, what do I know? But
What's up, Mike?
So, but I mean, I loved going down to jungle school. That was a blast.
Hey, you talked about that lagoon. What was the bottom of it like?
Poop.
I don't know. I never had to worry about down there. I'll tell you a funny story. So, scout platoon, you usually have 3 sections. You usually have 6 vehicles, and they work in 2 vehicle teams. And when we went down there, we had to sort of combine everything into we had to sort of equivalate ourselves with the infantry. Well, we couldn't do 3 squads, so we had to do 2. Well, an infantry squad was 9 men, all right? When we broke ourselves down, I went down as a first sergeant. We broke down into 2 squads of 13 men each. Well, so we're already larger than an infantry squad is. Well, one of your last tasks in water operations was in the lagoon. You had to do like a river crossing. And you have 2 swimmers that'll go across. You be your strongest swimmers. One will tow a rope. The other one will carry a rifle for security. The rifleman will get up on the shore on the other side. He'll secure. The second guy will pop up, tie the rope off, and then you take your equipment across on D-rings, and then your troops go across on the line, right? It usually takes a little time. Well, this one was a race. I don't remember what the penalty was. If you were the last one across your squad, there was some, I don't know, you had to run laps or something like that with soaking wet clothes, which was a pain in the ass in the jungle. But I remember we were getting ready to do this, and my lieutenant, Lieutenant Sims, God, this dude was awesome, man. He played some football too. But he told me, he said, hey, Sergeant Fry, he said, I can't swim. I said, okay. I said, here's what you do. I said, look, LT. I said, you be the last one on the line. I said, and you tie the rope around you. And I said, once we got the equipment, everybody else is across, we're in our little secure zone over there. I said, you start running and just dive as far as you can into the water, and we'll take care of the rest. Well, let me tell you something. It was probably 65, 70 feet across the lagoon, right? And I guess our ropes, I think we might have had 120-foot ropes or 80-something. I can't remember what it was, but he did his thing. He was a tough son of a bitch. And he took off running, and I had 6 guys on that line on the other end. And when he jumped and left the shore, we yanked that rope as far as we could. He didn't touch the water on the lagoon until he was halfway across it in the air. And we pulled him in, man, and that was a blast. He was laughing so hard when he got to the other side. But I tell you what, he never winced once at any of the water operations, even though he couldn't freaking swim. Never winced. I did the dual stuff with him where you do 2-man teams. I did that with him just to make sure so he wouldn't be. You didn't want him to be embarrassed in front of the team.
Right. Yeah, you're the leader. You got to have some can't have people looking down on you.
He was a good officer too. He's one of the better ones I had. And that was good times down there. And then I remember we went out and did field ops, and they actually let us go out ahead as the scouts to do a scout thing instead of an engineer thing. And we went out to set up what's called a passage of lines. where you screen off an area and then you create a safe corridor for troops to pass through without taking fire.
Okay.
So we go out ahead of them in the middle of the night into the jungle, and we set up in this area. And I had this kid named Williams from Bowbell, South Dakota. I think it was North Dakota. One of the two, anyhow. Williams was a little squatty dude. And I said, I was going down through our passage lane, and I was putting the guys out to where they needed to be, the side security, flank security. And I told Williams it was kind of a draw going up a hill. It was probably 25 feet up, good position up there. I told him, you take that spot up top. And I was standing down the bottom looking down the trail trying to figure out where I was going to put the next guy. And Williams got to the top of that hill, probably took him 2.5, 3 minutes to get up there. He come back down that hill in about 3 seconds. And by the time he got back down to the hill, the palm of his hand, or not the palm, but on the outside of his hand between his thumb and his forefinger, had swollen up the size of a softball, where a scorpion had bit his ass.
Oh, wow.
We lost him for 3 days. It's mostly dehydration and stuff that, what'll happen to you. So we lost him for 3 days. But
Was it a little scorpion then?
I never saw it. And I don't think he did either.
No, it probably wasn't. It probably wasn't too big at all.
Well, I
don't
didn't
need to be.
my hands in the middle of two of them mating one night.
What?
The thing about the scorpions is the smaller they are, it seems like the more dangerous they are.
Yeah.
Well, that's true of rattlesnakes, right? Because the poison's more concentrated in the youngins.
Well, in the age-wise, we got a couple different sizes of rattlesnakes here in Arkansas, and I think they're all pretty bad.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, I'm not.
Oh, dude, they had a snake in Panama in Central America called the Bushmaster.
Oh, yes.
And the Bushmaster, not only will it put enough poison in you to kill you, but it can shatter the bones in your body when it strikes.
I thought your nickname in Panama was the Bushmaster, Jeff.
No, that's on the streets here.
Oh,
Yeah, we've got ground rattlers. We've got eastern diamondbacks. Well, they might actually be western diamondbacks. I'm not sure. And then we've got what we call timber rattlers, and those are big fat things.
yeah, dude, those are puffy fuckers.
I've only seen one rattlesnake up here in these hills, these mountain rattlers we get.
Yeah, but you don't have to worry about them too much up there.
No.
So I used to do a lot of mountain biking, and I'd go, in the Bay Area, and we'd have some reservoirs, and I'd go out there and mountain bike, and we'd run into rattlesnakes. I don't want to say all the time, but it was not uncommon in a season that I might, on a trail, come across a rattler 2-3 times a year. And that's in a high populated area.
Well, this is the time of year for them because this is when they're starting to come out to warm up.
Brian gets them. Yeah. Brian gets some tiny ones too.
You know what? Maybe later tonight. It might be. It's still 70 here. I'll go out there on the live feed and see if we can see any scorpions tonight.
I'm about to say, I bet you with these scorpions. You're good at finding those turds.
We were out in Fort Irwin training. I got to go out there. I think I went out there twice, and we got this one guy. I don't know what this kid's name was. He was a goofy son of a bitch. But I was sitting. I had my PC. I was sitting down to where I was in a defilade just below this. You don't really call it a dune, but it was sandy, where I could see above the top of the dune, and he's over on the other side of the dune. I can't see what he's doing because I can't see the ground, and he's running around all zigzaggy. And I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And this is the first time I've ever seen this because usually it's the other way around. He was chasing a sidewinder.
Ooh.
And the sidewinder was running from him, which is weird because the sidewinder won't even ask you a question. And that motherfucker just come after your ass, I noticed. But we finished that week off and we're sitting in a kind of it was an assembly area, but it was the end of operations. We had all the APCs in a circle pointed outward, and we had our ramps down. And we were probably, the diameter, I think, of the circle might have been about 8 feet across. And we had not eaten in probably, God, it had to be close to 48 hours. And we were waiting on some food. And there was just a little bush, like right in the middle of our little circle. Dead center of our circle. Like we chose that as our focal point. And all the guys are sitting out back on the decks of the APCs. Like I say, we never had a full scout platoon ever. And this fucking, I don't know, a jackrabbit or what, come out of them bushes. Man, I never seen so many guys run after a goddamn rabbit. Or something, bitch, but funny shit, man.
When I lived in New Orleans, we dealt with water moccasins. That was interesting.
Yeah, we've got water moccasins, cottonmouths, pygmy rattlers, western diamondbacks, and timber rattlers. Those
And
are
people think a snake can't bite you underwater,
No,
which is not true. That's how they catch fish.
copperheads are our most dangerous thing up here.
yeah, at least a copperhead won't necessarily kill you right out. But
Normally, a rattler won't either.
no, but
Not that I want to go get bit by a rattler.
but some of the places that you might be when you get bit by one, at least out here, it's going to take you a while to get to a place with antivenom, and you're not going to be dead, but you're going to be in rough shape.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, it's going to be ugly.
My cousin got bit by a juvenile cottonmouth, which is a water moccasin, and about lost his hand.
Wow.
So Andrew was asking me a question here about so we had, especially in the jungle, I remember getting our asses chewed one time because we didn't take our Kevlars out. And it's like when you look at an infantry officer, you're like, we're scouts. We never wear our fucking Kevlar helmet. Boonie rags, do-rags, whatever you could to break up that outline of your head. That's what we operated. When we went out on patrols, you didn't take a gas mask because you were trying to move fast and light. You know, that's one of those, you hear the stories, don't you drink from your water canteen so that it rattles, making noise because the water's sloshing around. Well, that was what we did. Dog tags, tape them together. All right. If it was a live combat situation, one down in the boot and the other one taped up with fucking 100-mile-an-hour tape so there was no shine, you removed anything. Markings for officers would come off. You didn't have any of that shit on. You didn't have your rank on your helmet. You took that shit off. You might have your last name on there. That's about it. Didn't carry any identification. All right. So we'd walk patrols. I was in Germany, and I was a senior scout. And we were doing our RTEP, our scout evaluation. And this was my first evaluation as senior scout. So all that means is you got a lieutenant platoon leader. He's got a section. You got a platoon sergeant. He's got a section. Then your senior scout has the third section. So I was a senior non-commissioned officer other than the platoon sergeant.
Okay.
And so you get to do all the fun missions. And I mean all of them because the platoon sergeant's not going to go walk a patrol, and neither is platoon leader, right? So we're doing our RTEP, and you go through your entire evaluation manual for scouts. And patrolling is one of the biggest things you do. Reconnaissance is one of the biggest things you do. So I had the mission. So I was going through all my steps, my checklist steps, for pre-mission stuff, briefing the patrol NCOs that were going to go with me, and then briefing the whole team that was going to go. We run 6 to 12 man patrols depending on what we were doing. Well, our mission was a sports plots that we were supposed to recon and collect information of whatever was there, whatever wasn't there. So one of the things that I always knew that was a good thing to do was once you cleared your assembly area where you were away from the sound, you'd have everybody drop down and be quiet and not move and listen to the sounds of the night because all these operations pretty much ran at night. So they could get used to what was going to be normal and what would be abnormal. So I did that. And we went on our mission to the sports plots, and there was a goddamn soccer team practicing. And we freaked them the fuck out. But we did our mission. And, of course, one of your common rules is what's not there is just as important as what is there. So we got back to the thing, and I did a debrief, passed on the information until blah, 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 blah. And then the evaluator that was with us, this guy was a Vietnam. He was a ranger in Vietnam. He was a major, which was rare. You never saw more than a lieutenant doing your evaluation. But this guy, he loved to do this, and he was with me for the whole week. He pulled me over, and he didn't call me Sergeant Fry. He's like, Fry, come here. That's what he talked, like he knew me forever, right? And he says, look, he says, great patrol, excellent pre-mission stuff, right? Excellent execution of the mission, excellent debrief on, when we come back in, use the teams right. And he says, but you did one thing, you just confused the hell out of me. And I'm like, going through my brain, I'm like, what the fuck did I do? Well, I probably shouldn't have had the squad or the patrol kneel down for the silence thing next to a fucking Autobahn with all the traffic shooting by. I was like, fuck. I said, sir, that Autobahn won't be here in combat.
Oh, good answer.
He laughed at me so hard about that.
Good answer.
I had some good times in Germany. Germany during that when it was still split was I'm telling you, it was a blast.
You know, Jeff, you talk about that taking a knee and listening and all of that. Well, I don't know if you've done much hunting or especially much like spot and stock hunting, but that's exactly what you do. You know, for the first 15 minutes out there, you take a second, you figure out what the normal is, and just get yourself acclimated to the woods. So I mean,
Yeah.
same thing.
That's exactly what I do when I'm in the bars in Vegas. Step in the door, I kind of calm down, assess the situation, get a drink, and figure out, how the hunting looking.
It's amazing. A lot of people laughed at the field manuals and stuff that the military created, but let me tell you something. Them things are thorough.
If it works, it works.
And yeah, and if and you got to figure that's years and years and years of trial and error of what works and what doesn't, and they're always being revamped. I mean, constantly. Whenever I get a chance to look at one online, plus sometimes applying to these war games and stuff, it's fun to do that stuff, man. Fun to do that stuff.
Well, and there's also nothing.
So have you ever thought to design a game around that?
It's funny because I never thought that, but I always think of the game like Squad Leader, and I keep thinking about some of the operations that I've been part of. How Squad Leader would be a great system to recreate that operation off of. It'd be so cool.
Well, if you ever want to design a game around that scouting action, I don't know what you want to call it, what you used to do, let me know. I'll help you do it, man. Because that just sounds like that would, that sounds like that'd be a fun game to play.
Now I see why you want to play SOG guys in my games.
I've been over to Southeast Asia, just, of course, not Vietnam era. I missed that. I was too young for that. But I've been over there. Definitely different country. South Africa. I remember trading up and going to
No.
What did we call it then? Was it Rwanda? Rhodesia? It's whatever. One of them countries that they've changed their name now.
Rhodesia is now Zimbabwe, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, yeah.
But that changed in 1980.
Right.
So
I went
probably
over there. You sure it was 80? Yeah, because it was was it 80?
Yes, Rhodesia changed to Zimbabwe immediately after the fall of the Ian Smith government in 1980-81.
Well,
and the U.S. was very, 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 very much not involved.
Yeah. No. I mean, I didn't go over there for that, but I went over there to a tracking school.
Oh,
That
like
you might have gone.
the Cello Scouts or whatever.
That was the most
Scott
strangest.
Donlin still runs a tracking school. He doesn't run it out of Zimbabwe anymore on account of the fact that that's a terrible fucking place to be.
Yeah, it was
But he
very
does
early
run
in
a
the
scout
80s.
school.
It was cool. That was learned a lot of really, really cool things. And it's funny that a lot of my people that I knew when I came back, I didn't really have any friends in the States, once I got out of the service because I was all over the place. But people that I did start to meet, they were, because I don't hunt. I don't own any weapons. And it's because I don't want to.
Except for that Mickey D baby.
I've done it. I mean, and please don't, you guys that hunt, don't take this the wrong way.
No, man, you're good.
But to me, the word hunting, as to what people do here for deer and stuff, that's not hunting to me.
Well, and there's a difference between being in a tree stand over a corn feeder or being out in the mountains, being on the high ground looking in the valleys to see where they're bedding and trying to get the wind and sneak down on them. That's two different things.
Yeah, you want to
just
track
likes to
something
play the
down.
most dangerous game.
That's hunting to me.
Yeah.
McMurray clearing a fucking apartment. To me, that's hunting. I used to teach close quarters combat, and there's a science to it. But you know what? Science is not the solution to random events all the time. And you never know what's going to happen when you walk into a building and you got to clear a building. You never know where that guy may be in a window at one point, and 2 minutes later he's somewhere else in that building. And while you have methods to do it, one of the golden rules that we had, if you could do it, you couldn't always do it, but you never want to clear a building from the ground floor up. You want to clear it from the top floor down if you can do that.
Mm-hmm.
You can't always do that because we were always taught that if you corner somebody, it's going to be like a cat that gets cornered. There's no escape route, so they're going to end up fighting.
Makes sense. Give them an escape route.
Mm-hmm. Let them think, and then you put a fire team outside to take care of that. And that doesn't take much. We used to run ATAC teams when I was in Germany for anti-terror stuff, and it would be random when you would get that assignment. But our weapons stayed in an armory that was specific for the team. It wasn't a regular unit armory, and your armorer was assigned as part of the team, and he would control your weapons, what went out with you, and the loads that were in the weapons. Well, we go out with rubber bullets a lot of times. But when we got called out on an operation, we did not know if it was training or live. We assumed it was live all the time. That's how they treated us. So we would go out the door with rubber bullets a lot of time. And fortunately, pretty much all the time. But that was big. I was over there. It was big when the Baader Meinhof group was big. And the Red Brigade, who snatched that American officer in Italy. Fortunately, though, never really had to pass on any real activity in Europe, or never had to engage in it. It was good times.
Bear baiting is not hunting. Slogging up and down mountains looking for a bighorn sheep is hunting. Peter Berg.
Yeah. You're on the move trying to find it. That's hunting to me. Ambushing is another science, i.e., the tree stand with a corn pile underneath you.
Or even going out on public land, finding a deer trail and a water source and sitting on the mountainside for a day.
Yeah.
Then praying some idiot doesn't shoot you.
on public land? No, I'm not worried about that.
You shitting me? That's
Not
fair.
Arkansas.
You got different public land. I don't know.
Yeah, we're talking about like Ozark National Forest. I'm not talking about little like 400-yard WMAs.
But I say public land around St. Louis during deer season is a terrible fucking place to be.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Peter Ranger. I thought was Ranger Omega Games or was it Avalon Hill?
Ranger Omega.
Hey, Reese.
Yes.
Can you use rifles in hunting?
Yes, because he doesn't live in fucking Illinois.
I was just asking.
Yes. So, for reference, I took that buck last year. Actually, I've got the skull sitting right next to me. I took that buck last year with the 308.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
We can't use rifles in Illinois.
In the
Why?
People's Republic, you have to use a muzzle loader or a slug gun for the most part.
Yep. Or archery.
Although nowadays, allegedly, you can use 300 blackout and some other random fucking calibers.
Is it because of the straight wall cartridge law?
No, because you can't use bottleneck cartridges either.
Okay, I didn't
No.
know. I'm saying I didn't know if you could use straight walls but not bottlenecks.
The
No.
reason in
Because there's
Illinois,
some states that are that way.
the reason in Illinois is that although, like in Pike County where I live, we are the white-tailed deer capital of the world. Last deer season, in 4 weeks, there's 2 weeks for black powder and 2 weeks for archery,
Okay.
bow and crossbow. They took over 5,000 deer in my county alone.
That's pretty awesome.
In 4 weeks, they took over 5,000 deer. I think the most, which was about 4 years ago, was something close to 7,000 deer.
So let's see, deer harvest. So in the first 2 days of the 2022-2023 modern gun deer season in Arkansas, statewide, we took 39,000 deer. We took 185,000 total this year in the state. So that's quite impressive.
Illinois. Here.
Yeah, it's funny for me to see all these guys that I want to work with. Oh yeah, no man, I'm off all next week, man. Going hunting.
Yeah.
Oh, here, you want to hunt? Go to a nightclub. See if you can hunt down some attractive little thing. There's a task.
All right. So let's see. 2022 firearm season, 76,000.
Okay.
Yeah, Peter, that's a
Um,
game where you got to plot out which we did the same thing. Plot out your routes,
Oh.
your return routes.
Sorry. And that's 76,000 in 7 days.
Yeah. That's
Pike
impressive.
County. Pike County was in that 7 days was total 1840.
I have to go down further south because the chronic wasting disease is so bad up here in the Ozarks.
Do you have to turn in heads, Reese?
In certain areas, yes.
Okay.
In certain, it's based on county.
Yeah. No, I got you. There's CWD counties in Missouri as well.
I figured that was the case. So I go down to White County where my father-in-law's got a decent place. And I stalk that area our deer season opens up in September and it ends the last day of February.
Is that firearms the entire time?
No, it's bows the entire time.
Okay.
But then muzzleloader opens up sometime in October, and then modern gun opens up in November and ends like a week before Christmas, and then there's a Christmas weekend firearm hunt.
Oh wow, that's a huge fucking season. Good for
Oh
you.
yeah. Oh yeah. I've got an uncle that lives in Missouri, and he is very envious of the Arkansas seasons.
Yeah.
And I get like 6 deer tags a year.
I'm about to say, depending on where you are in Missouri, you can really rack the tags in.
Yeah.
Especially if you're doing bow or alternative method and firearms, and depending on what county you're in.
Andrew, do you get called out? How many calls that have to do with that during hunting season?
What?
Do you ever get called out for calls or anything or revolve around hunting during the season?
No, people, not where I work, man.
Not that kind of hunting.
What about when you were over in the southern part of the county or whatever?
Not really. It's still so you can't hunt in St. Louis County unless you own 10 acres privately.
Right.
Like that's the only time you can even really shoot legally in St. Louis County.
Huh.
There's parks in St. Louis County that they pull poachers out of all the time.
Do y'all have like a management bow hunt in the city at all?
Not really. There are a couple municipalities that have done it in the past, but no. Deer just destroy cars nonstop all year.
When's
Instead,
Kinlock black powder season start?
Dog, there are tons of deer in Kinlock. There used to be a horse in Kinlock, actually. But
That's just a deer without antlers.
I don't know if there's ever any.
That's a pretty big size difference. Sorry.
I always held out for the idea that since there was a horse, there might have been a Kinlock cowboy, but I don't know.
So what exactly is Kinlock?
It's a shithole.
It's like
Yeah,
Somalia.
literal. Yeah.
You can look up pictures of Kinlock. We used to occasionally go on virtual safaris of Kinlock.
Okay.
It's an area in not even north central St. Louis that like half of it was bought up by the airport when they were trying to do for noise abatement when they were trying to expand, and then that ballot measure failed, so it just kind of went to waste.
Gotcha.
And it's a pretty desolate place. It's kind of half returning to nature because most of the buildings are incredibly decrepit / half burnt out.
Be a rough place to train.
It's pretty awesome.
I mean, in the best way, but
yeah.
So,
But yeah, so there's just deer everywhere that wreck cars and screw people up and cause traffic accidents and traffic injuries instead of managing it.
I fuck deer. Oh, aren't they so cute? Fuck deer.
they taste amazing though.
They do taste amazing.
They can go fucking pound rocks. That's what.
Wait.
deer can do.
So, fuck deer. Don't give Reese any ideas.
No. I'm not. I'm not wanting to. Have
Chris
him.
is attempting fornication with.
Why do you think they kill 76,000 of them?
What'd you
in
say?
7 days?
I don't want to. I don't want to. Make him go out and get his CDF.
When are you going to paint that, Reese?
Oh no, I'm not painting this. So,
We used to teach in Germany. We would have like a survival week.
right,
We would do that week right before escape and evasion Siri training stuff.
gotcha.
And I remember one year I had to run it. I know I've told you all this before, some of you guys, but I had a kid named Migos, and Migos was the grandson of the guy. Was it Papa John's or Godfather's Pizza? He was pretty much going to be the heir to all this stuff. So we would go out and we would break them into teams. We might have had 5-6 teams, and they would all have an animal. And this animal had to survive this week of survival training with all these guys. They had to treat this thing like it was their favorite dog at home.
They couldn't eat it.
No. And then the last day, the final day, when we're doing like survival skills that we didn't need to go maneuver to do, they had to kill these things and then cook them, right? Skin them and cook them. And I've never been any good at that, but I mean, you learn the ways how to kill them. Well, Amigos' team, they had a chicken, and they took care of that chicken. And it's funny to see these guys care for these animals all week long, and you tell them, all right, now you need to kill that thing. Oh no, you can't use a knife.
Bare hands.
So, and we had a couple of teams had chickens and there were rabbits, right? But we gave them options. One team would, okay, you have to snap the neck using a flip of your wrist on this one chicken, or you had to bite the head off. And poor Migos, he had to bite the head off this chicken.
The fuck you think he's Ozzy Osbourne? Jesus Christ.
This thing and freaked out. That chicken freaked out and hit the ground with no head, pretty much no head. It was actually hanging over and was still running around. And Migos was spitting up and puking everywhere.
Oh
I
God!
bet that was hysterical.
Literally like a chicken with its head cut off.
I would have paid money to watch that.
That was hilarious.
You could probably find videos like that on YouTube.
I
Hey, I
probably
remember doing our Siri training one year, and we would do as scouts. We would get these missions out in the field. No officers, our platoon leader, but we'd be broken down into teams. Small teams, 4 or 5 men at the most, and we would be given missions by our executive officer or our company commander. Okay, you got to go. You got to move from here to there to this point, and not get caught. Well, in the Siri training, it's supposed to be, it's 72 hours. Okay. So we were doing our missions and we never got caught. We evaded everything the whole time. Right. Well, the thing stands for
Okay.
Siri you're doing escape and evasion. Right. So, and part of that is what you do if you are captured and you're put in a camp and stuff like that. So we had evaded everything. And it was the last night. It was early in the evening, or it was late in the afternoon. We got our next mission from our XO, and he said, "I'll be by to pick you all up in a truck at about like 5:45 in the evening or something like that, and we'll take you to your kickoff point for the next one." Well, that's not what he came to do.
You had to be prisoners, right?
You had to become a prisoner. So we all loaded up, and they dropped the tarp on the back for light discipline, right? And we're driving through, we call it the V area, with our training area over there. And we're driving through the V area, and they go up, we don't know where we're going. And he's going to show us our kickoff point, our start point. And the truck pulls up, and then they put it in reverse, and they're backing up. I'm like, oh, I must be backing up with some trees. They backed that motherfucker right up into the gate of the POW camp.
Exactly.
We had a military intelligence company where now this, I don't even know if they do this anymore. But every one of these MI guys, which they're nothing but MPs really, but with intelligence training, all spoke Russian. And they opened that damn tailgate. I'm like, motherfucker, man. Guys in the truck, and now we're prisoners. So they put us in there, and I remember them trying to take me in, trying to get somebody to befriend, to feed the troops that were in there and stuff like that. And you got to fucking resist everything, right? They had a wall locker. They would put guys in the wall locker, lock them in there, and then bang on the side of the wall locker. And they had pits in the ground that they would throw you in, and you couldn't get out of this. There's no way you were getting out of this pit, right? But then they had, because the weather was kind of shitty, they did have a tent because you still had to, keep people protected. Well, somewhere in the middle of the night, these two medics, they would come in every so often, and they had white bands on. Well, they came in, and there's a bunch of us in the tent. And they came in to check everybody out. And something happened outside where somebody was trying to escape. And we had guys running everywhere trying to get over these barbed wire top fences and stuff. Well, me and a corporal that was in there with me, we took the medics' armbands off them and took their backpacks.
And walked out the door.
Front gate, right? Well, we grouped up with a bunch of guys later, and they were powering the camp off a generator, and they still probably had about 30 people in the prison camp. We came back in and disabled the generator, shut all the lights down, and then everybody got out of that place, man. So, and we had to stay evasion until about like 7 a.m. So that was it's kind of funny. You think about the training you're getting and how it's supposed to assist you for any potential future event, and you just have a blast doing it.
You didn't see the POW thing coming though?
No, never saw it. And it was really funny is when I was at Fort Carson, I used to teach the Air Force cadets at the Air Force Academy. They had, between their sophomore and junior year and their junior and senior year, they had to go to one of two camps.
What year were you doing that?
From 87. Let's see. I came back to America in 87. So 87, 88, 89.
Okay, and what class of cadets was that?
Oh, God, I don't know.
Were they sophomores? Were they juniors?
Oh, well, I don't know. We get different ones.
Okay.
But we used to teach Recondo to them, which was pretty much survival training in case they got shot down. Because most of these guys were going to be pilots. So they would come in to our camp outside of Fort Carson. And I can't remember what the name of our camp was. But we had a camp up on the mountain called Camp Hale, which is the highest military base. It's more or less of an unoccupied place that you use. But it's the highest military camp in the United States, right? Well, and we would use it. But these guys would come into our training area, and I think it was Highway 15 that ran out the back of our training area behind the base and everything. And they would come in, and it's probably 7 kilometers from where that road met the dirt road entrance into the base to the base. And we would go out there and meet them. These guys would come here on these luxury buses from the Air Force Academy, right? And all their bags and stuff. Well, we'd get them off this bus. I mean, we're in their shit right off the bat. Your rank didn't mean a fucking thing to us. One, you were Air Force. We didn't give a shit until we needed you to fly a plane and cover us, right? But that was the whole prep. That's the way we had to do it that way. But they would come in, and they would leave all their shit on there. Whatever you were wearing, that you were going down that 7Ks walking in whatever you had on. And we get regular Air Force officers that thought that they wanted to take this training. And we had a wadi that followed the road all the way down to the camp. And it's 7 clicks. Now, these are young guys that are healthy as shit, right? You didn't take them one-on-one in PT because they'd kill your ass. But we would get in that wadi, and we, were there under the gun right off the bat, and we'd have them rolling down that wadi, and we'd come to a mud puddle. And our commandant of the course, he was our mortar platoon sergeant, he would have them all hit the ground. And we're all walking around, stepping on their heads. Get your goddamn head down. You know what an AK will do to your fucking head when it hits you? You get them all this shit. And then he would take the platoon guides and the platoon leaders up there, and he would say, now this is how you cross a water danger area. And he would say, you get up and you run, and you scream as loud as you can, and you dive headfirst into the hazard, which was a mud puddle. Right? So we did this for sitting. They were talking. We would have as many as 200 guys, and they're all trying to run up, dive into this puddle that's probably 5 feet wide, right? And then we get them to the camp, and we knew don't take them one-on-one in PT. So what we do is we put them in a formation, get them in an extended rectangle, and we would have trainers on all 4 sides of them. We'd have multiple trainers. So the first guy would do the side strap, the jumping jacks with them. Then we'd have them do a left face, and this guy over here would do some push-ups with them. Then they do another left face. This guy would do sit-ups with them, And we kept going around where we're killing them, but we're changing up every time.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest thrill I got out of this was walking in at 3 a.m. and throwing a trash can down through the metal Marine Quonset huts to get them up and going, because they were issued combat gear by us when they got there, because they were going to be working in the field. But man, we teach them rappelling. We take them out and teach them how to do buddy rappels. So like you got to take your injured buddy down the side of a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I never seen so many cadets get dropped from about 20 feet up. Now it was a slanted cliff, so they would mostly roll down it. But we would do that, and then the last week and a half they're there, 2 weeks, they had to do. We would take them out to do field training, which they rappel in. All right, and then their last 3 days, the other group that wasn't in our camp, they were prisoners of war. And let me tell you something, the Air Force Academy had one of the nicest prisoner of war camps. Well, our group had to fly in and rescue these guys. And that was just, let me tell you something. They might be in pain throughout that training we were giving them and just pissed off and just hated what they were going through. But man, when they got to go do that mission, their eyes would light up. Boy, them Air Force cadets, boy, they were just as tickled as they could be. And I only had 3 classes, and all 3 of them were successful. They all 3 pulled off the mission. So, but I mean, again, it's not designed for them to necessarily fail. So
Just to challenge them.
Air Force cadets don't get to do that kind of offensive operations like that. So that was cool for them. I used to love that course, teaching that course. And they had the best, the Air Force Academy has the best land navigation course, other than the one we had in Panama at the Jungle School. For if you needed to do land nav and they had an awesome course up there, right on the base too.
When are we taking another 30
Chris,
minutes?
are we there?
Yes, we are. I'm just going to go ahead and cut it off, and we'll be back in 30 minutes, boys. We'll see you soon.
All righty, guys. See you in a minute.
See you.